The moment I'm pregnant, I'll bring you another 20 pounds of grain, and I'll get Dayton to look out for you more. The gorgeous woman sat on the edge of the bed, saying all this while getting dressed. And me, Qin Zheng, I was drenched in sweat, my head throbbing with a dull buzzing pain. My consciousness had just returned to my body. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I saw was a figure with perfect curves, shamelessly getting dressed right in front of me. Where the hell am I? A flood of unfamiliar memories rushed into my mind. I'd been transmigrated. The woman finished dressing and, seeing me covered in sweat, leaned over and touched my forehead. Her hand was cold. My face was pale. She looked a little worried and muttered to herself, "Did I go too hard on him just now?" I looked at her lovely face and thought, is this the kingdom of women? Are they really this aggressive? She stared at me, a bit tense. "We had a deal. You help me get pregnant, and I give you one steamed bun a day. If anything happens to you, it's not my problem." With that, she got up and bolted. My expression turned bizarre. Well, I'll be damned. My stomach growled loudly. On instinct, I grabbed the steamed bun beside me and took a bite. I figured I wouldn't be able to swallow it, but my body was surprisingly honest. It even tasted like a gourmet feast. I gulped down a few mouthfuls, but the hunger only grew stronger. I was absolutely starving. I looked around. A crumbling mud brick house, windows blocked with fertilizer sacks, a little draft blowing in, and a hole the size of a soccer ball in the roof through which I could see the stars. Even a rat would weep coming in here. I clutched my forehead. What did I do to deserve this? Turns out I was originally a modern working stiff, laid off in middle age, divorced by my wife. Under this double blow, I went to a bar to drown my sorrows and ran into two young party girls. They were sweet-talking and well-behaved, and we spent a whole night at a hotel philosophizing about life, and somehow, that landed me here. 1976, a tiny mountain village in the Qinling Mountains of Shanxi Province. And my identity was straight-up hard mode, an exiled member of the 5 black categories. A family of 4, and I was the only one left alive, 18 years old this year. All these years, my parents and older brother had protected me, always giving me food first. But now they were all gone, and no one was left to shield me. Weak as a kitten, and with this identity on top of it, you can imagine how my days would go. Thankfully, the political campaigns had ended 2 years ago, so no one was targeting me anymore. Otherwise, I'd never have survived this long. I propped myself up and realized I was still naked, so I quickly grabbed the tattered clothes beside me and put them on. Footsteps sounded outside again. The woman had come running back. Seeing that I wasn't dead, she let out a sigh of relief. "You did pretty good today, so I'll give you an extra steamed bun. I'll come again tomorrow." She tossed down the bun and ran off again. I was speechless. What in the world is going on here? Turns out this kid shared my name. He hadn't eaten in days, was half-starved, and after being wrung out by this woman, he just up and died. Now nobody in the village went after him, but they all kept their distance, basically leaving him to fend for himself, sink or swim. Thinking back on that woman just now, it was almost funny. The original owner sure had a way with the ladies. Her name was Lu Lan, a sent-down educated youth, 23 years old, whom the brigade leader Su Dayton had schemed to marry off to himself. The brigade leader was well over 50, had health problems, and couldn't father children. Now that the college entrance exams had been reinstated, all the educated youths in the village had left. 2 years ago, Lu Lan had assumed she'd never get out, so she registered her residence in the village and got married. Now regret was useless. All she could do was try to get pregnant, afraid of being kicked out. She'd set her sights on the original owner because he was decently handsome, came from good stock, and had a scholarly air about him. Too bad none of that was worth a damn out here. No, actually, it was worth something. Worth having the brigade leader's wife come borrow his seed. In a remote mountain village like this, the brigade leader was basically the local emperor. If someone whispered a few good words in his ear on the pillow, maybe my days as a black category wouldn't be so rough. Maybe I'd even get some relief grain. Having sorted through the memories, I looked at my living conditions and felt a wave of helplessness. With conditions like these, no wonder they'd all failed to make it. Now that I'd transmigrated here, I had to figure out how to survive going forward. I couldn't carry a load or lift anything heavy. Staying put was pretty much the same as waiting to die. Maybe I should just make a run for it. A woo. A wolf's howl echoed from deep in the mountains. My mouth fell open, and I instantly killed the idea. Going into the mountains just meant feeding the wolves. I glanced at the steamed bun on the Kong and grabbed it, stuffing it into my mouth. Forget it. A bite here, a bite there. At least I still get a steamed bun every day. If I could just tough it out these next few years and get back to the capital, the neighborhood committee would surely return my family's courtyard house to me. And if I really couldn't survive, I could sell the house and never go hungry. With my memories of the future, maybe I could even live pretty comfortably. With that thought, my gloomy mood instantly lifted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surviving in the new world. System binding initiating. The sudden voice startled me, and a mouthful of steamed bun lodged in my throat. I pounded my chest, veins bulging, and struggled over to the cracked water vat, using a bowl with half its rim missing to gulp down some water. Finally, the bun went down. Cough, cough. Almost choked to death on a bite of food. Ding. Sign-in system bound successfully. This system offers both daily and yearly sign-ins. The longer the interval between sign-ins, the richer the rewards. I was overjoyed. I actually had a system too. Excellent. The longer the interval, the better. So the yearly sign-in rewards must be even more amazing. Ding. Awarding the host one beginner's gift pack. Open it. Open it. Ding. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained Farm Space, Gene Serum ×1, Constitution impervious to all poisons. Before I could even celebrate, a surge of energy poured into my body, and my blood boiled all over. My skin visibly reddened, redder and redder, as if it were about to drip blood. Ding. The host should consume the Gene Serum as soon as possible. Hearing the prompt, my consciousness naturally drifted into a space. Blue skies, white clouds, a plot of land, a little wooden cabin. There was no time to look closely. I instinctively knew the serum was inside the cabin. With a single thought, I retrieved it, tilted my head back, and drank it down. The bottle vanished immediately. Boom. My brain felt like it exploded, going completely blank. It was as if thousands upon thousands of rats were scurrying around inside my body, my skin bulging. I stopped thinking and lost all sense of my body. I don't know how much time passed before a sharp pain hit my stomach. I regained control of my body, clutched my belly, and dashed outside. Over half an hour later, I came back into the house feeling refreshed, shut the broken door, entered the room, and began studying the system and my rewards. Now I was bursting with strength, a feeling of power I'd never known before. I stripped off my clothes, felt my rock-hard pecs and abs, and my heart was filled with excitement. With a constitution like this, in this world, the world can't do anything to me now, right? Immune to all poisons means exactly what it says. No poison works on me. I could eat poison for dinner from now on if I wanted. The Gene Serum boosted my body to the peak of human potential. No matter how old I get, my body will stay in prime condition right up until the moment I die. With a single thought, I vanished from the room and reappeared in that mysterious world. A flood of information poured into my mind, and I instantly understood how the farm worked. The farm was only one moo of land, but I wasn't disappointed at all. Time here ran at a 5-to-1 ratio, yet it wouldn't shorten my lifespan. Every task could be done with just a thought. There was a warehouse inside the cabin for storing items, complete with time freezing and preservation features. It was as big as the farm itself, and as the farm grew larger, so would the warehouse. Anything within a meter of me could be stored away with a single thought. To store a living creature, though, I had to wait until it lost the ability to resist, like being knocked out or dead. Next to the cabin was a spring, water endlessly bubbling up, yet never overflowing. With a thought, a ball of water floated out and drifted into my mouth, sweet, cool, and refreshing. Awesome. The spring water was just ordinary mountain spring water. I could use it to irrigate crops later. I pushed open the door and stepped into the cabin. It looked small from the outside, but inside was a whole other world. Bedroom, kitchen, living room, bathroom, all fully equipped and surprisingly modern. Too bad there wasn't any entertainment. The moment I saw the bathroom, my whole body started itching like crazy. I quickly stripped down and treated myself to a good, long shower. God knows how long the original owner went without bathing. This feels amazing. After washing up, I stood in front of the full-length mirror, admiring myself. Fair, smooth skin that would make any woman jealous. Firm muscles, a handsome, masculine face. Perfect. The only eyesore was that mess of long, tangled hair. I glanced at the clothes I'd taken off, so filthy they could practically stand up on their own. I shook my head helplessly, wrapped a towel around myself, tossed the clothes into the washing machine, and went to settle comfortably into the living room, mulling over how to get through the next few years. It was autumn of '78 now. My rehabilitation was probably still a few years off. My family didn't have any friends who could pull strings, otherwise it might have come sooner. Come to think of it, the original owner's family had always been supportive of the cause, donating money and goods, giving away all their assets over a decade ago. All that was left was a small courtyard house, but the family of 4 had lived pretty well. Too bad fate had other plans. This place is so comfortable, and time in the farm doesn't affect my aging. Why not lay low here for a few years before heading out? Not a bad idea, I figured. Out there I'd have to walk on eggshells. Nothing like the comfort in here. Once I'd made up my mind, I reached out to the system. Since there's a daily check-in, can I do one now? Ding. Host must survive in the outside world for over 20 hours before checking in. I smacked my forehead. Knew it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The washing machine finished, auto-dried the clothes, and quickly sent them out neatly folded. I didn't want to wear them, but I had no choice. Given my status, dressing too well would only cause trouble. Reluctantly, I put the clothes on. The gene serum hadn't made me taller, still 5'10". I hadn't eaten well all these years, but I'd inherited my parents' genes, so I wasn't short, just skinny. Now, after the enhancement, my body was several times stronger, the type that looks lean in clothes but ripped without them. With a thought, I returned to the rundown house outside. Ding! Host has just bound to the system and is entitled to one check-in. Proceed? I rolled my eyes. It just said I had to survive 20 hours first, and now that I was back out, suddenly there was a free chance. Not worth arguing with it. Check in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained. Steamed buns times 10, 1 pair of free-range chickens. 2 chickens, 1 rooster, and 1 hen, appeared in the farm's field, pecking around for food. 10 white flour steamed buns showed up in the warehouse. With a thought, I pulled one out and took a huge bite. I was starving. Wolfed down 5 big buns in one go before finally patting my belly and drinking another ball of spring water. Finally, full. Watching the chickens strut around the farm, I rubbed my chin. There was nothing here right now, and if I didn't scrounge up something to feed them, they'd starve sooner or later. I stepped outside. The house I lived in was a rundown mud shack far from the village, with the big mountains right behind it. Safe or not, who cared about a lowly black category like me? Autumn had set in. The wind blew against me, but I didn't feel cold at all. If anything, it felt refreshing. After walking 100-some meters and clearing the foot of the back mountain, I gazed at the crops and mountain village in the distant fields. I stared for a good while, then shook my head. If anything went missing around here, the blame would land squarely on me. Forget it. This body's too starved for fats and protein. Might as well do it a favor. With a thought, the 2 chickens in the farm were automatically cleaned and stored away in the warehouse. Looking at the mountains behind me, the thought of fleeing into them crossed my mind again. With the system, I could just hole up in some cave. Why put up with the villagers' abuse? But I sighed. It was just wishful thinking. My body was stronger now, but I didn't know a lick of martial arts, and I didn't even have a decent weapon. Going into the mountains, I might not survive. Just when the skies were about to clear, if I disappeared, how would I go back to claim the house in a few years? I went back inside and lay down, gazing at the stars through the hole in the roof, and before I knew it, I drifted off to sleep. Clang, clang, clang. The village work bell rang. I rubbed my eyes. It wasn't even light out yet. I pulled the covers over my head and went back to sleep. Work detail? Not a chance, not even if you killed me. The original owner used to go, working harder than anyone, yet earning less than anyone. And they handed him a corn bun like it was some act of charity. I'd have to be insane. I didn't groggily wake up until the sun hit my face. I climbed out of bed, stretched lazily, looked up at the sun, and figured it was past 9. Back inside, I went straight into the farm to wash up and use the bathroom. 5 buns and 2 chickens left, I noted. The kitchen was fully equipped, just no seasonings at all. I'd have to stock those myself. Whatever, eat first. I'll figure out how to get some salt later. I pulled out a bun and sat down in the dining room to eat. System, going forward, can you move the check-in time to the morning? Ding. Considering when the host bound to the system, this request can be granted. Everything will follow the rules from now on. Would you like to check in? I felt a jolt of joy. I'd only asked on a whim, didn't expect it to actually work. Check in. Ding. Congratulations. Host has obtained 1 gene of white rice and 1 gene each of oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. I was just fretting about not having any seasonings, and here they came. With a thought, I cleaned one of the chickens and set it straight to stewing. It'd be ready by lunch. I chowed down 3 big buns first, then left the farm and returned to my own house. No need to watch the pot of chicken. Once it finished stewing, it would automatically go into the warehouse. In the still space of my storage, no matter when I ate, everything tasted like it had just come off the stove. I looked around my place, 4 bare walls. The only useful things were a set of cotton clothes and 2 sets of bedding. I gathered them all up and cleaned them in the farm. I needed to go gather firewood. The original owner's memories told me the winters here were brutally cold. Sure, I had the system, but I couldn't just hide in the farm forever. I headed straight up the mountain. I had no tools, but I was full and strong now, so I picked out good wood along the way, snapped it clean with my bare hands and stored it in the warehouse. I easily broke off a branch as thick as my calf. I was pretty pleased with my new strength. I picked up a stick and tapped the grass as I walked. There were lots of venomous snakes in these mountains. I was immune to all poisons, but a bite still hurt. Who's there? A woman's voice. I froze, then heard the rustle of clothing in the grass ahead. I turned to leave. I hadn't expected anyone else out here. Come here. It was Lulan, calling in a hushed voice. I walked over. I didn't know you were here. Lulan stared at me like she was seeing me for the first time. My face wasn't dirty anymore. Fair skin, bright eyes, long lashes, all set on a handsome, masculine face. She blushed. You're better now. I felt smug inside. Blown away by how good-looking I am, huh? Yeah, I'm fine now. She glanced around, then pulled a boiled egg from her pocket and pressed it into my hand. I'll come by tonight. Don't let anyone see. Then she hurried off. I watched her walk away, looked down at the egg in my hand, and smiled. Tonight I'll have you barely able to walk straight. Call it revenge for the original owner. Lulan was better than average looking, with nice curves. Just my type. I stored the egg in the warehouse and kept going, gathering firewood. As I tapped the grass, a grass snake darted out. I shook my head. If the original owner had seen it, he probably would have swallowed it whole. Now, without the pressure to survive, all I had to do was lie low for a few years. Yinling Village. 65 households, over 400 people. The nearest town was more than 30 li away, plus a 20 li trek down the mountain. Villagers always traveled to town in groups, armed, because there'd been incidents with wolves and wild boars attacking people. As long as I kept out of the villagers' sight most of the time, no one would bother me. Not bad, actually. A wild rabbit shot out. By the time I snapped out of my daze, it was gone. Up ahead, I heard villagers talking as they chopped wood, so I turned and went elsewhere. After roaming around all morning, I'd amassed quite a bit of firewood in the warehouse. If only I had a knife. Making sure no one was around, I ducked into the grass and teleported into the farm. The stewed hen was done, sitting on the table. I scooped a bowl of rice, grabbed a drumstick, and dug in. The gene serum had filled the void, but this body hadn't tasted meat in years. One bite, and a wave of satisfaction washed over me. Delicious. I finished the whole pot, meat, broth, and all. I patted my belly and shook my head. Couldn't hold back after all. Only one hen left now. I'd have to control myself next time. Now I had 2 steamed buns, half a gene of rice, and 1 hen left. 2 buns would be enough for dinner. I still didn't know what tomorrow's check-in would bring. If it wasn't food, I'd be going hungry again. I'd rest a bit, then head back up the mountain. I hadn't gone far when my eyes went wide. I clapped a hand over my mouth to keep quiet. A stream up ahead. So pale, so round. I was so mesmerized I forgot to duck back into the farm. Hijia, you done yet? A woman's voice called. Coming. The woman wiped herself, pulled up her pants, and stepped out, and I saw everything clearly from behind. She wasn't from this village. Could she be an educated youth from the neighboring one? Yinling Village currently had 6 sent-down youths, 4 men and 2 women. Lulan had married the village head and settled here, so she didn't count. The other 2 female youths were plain-looking, but this one walking away was even prettier than Lulan. I smirked. Never thought I'd stumble onto something like this. Interesting. I came out of the grass and headed the opposite way, where I spotted 5 fallen trees. Villagers had chopped them, but hadn't hauled them off yet. No one around, so I stored them straight into the warehouse and hurried away. Even if they came looking, it wouldn't lead to me. My little shack couldn't hide 5 whole trees, so there was no way this would trace back to me. I dodged the villagers all the way back to my place and drank down a scoop of spring water. Looking at the wood I'd neatly cut into sections in the warehouse, I felt pretty good. Even better, I'd figured out a smarter way to live. Taking things from Yunling Village was risky, but I could grab some grain from the neighboring village. Didn't need much, just enough to plant in the farm. I'd go once that woman left tonight. I stretched, lay down on the bed, and closed my eyes to rest. That night, the villagers finished eating and turned in. The brigade leader, Su Dayton, had drunk too much and was snoring like thunder. Once Lulan saw he was dead asleep, she quietly dressed and slipped out, 2 cornbread buns tucked in her arms, and made her way to my rundown house at the foot of the mountain outside the village. I woke to the sound of footsteps and sat up. She held out the buns. You haven't eaten, right? Have these first. I took the buns, set them aside, and pulled her into my arms. Tonight I'll show you what I've got. She could tell I was different from before, bolder, my body harder. I didn't care what she was thinking. In a few quick moves, I had her stripped and was on her. You, how are you so different? Lulan shuffled back toward the village step by step, clutching her belly. She barely made it home, let out a breath of relief, and quietly crept back into her room to lie down, still savoring what had just happened. She'd thought she was going to die out there tonight. How was this guy so wild tonight? Like a completely different person from yesterday. She thought about the egg from earlier. Could that have been the reason? She decided to bring him another one tomorrow. Right now I wanted a cigarette, but of course I had none. Rest easy, original owner. I've avenged you. I stepped outside, grabbed a stick, and headed up the mountain. Sticking to the outer edges should be fine. I made my way toward the neighboring Wanghua village. The 2 villages were neighbors, but it was still 7 or 8 li away. By moonlight, I tapped the grass as I went, sensing everything within a meter around me, an ability the farm gave me. Anything within a meter, even a meter underground, mapped itself out in my mind, like X-ray vision. Along the way, I avoided plenty of pits and hunters' traps hidden in the grass. Too bad none of the traps had any prey, otherwise I might have scored an unexpected bonus. Outside the sent down youth's quarters in Wanghua village, 2 men were crouching. Goji, we've been squatting here half the night. Doesn't look like anyone's coming out to use the toilet. Let's try again tomorrow. Be patient. I had my wife bring them a big watermelon on purpose. No way they won't need to pee tonight. Even if someone comes out, are we really going to tie her up? Obviously. Or don't you want to? I'll do it myself. No, no, that Hiji is too pretty. If she comes out, that'd be perfect. Then shut up and wait. The door creaked. Both men crouched down and peered out. One glance told me it was a male, educated youth. Bad luck, so I kept waiting. After more than an hour trekking through the mountains, I finally spotted Wanghua village. Just as I was about to head down, I heard hurried footsteps and quickly ducked into the bushes. Aha, brother Go, you always know what to do. Once you're done, let me have a turn too. Humph, when have I ever shortchanged you? Come on, let's get to that cave up ahead. I looked. The 2 of them were carrying a sack over their shoulders. What did he mean? Once you're done, let me have a turn. Holy crap, these 2 didn't kidnap someone, did they? I quietly followed them. When they reached the cave, I hid at the entrance and peered inside. Under the moonlight, the 2 of them opened the sack, revealing an unconscious woman. It was her. That female educated youth from the mountains today, Hijia. Seeing them about to make their move, I pulled a cloth from my space to cover my face, raised my club, and charged in. The 2 of them heard footsteps and turned around, only to see a masked man swinging straight at their heads. What the? One of them barely got a sound out before he lost consciousness. I brought the club down on the other one's back. Spare me, brother. You can have the woman. That made me even angrier. I don't think of myself as a good person, but there's no way I'd ever do something like this. I swung the club at his head again. Done. Hijia was still out cold. I scratched my head. Maybe I should just take her back to the educated youth station. She'd already seen me completely anyway, so saving her once today would even the score. I searched the 2 of them and turned up half a pack of Dakiaman cigarettes, a box of matches, 3 yuan and 50 cents, and a pound's worth of grain coupons. Dirt poor. I stashed the stuff in my warehouse, then suddenly felt something was off. I checked their breathing. My body shuddered, and I crouched down to feel their necks. Dead. They were dead. I plopped down on the ground. Crap. I'd put my full strength into those swings, forgetting that I'd been altered by that gene serum. My strength was who knows how many times greater than before. I forced down my panic, and with a thought, pulled the 2 bodies into the farm space, then hoisted Hijia up and ran down the mountain. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it. I never imagined I'd kill someone right after crossing over. I set Hijia down in the courtyard of the educated youth station and ran back out of the village. The station was easy to find, pretty much the same in every village, always tucked in the very back. I made my way to the fields, quickly plucked some wheat grains, snapped off a few ears of corn to stash in the farm, then bolted up the mountain. The moment Hijia woke up, she'd surely stir up the whole village. Once the villagers realized someone was missing, they'd search the mountains and alert the local security office too. So I only had this one chance. After today, I couldn't come back for a while. The bright moon in the sky was covered by dark clouds. With no light, my pace slowed, but I never heard anyone coming into the mountains, so I let out a small breath of relief. Still, I didn't dare stop and kept heading toward my place. Rush, 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 it started pouring. The ground turned to mud, and my pace slowed even more. Back at the Wanghua Village Educated Youth Station, Hijia woke up in the rain to find herself in the courtyard, still wrapped in the sack. She hurriedly checked herself over, only relaxing when she found nothing wrong. Just as she was about to call out, she suddenly froze. She remembered going to the outhouse, someone covering her mouth from behind, and then nothing. No, if she called for help, she'd definitely be assumed to have been assaulted, and once word got out, how could she ever face anyone again? She quickly pulled off the sack and tossed it outside, ran back inside, and quietly took off her clothes and got into bed. Who could it have been? Whoever knocked her out clearly had bad intentions. But she was completely unharmed and had ended up in the courtyard, which meant someone had found her, saved her, and didn't want anyone to know. I finally made it back to my place in the dark. I went straight into the farm to take a shower and tossed my clothes into the washing machine. Only then did I start thinking about what to do with those 2 bodies. Maybe I should try it. Since the farm could process anything, maybe it could handle this too. I gave the farm a command. The 2 bodies vanished in an instant. The farm shuddered. What had been a 1-moo farm suddenly expanded to 3-moo. This ability to create something from nothing left me amazed. Then 2 streams of memory flooded into my mind. So it worked like this. My eyes lit up. I thought I could only expand the land through daily sign-ins, but now I discovered a new method. Not only could I expand the area, I could also extract the memories of the dead, not all of them, just the skills they possessed and the memories they considered important. This setup was fantastic. Otherwise, too many memories might turn me into an idiot. In that brief instant, I'd gained farming skills, plus the know-how to set simple traps for catching game. I clenched my fists in excitement and couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, heaven really is on my side. All the tension from last night's killing was gone. Now I almost wished a gang of ruthless thugs would rush at me right this second. One person for one moo of land. What about 100 or 10,000? Break them all down, and I could gain even more skills. I took a deep breath and forced the impulse back down. I couldn't get cocky yet. If I ran into a real hard case, no matter how good my body was, I could still end up dead by their blade. I stopped overthinking it, took out the seeds I'd gathered from the Wanghua village fields, and scattered them across the farm. It was all controlled by thought. Holes opened automatically, seeds dropped in on their own, and spring water condensed into raindrops for watering. So convenient. I changed into my clean clothes and left the farm. Based on the farm's time ratio, they'd be ready in just over a month, and by then I'd have plenty of seed grain. Back in my rundown shack, I lit a cigarette and watched the rain drip through the roof into a cracked water jar. Heavy rain outside, waterfall cave inside. I tossed the cigarette, pulled the blanket over myself, and went to sleep. I had no intention of fixing the house at all. The more rundown it looked, the less anyone would want to come knocking. Except Lu Lan. The next morning, trouble broke out over in Wanghua village. Guzi and Shirtu had both disappeared, and the whole village was out searching. I didn't know it, but Hijia understood perfectly. She thought back to last night's kidnapping, and now, on the very same day, 2 men had gone missing. It all clicked. Those 2 were the ones who'd grabbed her. They were always eyeing the female educated youths, with that leering look in their eyes. The person who saved me, did they kill them? That's why they only dared to leave me in the station courtyard. The more she thought about it, the more certain she became. She started running through every person in the village in her mind, trying to guess who had saved her, her eyes scanning the crowd for anyone whose behavior seemed off. As for me, I slept until the sun was high before waking up. I stretched. Sign in. Ding, congratulations. Host, you've received steamed buns times 10, 1 broken hatchet. I looked at the rusted to pieces hatchet in my warehouse and was at a loss for words. I took it out to look, and a line of feedback popped into my head. Decayed on the outside, sharp within. I paused, sat up, pulled out a wooden stump, and swung down. Crack. The stump split in 2. My eyes lit up. Interesting. It looked like a piece of scrap iron, but it was frighteningly sharp. I stashed the knife in the warehouse, went to the farm to wash up, ate 5 steamed buns, and threw the leftover rooster into stew while I was at it. This time I'd have to ration it. It had just poured rain the day before, and the mountain trails were rough, so I decided not to head up today. Leaning against the bed, I peered out through a crack in the window, and suddenly heard footsteps. I went out to look. It was Chun Dayton, the brigade leader, with a few militiamen. I immediately put on that same meek, spineless act from before, keeping my head down and hanging back to one side. Have any strangers come by here? No. A militiaman beside him sneered. This dump, you can see the whole place in one glance. Who'd come here? Report to the brigade office if you spot any outsiders. Oh, got it. I watched them walk off, then sat down on the stone by my door. So the Wanghua village disappearances had been reported. But seeing Chun Dayton reminded me of something else. From the previous owners, Guzi's, memories, I knew that the mountain warden had died, and the town was asking the nearby villages to each recommend someone to go into the mountains. Full work points every month, plus 30 pounds of grain and ration coupons as a subsidy. But nobody wanted to go. The mountains were over 30 li from the outside world, and once winter sealed them off, you couldn't get out for a month or more. If a wild beast didn't kill you, the snow, cold, or starvation would. The villages kept passing the buck, and nobody would volunteer anyone. So the town issued a final ultimatum. If it wasn't settled before winter, every village had to send someone. I rubbed my chin. This job is practically tailor-made for me. I didn't need the subsidy. Just give me a weapon and I'd be fine. With my current skills, if I was careful, I wouldn't get myself killed. And if a beast really did corner me, I'd just duck into the farm and be safe. Life was worth more than any reward. That settles it. When Lu Lan comes tonight, I'll have her go back and drop a hint. Chun Dayton definitely won't say no. Just as I was thinking this, a wild rabbit darted out from the brush. I just picked up a snare setting skill. Perfect chance to practice. I twisted some vines together, grabbed a finger-thick branch from the warehouse, and rigged up a foot trigger mechanism. Then I smoothed down the weeds and set several traps in a row nearby. If I really went into the mountains, I'd want some defenses around me. Once I finished, I sat back down on the stone and went through the previous owner's family situation from top to bottom, trying to find any hidden money. In the end, I just shook my head. Man, this kid's parents were honest to a fault. didn't hold anything back. Not that they donated everything for nothing. The higher-ups had arranged teaching jobs at the elementary school for his parents, and the older brother got work once he came of age. It was just this kid, too young, who got nothing out of it. In this life, never be the honest fool. Always keep something in reserve, always. That was a lesson I learned only after getting laid off and then divorced. When you're riding high, everyone around you is a good person. The moment you fall on hard times, you see just how cold the world really is. I used to trust the people around me too much, thought my wife would be with me for life, handed my whole paycheck over to her, kept only a few $100 for myself. Then the second I lost my income, she turned on me like I was a stranger. Money has to stay in your own hands. No matter how much you trust someone, you don't hand it over. Over in Wangyua Village, the security officer was going door to door. The educated youth were buzzing with rumors. Some guessed a wild wolf had carried people off, saying wolves were cunning, creeping up little by little before biting through your throat and dragging you into the mountains. Everyone shuddered listening to it, reminding each other not to wander off alone. Hijia was even more panicked. The security officer was already in the village. What if they figured out who had rescued her? That night, Lulan quietly slipped into the rundown house again. I lay back on the Kong and waved her over. Remembering how fierce I'd been the night before, she came over obediently. I brought you a boiled egg and 2 corn buns. I didn't dare take anything else, it'd get noticed. I pulled her into my arms and got straight to the point. Afterward, I lit a cigarette. Lulan lay limp against my chest, trembling. You're too much. I thought I was going to die. I gave her a pat. I want to go into the mountains as the warden. Tomorrow, tell Chun Dayton, with my background, going into the mountains solves a problem for the village, and I won't even take the subsidy. What? Lulan forgot her exhaustion and shot upright. You can't go. There are wolves in there, and once it snows you can't get out for a month or 2. You'll freeze to death. I took a drag. Freezing to death beats getting pushed around here. So will you help or not? She flopped back against my chest. But if you leave, what happens to me? I looked at this foolish woman and felt a wave of weariness. Think about it. Do you really think Chun Dayton doesn't know his own problem? If you actually got pregnant, do you think he'd let you off easy? She sat up abruptly, her face full of alarm. He already knows? Obviously. He's the brigade leader, and after all these years without a kid, unless he's an idiot, he went and got checked at the clinic long ago. Then she was rattled. I pulled her back in. You just carry on like before. He won't kick you out. If you want a good life, ruin your own reputation, whenever anyone brings it up, just say you're the one who can't have children. In a few years, when the policy changes and you want to go back to the city, use this against him to make him write you a certificate and take your household registration back with you. Lulan stared at me open-mouthed, like she was seeing me for the first time. She'd taken me for a kid who knew nothing, someone she could fool with a bit of food. Did you come up with all this yourself? I flicked the cigarette butt away. The movement's over and college entrance exams are back. That means the higher-ups are starting to set things right. It'll just take some time. Word will come before long. Listen to me. Don't stay here, or Chun Dayton won't have many years left, and you can imagine what your life will be like after that. Go back to the city and start over. She nodded hard. I'll listen to you. I'll make him write me the certificate and wait for news about going back. Then she looked up at me. Later, will we ever have a chance to be together again? I smiled. With my background, I might be stuck in the mountains for the rest of my life. Depends on fate. The next day, Chun Dayton was sipping from his bowl of porridge. Lulan hesitated beside him, then spoke up. Husband, I thought of a way to solve your problem. What problem? The mountain warden thing. Did you forget about that black category outcast living outside the village? Chun Dayton's eyes lit up. He'd just been out there the day before, and if it weren't for the incident at Wangyua Village, he'd have nearly forgotten about the kid. He set down his bowl and scratched his head. That scrawny little thing? He'll drop dead the second he goes up there. Wouldn't that be a waste? How's that the same? Lulan leaned forward. This time our village sends someone, so even if he dies, it won't be our turn next time. And give him a bit of grain. Nobody's responsible for whether he lives or dies after that. And that subsidy from the town, wouldn't it just? Good wife. Someone with schooling really is. That's totally different. Chun Dayton slapped his thigh. I'm going to go talk to him right now. Hold on. Lulan smiled. If you just go, he won't listen. You've got to sell him on it. Like, give him a semi-automatic and some ammo. Let him know he can hunt up in the mountains. Then he'll actually be willing to go. Give him a semi-automatic on top of that. Those cost hundreds of yuan apiece. Doesn't it all belong to the village anyway? It's just a matter of you saying the word. Solve a big headache like this, and won't everyone be grateful to you? The more Chun Dayton listened, the more sense it made. All right, let's do it. Watching the man leave, Lulan smiled. She was working through the plan just the way I'd laid it out. Get Chun Dayton to split her household registration off, then have him write up a certificate. He carried the official seal on him. so when the time came she could just stamp it herself. Only, thinking that once I left she might never see me again, she felt a pang of reluctance. She'd only just gotten a taste of the pleasures of being a woman, and she was already hooked. Chun Dayton strolled into my place with his hands behind his back and coughed a couple of times. The room was so run down it would have made a rat cry, and that only made him feel better about his plan. I'm here to inform you. Tomorrow you're moving to Wangting Mountain, 30 li into the back hills. This is a mark of the higher-ups' recognition. Reform yourself well up there. I deliberately frowned. I don't want to go. I've got nothing. I'll starve to death out there. His face darkened. What can you do here? You don't even work. You'll starve to death sooner or later anyway. Go into the mountains, and I'll authorize you a semi-automatic and 100 rounds. You can hunt. You can defend yourself. Isn't that better than this? Since you won't find food right away when you first get in, I'll throw in 20 gene of grain too. I put on a frightened look and nodded. I'll go then. Will I still be able to come back? His expression eased. Now you're getting it. Of course you can come back, 3 days out at most each month. I'll keep this room for you. He waved his hand. Just wait. Once I report to the town, I'll bring the stuff over. Watching him go, I let the corner of my mouth curl up. Mission accomplished, exactly as I predicted. He hadn't said a single word about the subsidy, but a semi-automatic plus 100 rounds was enough. I'd done target practice during college military training. Not great aim, but I knew the basics. Mostly it'd be a deterrent. If things really went south, I could just slip into the farm. Word spread through the village fast. These capitalists finally did something decent. Who'd want to live up in the mountains? You wouldn't see another soul for days. No telling if a wolf might drag you off. Heard it was the brigade leader's idea. Did the village a real service. Back at the brigade office, Chun Dayton finished his report and got heaped with praise from the town leaders, grinning ear to ear. He called in the squad leaders and the accountant. The mountain keeper matter is settled. Our village is sending someone. What? Old Chun, have you lost your mind? He waved them off. Relax. I'm sending that black category outsider from the edge of the village. To get him to agree, I took it upon myself to give him a semi-automatic and 100 rounds. That kid? A gust of wind could knock him over. You got someone else in mind? I can swap him out. The men hastily waved their hands. Chun Dayton looked smug. Don't you worry. Even if he dies up on that mountain, next time the town comes asking for someone, they can't make our village cough up another one, can they? Their eyes lit up. Brigade leader, brilliant. How'd we not think of that? If you'd all thought of it, what would you need me as brigade leader for? All right, it's settled. Take out the gun and the ammo, and give him 20 gene of coarse grain too. When I got the semi-automatic, I couldn't put it down. I loaded up 2 magazines, stashed the rest of the rounds in the storehouse, and spent a good while aiming it around before finally setting it aside. That night, Lu Lan came again. Knowing I was heading up the mountain the next day, she was especially wild all night, only shuffling her way back to the village in tiny steps in the small hours before dawn. The moment she left, I didn't wait for daybreak. I headed straight up the mountain. I used a wooden stick to beat back the underbrush and clear a path. Wangting Mountain was over 30 li from here. I'd studied the map and followed the trail that people had trodden out, working my way deeper. About 10 li in, the path disappeared, and I moved even more carefully. I walked from the small hours all the way to dawn, and finally spotted that wooden cabin in the woods ahead, the place where the previous mountain keeper had lived. Normally, only hunters and forest rangers came out this far. Villagers rarely got in this deep. I strode over. There was a ring of bamboo fencing around the cabin, long since fallen apart, and a patch of cleared land. When I pushed the door open, a few startled squirrels darted out and a cloud of dust came showering down. I waited outside a bit before going in. A stone stove, a water bucket and wash basin, some unburned firewood, a rusty axe, a wooden bed, crude table and chairs, and a bamboo rocking chair in the corner. From now on, this place is my turf. I smiled. It was remote, sure, but I wouldn't have to live on eggshells anymore. I put the gun away and started cleaning up the room. Meanwhile, back in Yunling village, Chun Dayton had gone to check the rundown house at the edge of the village. The room was completely empty. He nodded in satisfaction and headed back. Lu Lan was making her move too. She sought out the 2 remaining female educated youths in the village. Sis Lu, it's good you're thinking this way. There's no good life for you staying here. Lu Lan nodded. Before, he forced me into it. This time, you 2 have to keep it secret for me. I'm afraid that if I mail a letter under my own name, it'll get found out. If there's a reply, tell me quietly. Anything you 2 need during this time, just say the word. If I can help, I will. Sure, don't worry. We won't tell a soul. Lu Lan handed them the letter and hurried away from the educated youth quarters. On her way home, she ran right into Chun Dayton. Where have you been? Nothing. Just want to check on the educated youth quarters. We lived together so long. Figured I'd help out where I can. Chun Dayton gave her a look. I just went out to the edge of the village. That fool kid's already gone. I'm heading to the town today to pick up the stuff. Ah, go on, don't worry. I've got things covered here. I finished tidying up the room, laid out the bedding, then stepped outside and gazed at the mountains, taking a deep breath. The fresh air lifted my spirits. Nice. I stretched and loosened up my body. Haha, what a great spot. Remembering I hadn't checked in yet today, I connected with the system in my mind. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received braised pork knuckle times 1 gene of preaching Ming Long Jing tea. Not bad. I now had 20 gene of coarse grain, enough to last a good while. I couldn't find a cup in the cabin, so I took the beat-up hatchet out to the bamboo grove and cut a few stalks, fashioning a cup and some bowls and chopsticks, handy for everyday use, and also for Shoto outsiders. I dropped in the tea leaves and poured in spring water I'd boiled at the farm, and a fresh fragrance wafted up. The system's rewards really are top quality goods. I took out the braised pork knuckle and coarse grain buns and sat inside to eat, glancing out the window now and then. I was worried someone might walk right up without me noticing. The coarse grain was rough going down, but it beat having nothing. Once I'd eaten my fill, I put the leftover knuckle back in the warehouse and took a sip of tea. Nice. Living like this for a few years wouldn't be so bad, actually. In my past life, society had beaten me down, and I'd long grown sick of all that noise and chaos. Getting to kick back in the mountains now? Honestly, not bad at all. I dragged the bamboo rocking chair to the doorway and lay down, listening to the birds calling in the woods and soaking up the afternoon sun. Before I knew it, I'd dozed off. I was sleeping soundly when a sudden chill hit my neck. Every hair on my body stood on end. A middle-aged man with skin like dried bark was standing over me, a dagger pressed against my throat. What do you want? What are you to Old Guan? Old Guan. It clicked, the previous mountain keeper. He's dead. I got sent down here. The village told me to take his place. Silently, I braced myself to duck into the farm at any moment. The man withdrew the dagger after I finished. You've got a death wish, sleeping out here with 0 defenses. Run into bandits or a wild beast, and you'd already be dead. I stood up. I just got here today. I don't know the ropes yet. And you are. I'm the keeper for another mountain. Just call me Dashin. Dashin. Old Guan's been dead a few months. I don't even know how he died. Dashin sat by the door and rolled some tobacco. He was old. It was always coming, sooner or later. He lit up, took a deep drag, and tossed over a piece of animal hide. You're the new keeper. This is a map I borrowed a while back. It's yours now. Pass it on to whoever comes after you. I caught it. It had terrain sketched on it, with a few names marked: 10,000 Snakes Valley, Fierce Tiger Forest, Black Bear Gully, Wild Wolf Ridge, Pine Woods. I scratched my head. There's no Wanting Mountain on here. The red dot is where you are right now. One look, and it's obvious you've got no mountain experience. Don't go wandering off. Especially due west. That's the logging camp's territory. They'd shoot you dead by mistake, and it'd serve you right. In a few months, if you can apply to go back down the mountain, do it quick. Dashin stubbed out his cigarette. I'm heading back. I asked, Dashin, where are you based? Immortals Peak. 60 li from here. I don't usually come this way. Watch yourself. This 20 li radius is fairly safe. Bar your door at night, and you'll generally be fine. I'm off. Watching him walk away, I could tell he was the gruff but good-hearted type. I bent my head to study the map. Given the lesson I'd learned earlier, I didn't dare let my guard down and kept quiet track of everything around me. After going over the map once, I realized I'd memorized the whole thing. Didn't expect crossing over would boost my memory too. I put the map away and stood, looking west. The setting sun's afterglow had dyed half the sky red, so beautiful it stopped me from thinking. I didn't snap out of it until the sun had completely sunk below the horizon. Gorgeous. I picked up the chair and went back inside. The logging camp was a government operation, a province-run enterprise. Even the county had no authority over it. Dashin's warning had come from a good place. If they mistook me for someone stealing timber, they really might shoot. After dinner, with nothing to do, I secured the doors and windows and lay down on the bed. The roars of wild beasts rose and fell in the mountains, nonstop like some kind of meeting, and I lost count of how many times I jolted awake that night. In the morning, I walked a loop around the cabin and didn't spot any large animal droppings, which was a relief. Dashin was telling the truth. There were few big beasts around here. A little squirrel climbed onto the roof and eyed me curiously, while a flock of small birds landed on the ground pecking for food. After stretching out, I went back inside, ducked into the farm to wash up and have breakfast, then checked in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received egg-laying hen times 1 crate of matches. Now this is good. Otherwise, once the handful of matches in my pocket ran out, I'd have to rely on the farm's kitchen to make fire. A hen appeared on the farm, and a crate of matches in the warehouse, 1,000 boxes, enough to last a long, long time. Looking at the hen and the grain that had grown a segment taller, I decided to keep it, and set up a feeding command. I took out the beat-up hatchet, secured the cabin door, and headed into the woods. Along the way, I gathered firewood, and whenever I saw an earthworm, I dug it up and tossed it into the farm to feed the hen. I planned to stockpile enough firewood for the whole winter so that once the heavy snow came, I could hole up in the cabin. With all the survival novels I'd read, I could tell this cabin wasn't really a great spot. Shame I had no tools. Otherwise, I'd love to dig an underground shelter, so I wouldn't have to worry about beasts sneaking in while I slept at night. I picked white birch to chop. Lots of oil, doesn't produce choking smoke, and it's everywhere in these mountains. I made sure to set a few traps along the way, too. I hadn't caught anything on the hill behind the village before, and I figured it was because I'd picked bad routes. There was plenty of game here, so I set a trap wherever I saw droppings. Animals stick stubbornly to their safe routes. I didn't stop until my stomach was growling, then found a patch of grass to slip back into the farm to eat and rest. I figured 2 days at most, and I'd have enough timber. I also transplanted 15 saplings into the farm. The soil in there was rich, even cuttings would take root. At the farm's time ratio, they'd be ready to burn as firewood by next year. Plant a full mow of land, and I'd never worry about heating again. When I spotted a wild fruit tree, I broke off a branch and put that in too. Full and satisfied, I got back to work. Meanwhile, over in Wanyue village, Hijia felt a wave of relief when the security officers came up empty after 2 days of investigating. As long as they didn't find anything, she could pretend the earlier incident had never happened. But the person who'd saved her left her more and more confused. Could it be he's not even from this village? She'd been turning it over for days and still couldn't come up with a single person who fit. Hijia, what are you thinking about? You've been spacing out for days. Nothing. Just a little scared. With this many of us around, what's there to be afraid of? If anything happens at night, just holler for me. Right? You can holler for me too. A few of the males sent down youths grinned and jostled to curry favor. Hijia glanced at them. She'd never in a million years believe any of them had it in them to save her. Not one of them was any use. Oh, by the way, I just heard the brigade leader chatting with a few squad leaders. He was cursing out the brigade leader from the next village over. That instantly caught everyone's attention. What happened? The mountain keeper died a while back, and the town told a few villages to send someone. Nobody wanted to do it. The next village's brigade leader stuck one of their sent-down black category families up on the mountain and got praised by the Revolutionary Committee for it. Our brigade leader can't stand it, so of course he's cursing. Whoa, that's cold. I heard the family sent down to Yunling village is just one teenage boy left. That's leaving him no way to survive. I went over there to hang out once and saw him. Tall guy, but skinny as a bamboo pole. Probably won't last long. Jia lost interest the moment she heard what it was and went back to her room. Before I knew it, over a week had passed, and I'd started getting used to life in the mountains. I'd planted 100 saplings on the farm. They'd be usable as timber next year. I also came across a wild jujube tree and a chestnut tree, cut a branch from each, and both took root. But the trapping skills I'd inherited were terrible, and I hadn't caught a single hare. The check-in rewards weren't bad, though. The farm now had 3 chickens, 1 rooster and 2 hens, plus a pair of ducks. I hadn't gotten any grain from check-ins, but I'd picked up some steamed buns, rice, and meat buns. There were also 2 cartons of Great Front Gate cigarettes, a case of Fingio liquor, a pack of candles, and a shovel on top of that. I happily started digging outside the cabin. It was autumn now, and the ground was starting to harden, but I was strong. It just took a little more time. I dug right up against the cabin, with the flue running underneath and connecting to the house. That way no outsider would ever guess that the real place I lived was behind the house. I also made an entrance so I could go in and out from inside. Luckily, there were no big boulders underground. I dug down 2 meters, laid wood across the top, then packed on a layer of hay I'd gathered before covering it with soil. It was a shame I hadn't gotten any tarp from check-ins. I could only pile on more hay and thicker soil to keep water from seeping through. Another half a month went by. I looked at my underground dwelling with satisfaction. Beneath the flue, I'd built a stove out of mud and stone. The firewood blazed, and the smoke traveled up through the flue and into the cabin. Haha, from now on I'll sleep down here at night and stay in the cabin during the day. I loaded the stove full, went back up to the cabin through the entrance, took out the split wood and stacked it neatly, then stepped outside. It was pitch black out now. I piled up a few more stacks of firewood along one side of the house so that if anyone came around, it wouldn't be awkward pulling things out of my space. Awoo! The mountains came alive again. I turned, went back inside, barred the door, went straight down to my underground dwelling, and lay down comfortably on the bed. This time I'm totally safe. Time to sleep. Nothing going on outside could touch me now. I drifted off happily into dreamland. Meanwhile, Chun Daden sat in his house, drinking one mouthful of liquor after another. Lu Lan was tense inside, forcing herself to stay calm as she sat there. Why did you talk about yourself like that? Lu Lan knew this was it. She took a deep breath. You're the production team leader in the village. You can't lose face. Chun Daden raised his head and looked at her. Is that really what you think? Lulan clasped her hands together. Husband, you know I won't be with you many more years. If there's a chance to go back to the city, don't stop me. Out there I'll protect your reputation, and you take care of my living needs here. Later, when I go back to the city, let the villagers say whatever they want. Your face won't be hurt. Chun Daden lifted his cup and downed it in one gulp. Fine. Then he went back to his room. Lulan felt a surge of joy. She knew it had worked. She'd originally thought about secretly getting the paperwork stamped herself, but if Chun Daden had made a scene, things would only have gotten more complicated. Qin Jing's method really did work. What man doesn't have his pride? Especially when it hit a sore spot like this. There was no way he'd let anyone else find out. Lulan had been intimidated before by Chun Daden's position, afraid she wouldn't be able to survive here afterward, so she hadn't dared to even think about it. But as an outsider who came later, I could see the whole thing crystal clear. In the cabin on Wangting Mountain, I carved a notch into the wall with my hatchet. There were already a lot of tally marks up there. I had no alarm clock and no calendar, so this was the only way I could keep track of the days. I'd already been living here for over a month. The first month I'd had things to do, so it felt okay, busy every day, and when I got tired I'd have some tea or a cup of liquor. But now I was suddenly getting restless. No one to talk to, not a second person in sight, not another human voice to be heard. I was afraid I'd go crazy if this went on long enough. Counting the days was my way of reminding myself that I was getting closer and closer to going back. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 whole roast lamb. Condoms times 10 boxes. I took a sip of tea. I'd racked up dozens of boxes of condoms from check-ins by now, and there wasn't a single person around to use them with, just handing me useless junk. Still, today it was generous and gave me a whole roast lamb, enough to eat for a few days. The farm had brought in a round of harvest. This time I'd planted over an acre, laid out completely full, 1 acre of trees, half an acre for raising chickens and ducks. Over 20 chicks and ducklings had hatched already. From now on I'd never be short on grain or meat. A strong wind kicked up outside. I went out to look. The sky was thick with dark clouds. Weather's turning. The temperature was already below freezing. The terrain here was high up. Winter lasted from November until April the following year, and the cold didn't ease up until June. Suddenly my eyes narrowed. I ducked behind the woodpile. In the distance were 3 men, all with rifles slung over their backs. I hurried back inside. The door wasn't barred. I lifted the boards and dropped down, then propped up a wooden stake so that from above no one could tell it was hollow. Looks like this cursed weather's about to dump a lot of snow. There's a cabin up ahead. Let's go take shelter. Right? And if the guy inside doesn't know how to keep his mouth shut, we make it quick. Don't worry, big brother. I'm good at this. The 3 of them arrived outside the cabin. Anyone home? No answer. They looked over the neatly stacked wood outside, and the leader gestured for one of them to push the door open. Big brother, the door's not locked. Probably went out and hasn't come back. The 3 went inside and saw the burnt-out charcoal within. The layout was simple, fitting for a mountain warden. Damn, not even any bedding. Did he go down the mountain? Could be. Weather's about to turn, and there's not a scrap of grain in here. He probably went down to restock. Perfect. We'll hole up here. If he doesn't come back before we leave, consider him lucky. I hid underground, listening, my heart tightening. These 3 are planning to kill someone too? What do you mean, consider him lucky? Big brother, in this weather, do we keep looking for golden monkeys, or wait for it to clear up and head back first? Since we came all this way, we're definitely catching some. Now's the perfect time. On the black market someone's offering 100 a head. Catch a few, and we'll have a fat new year. Hey big brother, normally one's only worth a few bucks. Why is the price suddenly so high this time? Must be some big shot buying it to amuse his kid. People like that drop a few hundred without batting an eye. I was a bit surprised too. Golden monkeys weren't worth much these days. A pelt only went for a little over 2 yuan, and the bones were pricier, a little over 2 yuan a pound. Now someone was offering 100 a head. I figured it was pretty much what they'd guessed. Someone was definitely buying it to entertain a kid. I sat on the wood, not daring to light a fire, but fortunately I burned things down here often, so it wasn't cold. Listening to the 3 of them light a fire and break out food and liquor to drink, a smile spread across my face. As long as they fell asleep, I could instantly pull them into the farm. Getting rid of them would even add 3 more acres of land. The minutes ticked by, one by one. Damn it all, didn't even leave any bedding. If I'd known. When that mountain watchman shows up, I'm gonna have some real fun with him before I finish him off. Damn, only you'd be that twisted. What if it's some old geezer? You gonna play with him too? Yeah, long as I get my kicks. I'm gonna catch some sleep. You guys keep drinking. With that, he lay flat on the ground, crossed his arms over his chest, and drifted off. Guarding the fire, he was snoring within minutes. The other two drank a while longer, then lay down around the flames too. I didn't rush in. I waited until all three hunters were snoring away. Then with a single thought, I pulled all three of them straight into the farm. Clean and quick. They became nourishment for the farm space right there in their sleep. Not so much as a struggle. I watched the farm gain another 3 mu of land, and the once cramped space suddenly opened up. I planted every last bit of my remaining grain, filling those 3 mu exactly. Then 3 streams of memory came flooding into my mind. The more I saw, the brighter my eyes got. Each of these 3 had their own specialty. The leader knew hand-to-hand combat and was a good shot. One was skilled at setting traps and knew a bit of fighting too. The last one was an expert on mountain herbs and could mix knockout drugs from wild plants. One whiff, and you'd be out cold for over 6 hours. I went through everything they carried, 23 some yuan in cash, a few grain coupons, 2 hunting rifles, a semi-automatic, a pistol, and over 100 rounds of ammo. All of it went into storage. The money was useless now, but once I made it back to the capital, it had definitely come in handy. Back in the cabin, I pulled out the pistol and played with it, expertly stripping it down and reassembling it. I'd inherited these shooting skills in an instant. I couldn't claim to hit every shot, but I was leagues better than before. Guys like these, they can send a few more my way. I'd rediscovered the joy of living in the mountains. The more survival skills, the better. I stepped outside and saw snow already drifting down. The trapping techniques I'd just acquired were even more brutal. There were even ones for catching large game. I grabbed a shovel and headed out, picking a few spots from memory and digging them one by one. Over 3 meters deep, and the ground was hard. I worked up a sweat. I hammered sharpened stakes into the bottom of each pit, then covered them with a layer of branches, light enough that small animals wouldn't collapse them, before topping it off with dirt and marking each spot with a wooden stick so I wouldn't fall in myself. I worked at it right up until nightfall, finishing 5 traps before heading back inside, satisfied. A layer of snow had already piled up on the ground. I secured the door, added some firewood, then slipped into the farm cabin. I took out a leg of lamb, thought about it, and cracked open a bottle of liquor to pour myself a glass. I took a big swig and started gnawing on the lamb. Honestly, I realized my heart had hardened. Even though I hadn't killed those 3 with my own hands, I didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. No different from slaughtering a chicken. Now this is what being a man is about. Eating meat by the mouthful, drinking by the gulp, settling scores with a vengeance. The thought of settling scores made me frown. Back in the capital, I actually did have an enemy. Li Jihua, the director of the Liuxiang Street office, who also oversaw our neighborhood. By all rights, our family had solid red credentials. My parents shouldn't have been sent down to the countryside. Usually, that was reserved for people who'd lost their jobs or had too many kids to support. But this bastard had his eye on our courtyard home, and when my parents turned him down, he reported them, pinned some ideological crime on them, and got the whole family shipped off. Even for those who got exiled, they wouldn't just be thrown this far from the capital. This was clearly meant to leave our family no way out. You old bastard. Once I get back to the capital, I'll send your whole family down to join them. I took a savage bite of the lamb. Since I'd inherited the original owner's body, I'd take on his grudges too. As for whether this was just an excuse to kill, I'd never admit to that. Bang, bang, bang. I'd just finished eating when, through the farm space, I heard someone knocking outside. Anyone there? Could you let me in to get out of the snow? Oh, a woman. My eyes lit up. I stepped out of the farm, moved to the door, and sensed around, confirming there was only one person outside. Who are you? The knocking stopped, and a woman said nervously, I'm Feng Ning, an educated youth from the forestry station. The forestry station. I pulled the door open. Come in. Seeing that a young man had opened the door, Feng Ning visibly relaxed and hurried inside. Thank you. It's freezing out there. I shut the door. You're lucky. I've got traps dug out there. One wrong step and you'd be done for. She warmed herself by the fire. I'm not stupid. I saw the sticks poking up, so I tested my way forward. Pretty smart. I sat down to the side and looked her over. Not bad looking. About on par with Lu Lan. Hadn't seen a woman in so long, and the more I looked, the better she seemed. What are you doing out in the mountains this late? A few of us girls were watching the woods. I was supposed to go back for supplies, but then it started blowing and snowing, and I got turned around. Good thing I spotted this place. Otherwise tonight would have been dangerous. You've got guts, coming out without a partner. If you'd run into a wild animal, you'd be in real trouble. I'm used to it. There's barely any wildlife around here, and I've got a gun. She pointed to the semi-automatic rifle beside her. Then her expression turned worried. I just hope the snow stops soon. Otherwise the supplies back at the outpost won't last more than a few days, and the girls will run out of food. The words had barely left her mouth when her stomach growled loudly. She ducked her head, embarrassed. I heard it, but pretended I hadn't, calmly warming myself by the fire. After a moment, she couldn't help but speak up. Could you give me a little something to eat? I'll pay you back once I get supplies from the forestry station. I don't have much left myself. You'd better just tough it out. Her face froze. Clearly she hadn't expected me to refuse. Tough it out? Was that any kind of thing to say? You'd really just watch me go hungry? She said, edging closer to me. Going hungry's perfectly normal. I go hungry all the time. Seeing that I wasn't moved, she got anxious and scooted closer again. How about I bring you a pound of meat in a few days? Deal. I was grinning on the inside, but out loud I said, I haven't seen a woman in a long time. Don't go tempting me. At that, she instantly darted back a few meters, watching me warily, afraid I might suddenly snap. I pulled out the liquor flask I'd taken off those 3 hunters. I'd long since swapped the contents for the Fingio I'd gotten from checking in, and grabbed a handful of peanuts, tossing one into my mouth with relish. She caught the aroma of the peanuts and swallowed hard. You're pretty young to be such a heavy drinker. I shook my head. Can't help it. It's too cold out here. A little liquor. It wards off the cold. Want some? You trying to get me drunk? She eyed me warily. I'm just worried you'll catch a chill and get sick. Suit yourself if you don't want any. I'll take some. She really did feel a chill settling into her bones, and she was hungry. Maybe she could even bum a few peanuts. She took a sip, then immediately opened her mouth and fanned it. Got any peanuts? Sure. This time I generously grabbed a handful and gave them to her. She ate a few and her eyes lit up. These are really good. I took a swig from the flask and passed it back over. Roasted them myself. Not bad, huh? She hesitated, then took it and drank again, quickly stuffing a few peanuts in her mouth. You out here all by yourself? Yeah. The village sent me to watch the mountain. Which village? Yunling village. Oh, I know it. That's pretty far from here. The two of us drank and chatted like that. Her face got redder and redder, her eyes going hazy. With her belly full, she started talking more. The corner of my mouth curled up. That night, she felt like she was drifting and drifting out on the ocean, never able to reach the shore, until she finally drifted off to sleep in a daze. Early the next morning, she woke up and reached out, touching something. Her eyes shot open, and she found herself curled up in the arms of a burly man. Her mind went completely blank. When it hit her, she bolted upright. Oh, I rubbed my eyes and woke up. Don't come near me. She clutched the blanket and shrank into the corner, tears spilling out instantly. I looked utterly baffled. You're the one who started it last night. Not my fault. Images from the night before flashed through her mind. She'd been wrapped around him, kissing and laughing, and in the end, it's your fault for making me drink. I put on a wounded expression. I only had you drink a little. You just kept going, so I figured you could hold your liquor. Then I made a pained face. I got taken advantage of by you, and now you're blaming me? Her tears stopped, and she stared at me in disbelief. She never imagined a grown man could say something so shameless. You're shameless. That's what I am. So what do we do now? She looked at my build, and a thought to touch it again actually crossed her mind. Terrified, she quickly buried her face in the blanket. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Don't tell anyone. I caught every little expression on her face. Feigning disappointment, I said, oh, well, I'll go make something to eat. I got up and put on my clothes. She couldn't help sneaking a peek. This man really did have a great body, and looking closer, he was pretty handsome too. Fair skin, a strong jaw, and a rugged masculinity about him. For a moment she just stared, transfixed. I was secretly pleased with myself. Held out over a month, and I finally got some. I turned to start the fire. Feng Ning only snapped out of it when she smelled the meat. Remembering what had just happened, she was mortified. She hid under the blanket to get dressed, and when she got to her feet, her legs buckled. I looked at her with concern. Let me help you. She nodded shyly. I walked over, put an arm around her waist, and helped her sit down by the fire. This is a mountain goat I caught a while back. I usually can't bring myself to eat it. Her heart warmed, then she got embarrassed again. I need to go relieve myself. Sure, I'll come with you. I pulled open the door. The heavy snow was still falling outside. I stepped out and immediately sank in. Looks like the snow's not letting up anytime soon. Just stay here for now. The tree farm won't know when you left anyway. Wait till the snow stops. She looked worried. The outpost can probably only hold out 5 days. I hope it's not too long. Then she went off to the side. Don't peek. I already saw everything worth seeing last night. Don't say that. I teased her, then turned my back. When she finished, we went back inside. With an outsider around, I couldn't go into the farm to wash up, so I used an iron basin in the cabin, filling it with water and setting it by the fire. She gnawed on a goat leg, praising it. This is delicious. Eat up if you like it. I ate in big bites too. Why didn't you get someone to come with you? I usually run into the tree farm's carpenters on the road. I'm so used to the way, but somehow this time I wandered all the way out here. Then she shot me a glare and got taken advantage of by you. I immediately protested. Don't pin that on me. It was clearly you. She smacked me. A grown man like you. How can you be so shameless? What's wrong with being a man? Aren't you all the ones shouting about equality between men and women? Humph, I can't win against you. She chomped down on the meat, like she was pretending it was me. After breakfast, the water had warmed up. Go ahead and wash. I'll go take a look outside. Once I was out, she bolted the door and washed up inside. Outside, the snow was already up to my calves and showed no sign of easing. No telling how many days this'll last. Thinking of the female, educated youth inside, a mischievous grin spread across my face. At least these next couple days won't be boring. I casually did my check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 sets of padded clothing, hunting traps times 10. 2 thick sets of mouse suits appeared in the storehouse, along with a wool overcoat, an army greatcoat, a pair of padded boots, a pair of leather boots, and 10 large hunting traps that could snap a leg clean off in one bite. You can come in now, she called from inside. I brushed the snow off myself and went in, dumped out the dirty water, brought in another basin, and grabbed a bucket to go fill it with snow. She watched me bustle around. What's your name? Qin Zheng. How old are you? 18. Her eyes widened. You're only 18? What about it? So young. How could they send you out here? I put on a sorrowful look. I was sent down to the village. My parents and older brother all died, so I'm the only one left. Coming out here's fine. Actually, saves me from getting bullied in the village. Hearing that, her heart ached for me. That's awful of them. It's fine. I'm a grown man. Nothing to be afraid of. Just take it one day at a time. How can you think like that? As long as you're alive, there's hope. I shook my head. Let's not talk about that. Where's your hometown? The capital. I've been out here over 4 years now. What a coincidence. My hometown's the capital too. I'm from the east side of the city. You. I thought for a moment. My family's more toward the center. Then we didn't live far apart at all. Seeing that she looked a little tired, I said, if you're not feeling well, go lie down on the bed. The snow's probably going to keep falling all day. She nodded and lay down, looking at me by the fire. I'm 22 this year. You look even younger than me. She laughed. Then you should call me Big Sis. No way. My status. You'll get dragged into trouble because of me. There's nobody else around. I won't scream anyway. Get some sleep. I'll keep watch. Nothing's going to happen. She really was tired. She shot me a glare, then closed her eyes to rest. I chuckled and sat there, staring blankly into the fire. She cracked one eye open and saw me spacing out. After a moment's hesitation, you want to come warm up too? Huh? Oh, sure. I got up, walked over, stripped off my clothes, and climbed into bed. What are you taking your clothes off for? They're filthy. I didn't want to get you dirty. Then why are you taking mine off? The snowstorm didn't stop until well past midnight. The next morning, I dragged her into another meeting before we finally got up and dressed. After breakfast, she looked out at the stopped snow, then turned to me. Strangely, she felt a pang of reluctance. The two of us probably wouldn't cross paths again after this. I need to head back to the logging camp. Oh, I'll walk you. Fine. I locked the door, slung the semi-automatic over my shoulder, and took a wooden stick to probe the path ahead. She followed behind me. These past 2 days, just forget about them. Okay. She stared at my back, hesitating for a long while. If I get the chance, I'll come see you. Sure. She glared at me. Don't get any ideas. Not a word to anyone about this, and I'll never admit it happened. I won't say anything. I get it. I won't make trouble for you. Inside, I was thrilled. Having someone to keep me company down the road, of course that made me happy. As for marrying her, that thought never even crossed my mind. Their outpost was only a little over 3 li from my cabin. To keep her companions from spotting us, we took a roundabout route. The snow came up past mid-calf, and it took 2 hours before the logging camp came into view. All right, you should head back now. I'm off. Take this stick. Use it to test the ground. She took the stick, gave a little wave, and walked on. I watched her disappear into the distance, then turned back with a grin. I wanted to hum a tune, but was afraid she'd hear me, so I hummed quietly the whole way. No more loneliness from here on out. Squeak, squeak. Halfway back, a dumb little roe deer stood there cocking its head at me. Hey. I took the rifle off my shoulder and took aim. Bang. The startled deer spun around and bolted. Missed. I quickly aimed again. Bang. The deer dropped where it stood. I ran over, stashed it in the farm, and covered the bloodstains with snow. Extra rations again. I had the farm process the deer and store it in the warehouse. The kitchen automatically got a pot of it stewing. Honestly, I was pretty grateful to those 3 hunters. With a few more practice sessions, I'd definitely master their marksmanship completely. I'll have to work on their hand-to-hand skills next. I made it safely back to the cabin, and seeing that no one had come by, I went straight into the farm. So I went back to living alone. Except now there was one new thing to do each day, practicing my fighting in the farm. This body of mine was already strong, and now with martial arts skills to back it up, I felt even more confident about surviving out here in the mountains. Even though I'd inherited the memories, I still had to train. Only once it became muscle memory could it truly become my own. Same with the shooting. The memories and combat experience were in my head, but my body didn't have them yet. I had to drill them in. I carved another stroke into the Jung tally mark on my wooden post. Man, that woman left a month ago and hasn't come back to check on me once. I shook my head, smiling. I should just be glad she didn't report me and get me arrested. If Feng Ning came back, I could find an opportunity. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare go over there on my own. I picked up my tea and took a sip. 79 is right around the corner. Wonder what the New Year prize will be. I always felt this system was kind of lousy. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out outside. I rushed to the window. Bang! Another one very close. Two people were running in the distance, and something was clearly chasing them. Seeing them heading toward my cabin, I quickly opened the door, cleared out my belongings, pulled up the floorboard, dropped into the cellar, and wedged it shut with a piece of wood. Bang bang. I listened from below, curious about what they'd run into. A wolf pack? But I hadn't heard any howling and no other animal sounds either. Boss, we've run into some real tough ones this time. Don't panic. Get rid of the trap markers and fight them proper. I rubbed my chin. So, not good people either. Boss, there's nobody in the cabin. Shut the door, don't go in. Let's take cover behind the woodpile. Chief, what do we do about the rear? We have to kill every last one of them. Otherwise, if someone reports it to the police, we're all exposed. Suddenly, it went quiet outside. Bang bang bang, rat-tat-tat. The submachine gun fire made even me jump. I hadn't expected these people to have such heavy firepower. Arg, I'll take you down with me. Bang! Someone screamed. Those two outside my cabin were done for. Rat-tat-tat. Arg, sure two fell into a trap. Finish them off. Someone had fallen into one of the pits I'd dug. It turned my stomach. Go check if there's anyone in the cabin. The door creaked open. I held my breath, hiding down below. Chief, nobody inside. Deal with the bodies and pull out. Cover them with snow. By the time it melts, it'll be next year's problem. Arg, damn it. Another trap. This must have been set by whoever used to live here. I quietly lifted the floorboard, and seeing no one, climbed up. Peering through the crack in the window, I saw 5 men outside, carefully testing the ground as they dragged the bodies away. I counted the rounds in my rifle, waited for the right moment, then suddenly threw the door open. Bang 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 bang. 5 shots in rapid succession. These men never dreamed someone had been hiding inside. They took the rounds and dropped where they stood. I advanced step by step, rifle up, hauling each body into the farm one at a time. Only when the last one was in did I finally let out a breath. I looked around and quickly cleaned up the scene, dug up the earth and buried the bloodstains, then filled in the 2 pits people had fallen into. Those traps were done for. I remarked the other 3 traps with stakes, planted stakes beside the 2 filled-in ones as well, then covered the dirt with snow. I checked it all over. No traces left. As for the bullet holes in the cabin, I couldn't be bothered. I went inside and watched through the crack in the window for a good while. When no one came, I checked my haul. 9 bodies lay in the farm. With a single thought, I disposed of them all. The area surged by 9 mu, hitting 15 mu all at once. Streams of memories flooded into my mind, and I learned exactly who these people were. The 2 who'd been chased were mountain hunters, not decent men either. They specialized in murdering lone hunters for their loot. This time they'd run into someone even more ruthless. The 7 who'd been chasing them were cut from the same cloth. I've racked up quite a body count. Those 2 were silenced because they'd stumbled onto me killing someone. I also picked up the skill of harvesting wild mountain ginseng along the way, plus overlapping knowledge in marksmanship, hand-to-hand combat, and hunting. I seized 1 submachine gun, 5 semi-automatics, 3 hunting rifles, a pile of ammunition, 5 machetes, and 3 daggers. There was also over 100 yuan and some vouchers. Now I had enough for a train ticket back to the city. I didn't keep the clothes. I just let the farm break them down. Looking at all this extra land that had appeared out of nowhere, I had no idea what to plant. Forget it. I'll grow grain first, once the harvest comes in. I took out the ginseng harvesting tools I'd taken off that gang leader, all made of deer bone. There's a technique to harvesting ginseng. Deer bone won't snap the fine roots when you dig, otherwise the ginseng's value drops sharply. From the memories, that gang leader's family had a wild mountain ginseng plant over 60 years old. Shame it was more than 50 li from here, and the guy still had family back in the village. I couldn't very well wipe out a whole family, so I dropped the idea. I should count myself lucky. Just as I was thinking this, I heard voices outside. It's right up ahead. I peeked through a crack in the window. Feng Ning was running this way with 3 female, educated youths, guns in hand. I quickly straightened out my bedding and stepped outside. Comrade Feng, what brings you here? Feng Ning looked tense. Only when she saw I was fine did she let out a sigh of relief, then ran over and looked me up and down. Thank goodness you're okay. We heard gunshots just now, and I was afraid you were in danger. so I brought everyone over. A girl in a cotton cap and army overcoat teased. Oh ho, no wonder you were so worked up. Turns out you've been hiding a handsome guy out here. Right? Feng Ning was frantic the whole way over. I scratched my head, pretending to be shy. It's cold out. Come inside and warm up. I headed in to start a fire. Feng Ning tossed her head back. What are you two talking about? This is Qin Zheng, the mountain keeper here. I met him last time I came through. It's not far, so of course we help each other out when something comes up. Sure, why so tense? Yeah, we were just teasing. Watching me start the fire, Feng Ning said crossly. It's this cold and you don't even light a fire. The weather's unpredictable, and I'm usually here alone. I have to be careful with the firewood. Feng Ning remembered how I'd kept piling wood on the fire last time, and her heart softened. Let me introduce you. These are the educated youths from our station, Wang Xuemei, Shen Lihua, and Lu Chunyan. I greeted them all shyly. I poured hot water into bamboo cups. You must be freezing. Have a drink and warm up. Feng Ning took hers. What happened over here just now? Lu Chunyan looked at me too. Yeah, we even heard submachine gun fire. Two groups got into a shootout, all of them in animal hide coats. I didn't dare go out. They kept firing as they ran off into the distance. Wang Xuemei asked, could it have been mountain bandits? Feng Ning guessed. I'd say hunters. Probably a fight over someone's goods. I nodded. Must be. One group was chasing the other and shouting for them to drop their stuff. Shen Lihua studied me quietly. You all must be hungry. Let me heat up some food. Feng Ning waved her hands quickly. No need. We'll rest a bit and head back. You don't have much grain. Keep it for yourself. The others agreed. That won't do. You came a long way. It'll be ready in no time. I set the roe deer leg I'd taken out earlier over the fire and sprinkled it with salt as it roasted. Bagged a dumb roe deer a few days ago. Let's roast a leg. They caught the aroma and started swallowing. Even though conditions were better on their end, meat was still hard to come by. Well, since Qin Zheng's already cooking, let's eat a bit before we go. Great. Lu Chunyan came over. Qin Zheng, let me do it. I can't just let you do all the work. I smiled. You're all tired. Just sit and rest. Feng Ning came to take over. We can't eat your food for nothing. Go sit down. Shen Lihua teased. You two don't act like you've only met once. Feng Ning shot her a look. Qin Zheng's only 18. He was sent down to Yunling village, and he's the only one left in his family. The village even sent him out here to keep the mountain. Hearing this, the girls all looked at me with some sympathy. I'm not really hungry. I can eat when we get back. Yeah, don't waste Qin Zheng's grain. Feng Ning said. It's already on the fire, so don't stand on ceremony. I'll bring some grain over tomorrow, in exchange for the meat. Right, I'll chip in from my share. Me too. I sat off to the side, watching them work it out. From my observations, Lu Chunyan was the prettiest, though the other three weren't bad either. And the way Shen Lihua looked at me had a flirtatious edge. This one wasn't the proper type. Didn't matter much to me. I wasn't marrying her, after all. If she came around later, it'd be a nice way to pass the time. Only after being alone in the mountains for a while do you understand how much it matters to have a woman around. You don't have to do all this. I can handle feeding myself. Plus, I know a bit of traditional medicine, so I can gather some herbs and trade them for money when I go down the mountain later. How are you supposed to manage in all this ice and snow? Don't argue. I'll come by again tomorrow. After saying this, Feng Ning gave me a look. I laughed inwardly, still wearing a shy expression. All right then, please be careful. Seeing how bashful I was, Shen Lihua got the urge to tease me. You know medicine too? If we get some minor ailment down the road, could you take a look? I scratched my head. I could try for colds and fevers. Haven't tried anything else. Wouldn't want to cause problems. Lu Chunyan looked at me. That's pretty impressive too. Out in the mountains you can't help catching a chill. We'll come to you from now on. Feng Ning, hearing this for the first time, said, You're not pulling our leg, are you? I wouldn't dare. Diagnosing problems is serious business. It's no joke. Hearing me say that, they were mostly convinced. I really had learned about medicinal herbs from those people's memories, and I knew exactly what medicine to use for colds and fevers. Plus, the system had once given me cold medicine at check-in, so if it came to it, I could handle it easily. I was using this ability to make sure they'd think of me whenever something came up, so they'd have a reason to visit often. I still didn't know how long I'd be stuck here. Barring anything unexpected, Feng Ning and the others would definitely leave next year. As long as word got out that I could treat minor illnesses, whoever replaced them at the forestry station would come find me when they got sick too. That would give me more chances to interact with outsiders and gather news about the outside world. The roe deer leg was done. I cut it apart with my dagger and handed pieces to each of them. Dig in. You eat too. I already ate. You go ahead. They were hungry, and with the smell of the meat, they didn't hold back. I sat to the side, listening to them chat, occasionally putting in a word. From the conversation, I learned that Shen Lihua and Lu Chunyan were also from the capital, while Wang Xuemei was from Tianjin. Once they'd eaten their fill, they stretched. So full. If only we were back at the station now. I could take a nice long nap. It's getting late. Let's head back before dark. Feng Ning put her cap back on. I won't stay. I'll bring you grain tomorrow morning. We're heading out. The women waved at me with their rifles and left. I stood at the door watching them disappear into the distance, then turned and went back inside. I secured the door and brewed some tea. If I spot any wild tea in the mountains, I should grab some and plant it on the farm. I wouldn't dare serve the tea from my check-ins to guests. Anyone who knew their stuff would taste it and know it was premium, and I'd have no way to explain where it came from. Sipping my tea, I continued sorting through those people's memories. I got a picture of the surrounding villages and learned plenty of local gossip. Nothing else happened until nightfall, so I packed up and went down to the basement to rest. I slept well through the night. In the morning, I went out to the open field on the farm to practice my fists. This had become a habit. Doing a full routine every day left my whole body feeling great. After a shower and breakfast, I headed back to the cabin. I lit the campfire, sat down, and connected to the system to check in. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 dairy cow, rope times 500 meters. Huh, so you're giving me milk freedom, huh? A full-grown dairy cow appeared on the farm. Delighted, I issued the command for regular milking. A glass of fresh milk appeared in my hand, and I took a sip. System rewards really are better than the stuff outside. It was like it had been blessed. The quality and flavor were leagues ahead. The rope was sturdy too. It had definitely come in handy later, so I stashed it in the warehouse. Once I get back to the city and have nothing to do, I could make a fortune just selling the grain and meat this space produces. I lit a cigarette and gazed out at the forest through the window. Meanwhile, Feng Ning was trudging across the snow with a sack of grain. Truthfully, she'd wanted to come see me for a while now. She just hadn't had an excuse. Yesterday's incident gave her the perfect reason. Anticipation stirred in her heart. Feng Ning arrived, and I hurried out to greet her. Let me take that. She followed me inside and, a little shyly, crouched by the campfire to warm herself without a word. Smiling, I shut the door and hugged her from behind. You must be tired. Go rest on the bed for a bit. She answered, though she kept up her usual reserve. Over in the other cabin, Wang Xuemei was sprawled across the table, muttering. Feng Ning went alone. Think she'll be okay. She's fine. She's got a rifle, and it's not far. Shen Lihua's eyes flickered. Qin Zheng's still so young, poor thing. Next time we've got something good to eat, I'll bring him some too. Lu Chunyin lay to one side. It's freezing out. Nothing beats lying here in comfort. You two run around all you want. I'm not moving. Lying around all day and not even getting tired of it. I feel like I could lie here for the rest of my life. The women bantered back and forth in the cabin. On my end, the radio was playing music. I leaned back against the bed and lit a cigarette. Feng Ning nestled into my arms. Aren't you lonely out here all by yourself? Of course I am. See that log? I carve a mark on it every day, afraid I'll lose track of the date. She turned to look. Then, her heart aching for me, planted a kiss on my chest. Next time I head back to the logging camp, I'll buy you a calendar and dig up some old newspapers. My eyes lit up. Right, I could have her bring me things. I pulled her close and kissed her. Sure, I've got a little money here. You don't need to spend yours. It's barely any money. Keep yours. You're bound to need it down the line. I gave her a pinch. Do I have the makings of a kept man or what? She covered her mouth and laughed. Yep. From now on, you're my kept man. Then this kept man had better put in some effort. I tossed the cigarette aside and pressed down on her. Feng Ning left right after lunch, saying she'd die here if she stayed any longer. Feeling refreshed and clear-headed, I brewed a cup of tea and reclined in the rocking chair with my eyes half closed. Then it hit me. Hey, I forgot to have her get me some sweet potatoes. Plant them and I could roast them later. I looked at the sack she'd brought and opened it up. Half a bag of coarse grain at the bottom, a few potatoes and sweet potatoes on top. Speak of the devil. I stored the potatoes and sweet potatoes on the farm, cut them up, and planted them. There weren't many, so they didn't take up much space. As long as this stuff started growing, there'd be plenty more later. Over there, Shen Lihua saw Feng Ning return, her face flushed red. You must be frozen. Come warm up by the fire. Wang Xuemei took a sip of water. Did Qin Zheng get all choked up seeing that much grain? He said it was too much. Said he'd bring us some game once he'd hunted. Lu Chunyin perked right up. Really? That's great. Seeing that no one was suspicious, Feng Ning let out a quiet breath of relief and smiled as she changed the subject. Over the next few days, heavy snow fell again outside. Every day, I just practiced my martial arts on the farm and drank tea in the cabin. Another batch of grain was harvested, and I planted wheat and corn on the newly added 9 acres. The wheat was processed into flour, and I saved the corn to feed the chickens, ducks, and cow. I skewered an ear of corn on a thin branch and roasted it over the campfire, turning it slowly. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 1 bottle of antidiarrheal medicine, 1 pack of toilet paper. Huh, the system's finally acting human again. Looking at the toilet paper in the warehouse, I couldn't help but grin. Good thing showering was easy on the farm, or this stretch would have been rough. The corn was soon done. I blew on it and took a bite. Delicious. The snow didn't stop until evening. I took a stroll by the door, gathered all the snow onto the farm, and piled it up on the open ground outside. Early the next morning, my hunting luck was good. One shot dropped a pheasant, and I ran over to store it for processing. That day I bagged 3 wild rabbits and 2 pheasants. Haven't seen Feng Ning and the others in a few days. I should pay them a visit. I bagged up a rabbit and a pheasant and headed for the logging camp outpost a few miles away. A dozen minutes later, I spotted the 2 cabins. Comrade Feng, I called out from outside. It was Shun Lihua who opened the door. The moment she saw me, she smiled. Qinzheng, what brings you here? Come on in. I caught a few things and brought them over for you. I stepped inside. Huh, are you the only one here? She poured me a cup of hot water. The others went back to the logging camp to pick up supplies. I'm holding down the fort. I took the cup. I see. Then I won't stay long. What's the rush? Sit down and warm up. She eyed the sack. You're a great shot. Just lucky. I pretended to be bashful, lowering my head to drink, then stood up again. I really should get going. She grabbed my arm, feigning displeasure. You don't want to spend time with me? No, that's not it. Seeing how nervous I was, she found it amusing and lowered her voice. Is it that you've never held a girl's hand before? No. I mean, heh. She pressed right up against me. They won't be back until tonight. You must be freezing. Come warm up on the bed. No, I'll just head back. I made a move to leave. She strode over and bolted the door, her face tight. If you don't behave, I'll tell everyone you took advantage of me. Now, Comrade Shun, don't go making things up. I will. Get over here. She pulled me to the edge of the bed. I was laughing inside. This woman was all bark and no bite. She just wanted a little excitement, but had never gone through with it. I'd been playing along all this time. Now it was time to collect interest. I climbed onto the bed and wrapped my arms around her. Comrade Shin, you smell so good. Her whole face flushed red. I only meant for you to lie down for a bit. You're being so shameless. Oh, then I'll head back. Come back here. Seeing her torn between wanting it and holding back, I just kissed her. She responded clumsily. Before long, we were both laid bare before each other. I hummed a little tune all the way back to my cabin. Haha. Choosing to come up the mountain, definitely the right call. As for how close I'd been to going crazy from all that pent-up frustration, well, I conveniently forgot about that. I brewed a cup of tea and sipped it, feeling great. Thinking about Shun Lihua, I figured women in this era were pretty bold. Meanwhile, Feng Ning and the others came back from picking up supplies. Seeing how rosy Shun Lihua's face was, they all assumed it was because the room had been warm. Nobody suspected a thing. Lu Chunyin spotted the pheasant. Huh, where'd this come from? Qinjing stopped by? He caught it. Great, we'll stew a wild rabbit tonight. Feng Ning looked delighted, convinced all of it was aimed at her. Perfect timing. I bought him a calendar. I'll bring it over tomorrow. I've got some candy. Bring him a little. I've got dried yam. Take that too. They all started pulling things out to send along. I tore off a page from the calendar. Seeing that the new year was almost here, I felt a little something to look forward to. The calendar was a gift from Feng Ning. She found an excuse to come by every week. Shun Lihua had come by twice too. My life. Pretty sweet. Chirp, chirp. Outside the window, a little squirrel was clutching a chestnut and squeaking. I sighed helplessly. Ever since I'd tossed it a few sugar-roasted chestnuts out of boredom one day, this little guy came by every day to trade. I opened the door and stepped out. It scampered right up to me, holding up its chestnut. You little cheat. Everything I give you is roasted, and you trade me one raw one for it? I'm getting ripped off here. It lowered its head to look at the chestnut, then sat there scratching its head, as if it were actually mulling over what I'd said. I waved my hand and set down 2 sugar-roasted chestnuts. Look, you gave me one. Why should I give you 2 in return? Its eyes lit up. It squeaked, dropped the raw chestnut, stuffed both into its mouth, and turned and bolted. Hey, in a few days I'm gonna raid your whole stash. I gathered up the chestnut off the ground and went back inside. I'd barely taken a sip of tea when I heard someone talking outside. There's a house over there. Let's go ask. I looked out and saw several people walking over. They looked like public security officers. I opened the door and went out to greet them. Comrade, are you the mountain keeper here? That's right. And you are. The one in front stepped forward. We're from the public security station. Some villagers reported a family member missing, so we're here investigating. Have you seen any outsiders? Outsiders? A while back, yeah. There was even gunfire. Scared me so bad I didn't dare go out. 2 groups. Looked like they were fighting over something. The officer immediately pulled out a notebook and pen. Tell us the details. I repeated the same story I'd fed Feng Ning and the others that day. The forest ranger from the tree farm heard the shots and thought something had happened to me, so he came running over. Those people were definitely up to no good. None of us dared go after them. This is important. Where's this ranger you mentioned? West of here, about 3 miles. Want me to take you there? No need. We'll go ourselves. We'll come find you if anything comes up. I watched them leave and didn't think much of it. It was normal for family members to file a report. The families of those men had no idea what they'd been doing behind the scenes. If they'd known, they never would have filed a report at all. I went back inside and kept drinking my tea. Over on the other side, Feng Ning and the others were chopping wood. When they saw a group of people approaching, they hurried back to grab their weapons. Comrades, we're from the public security station. We mean no harm. Wang Xuemei stayed wary. You don't look like mountain folk. The officer explained the situation, and once the group realized they'd already talked to me, they finally came out. Feng Ning nodded. Yeah, that happened. I heard the shots. Those people even had submachine guns. By the time we ran over, they'd already fled. You saw them run off? Wang Xuemei looked annoyed. You think we killed them or something? The officer quickly waved his hands. Comrade, don't misunderstand. We just want to get the facts straight so we can give the families an answer. Shen Lihua chimed in from the side. We didn't see them run off, but there was a bunch of footprints in the snow, heading off into the distance. The officer nodded. All right, thanks for your cooperation. We'll be heading back. The truth was, Shen Lihua hadn't seen any footprints at all that day. She just instinctively didn't want anyone digging further, didn't want anyone disturbing my life. After the officers left, the group went back inside. Those people that day were clearly no good. They should have all been rounded up. Probably fell off the mountain and died. Lu Chunyan looked at the calendar. Oh, the New Year's almost here. When are we heading back to the tree farm? We'll head back today to pick up our New Year's supplies. Grab plenty. It loves to snow around New Year's, and we might not be able to get out for over a month afterward. On my end, I saw the officers doubling back, so I quickly put away my teacup and went out. Comrades, come in and warm up. It really is freezing out. All right, we'll bother you for a bit. I invited them in and added more wood to the fire. Sit down and warm up. The one in charge sat down on a tree stump. You're Qin Zheng, right? That's right. You know me, sir? I'm Zhang Jingguo, chief of the town's public security station. Before coming out here, I looked into the mountain keeper stationed at this spot. I scratched my head. Nice to meet you, Chief Zhang. Don't be nervous, sit. Don't have it so that the moment we walk in, you, the host, are afraid to sit down. I gave a shy smile and sat down off to the side. Zhang Jingguo looked around the room, very bare bones. You're out here all alone. How do you usually get the supplies the town allots you? Does someone deliver them to you? Supplies? I stared at him blankly. A young officer beside him looked at me in disbelief. You, don't tell me you didn't even know about that? After the officers came in, I nodded, a little stiffly. Yeah. Back in the village I was sent down to, the brigade leader even gave me a rifle. Then, feeling embarrassed, I quickly added, I'm a sent-down worker. I wouldn't dare ask for anything more. I've just got to make the best of. Accept the re-education. Zhang Jingguo and the others glanced at me, and they saw right through it. There'd obviously been no assistance at all, just a young man barely out of his teens left to fend for himself out in the mountains. Given who I was, none of them said anything for a moment. After a brief silence, Zhang Jingguo stood up. All right, we've got to head back and report in. We're leaving. I tried to keep him there. Stay and warm up a bit longer. He looked at me, then couldn't help but add, be careful out here on your own. If you run into any trouble, come find me at the township public security station. With that, he led his men off. I watched their backs and smiled. The truth was, I'd been the one to have Lu Lan bring up the mountain thing. If I'd filed the complaint myself, Chun Dayton would have caught the reprimand and might have turned around and taken it out on Lu Lan. After all, the two of them had a history. Besides, I didn't want to go back anyway, so I'd deliberately given a vague answer, letting Zhang Jingguo and the others piece it together themselves and feel a little sympathy for me. I might really need his help down the road. For now, it had worked. I picked up my tea and took a sip, then suddenly spotted a figure approaching in the distance. I quickly set the cup down and went out to meet them. It was Shen Lihua, carrying a rifle, walking all the way up to the cabin. Have those security men left? Just a little while ago? Come on in, quick. She came inside smiling, set the rifle aside, and crouched down by the fire to warm herself. I just went and asked around on our end. I told them I saw the footprints of those people running off in the distance. They were up to no good in the first place, and now they've got the nerve to come investigating. My heart clenched at that. That day I'd casually said the men had run off, but if they actually went to look, they'd find there were no departing footprints at all. I cursed myself for being careless. I barred the door, walked over, and pulled her into my arms. Either way, it's got nothing to do with us. She turned her head and gave me a kiss. It'll be New Year's in a few days. We were talking about inviting you over to make dumplings together. What do you say? Me too? Wouldn't that be a little awkward? What's awkward about it? Otherwise it'd be so dull for you all alone out here. Let's ring in the new year together. I scooped her up. Then I really ought to thank you properly. Don't get up to anything. She said it, but she'd already wrapped her arms around my neck and leaned in. The fire in the cabin burned hotter and hotter. Before I knew it, it was New Year's Eve. At Feng Ning and the others' outpost by the forestry station, I sat inside watching the girls bustle around cooking. You invited me over for New Year's, and I can't even help with anything. I feel bad. Lu Chunyin grinned. Who says you didn't help? You brought us so much game. We're going to eat well this new year. Wang Xuemei chimed in teasingly. She's the one who loves to eat. If you brought over more game, she'd probably offer to marry you. Sister Xuemei, don't frame me. That's not it at all. Then eat less tonight. No way. That'd be a waste of Qin Zheng's kindness. Everyone laughed, chatting and joking as they set out a full spread. I took out my flask. You want some to drink? Feng Ning shot me a look. Trying to get us drunk? Remembering how she'd fallen for my trick last time, she gave me another sneaky glare. No, I just figured the mood calls for a drink. Never mind. I'll have some myself. Wang Xuemei brought over some cups. Underestimating us, are you? Poor. Fine. Just a little for each of you. Shen Lihua snatched the flask away. That won't do. Fill them up. And she poured every cup to the brim. Lu Chunyin looked worried. I can't drink this much. It's fine. Just sip it slow. Shen Lihua poured for everyone. How many New Years have we spent out here now? Feng Ning counted on her fingers. This is my 5th. Wang Xuemei said. Same as Lihua, my 6th. Lu Chunyin counted her fingers. Mine's fewer, my 3rd. Shen Lihua raised her cup. This year Qin Zheng's spending New Year's with us. Come on, bottoms up. That's right, there's a handsome young guy in the house this year. Wang Xuemei smiled and lifted her cup. Lu Chunyin winked playfully. You're the first boy to set foot in our place. I raised my cup too. Here's to all of you. This new year, no more loneliness. Something indescribable flickered in their eyes, quickly covered up by their smiles. Cheers. Happy New Year. Lu Chunyin downed hers in one gulp, then hurriedly grabbed some food and fanned her mouth. So spicy. Take it slow if you can't handle it. Feng Ning, who'd drunk once before, took it much better this time. Eat. Qinzheng, have some more. Sure, you all eat too. After a few rounds, the mood warmed up. Lu Chunyin brought out a harmonica and played Moscow Nights, and Shen Lihua and the others clapped along and sang. The melody was beautiful, the singing moving, and I couldn't help but applaud too. It's wonderful to be young. They sang happier and happier, raising their cups again and again. Feng Ning sang, gazing toward home, with Lu Chunyin accompanying on the harmonica. Wang Xuemei, maybe she'd had too much, pulled me up to ballroom dance around the room. Good thing I'd learned a bit of dancing in my past life, or I really couldn't have kept up. I want to dance too. Lu Chunyin bounced over as soon as one song ended. Shen Lihua played the harmonica alongside. Feng Ning propped up her chin and watched us, her eyes hazy, her cheeks flushed pink. We kept it up until the middle of the night, when they all fell down drunk. I smiled and carried them one by one to bed, tucking them in. I couldn't remember the last time I'd been this happy. In my past life, all the bar hopping and karaoke had been for work. Today there was no ulterior motive at all, and I loved that ease. As for any thought of taking advantage of them, tonight I had none. Once I saw they were sound asleep, I went out to fetch firewood and feed the stove. I thought about leaving, but worried something might happen during the night, so I blew out the oil lamp and sat by the stove, sipping my drink. Wang Xuemei cracked one eye open, saw me just sitting there quietly drinking, gave a little smile, and closed it again. Before I knew it, the whole flask was gone. I realized my tolerance was way higher than before. This flask held over 2 caddies, and the girls together had drunk less than 1, so the rest had all gone into my stomach. I stretched and glanced at the clock on the table. It was just past 3 in the morning. System, today's the annual sign-in. Can it come any earlier? Ding, as long as it's past midnight. You can check in. Hearing that it was possible, I signed in immediately. Ding, annual sign-in complete. Congratulations, host. On receiving. Divine ability Celestial Eye, 200 square meter storefront, and 100,000 in cash. My eyes lit up. A surge of energy poured into the space between my brows, slowly wrapping around both eyes. When I opened my eyes, I found. I've got night vision now, complete with thermal sensing. The reward descriptions popped up in my mind. Divine power, Heaven's Eye. Discern loyalty from treachery. Tell good from evil, and merge with other pupil techniques. Storefront package. Pick any city and location you want. All paperwork legal and complete. I turned to look at the women sleeping on the bed. In the pitch dark, their bodies gave off colored light. No warnings flashed in my mind, meaning none of them were wicked people. I opened the door quietly and stepped out. Though it wasn't as bright as daytime, I could see everything around me clearly. The little birds perched on the branches, the wild rabbits hidden in the snow, the squirrels tucked into tree hollows. All of them glowed with distinct, colorful outlines in my eyes. Incredible. System, you finally came through for once. My consciousness slipped into the warehouse, where I saw a blank property deed. It would generate automatically once I chose a location. Then I looked at the stacks of cash, 100,000 in bills. In this era, that was an absolutely astronomical sum. No more worrying about money now. Just then, Wang Xuemei woke up. Seeing that I'd stepped out, she quietly got dressed, threw on a coat, and walked to the door. Spotting me standing in the darkness, she gently closed the door and came over. I turned around. Why are you standing out here? Oh, it's nothing. Just came out to cool off. She took my hand, surprised to find it wasn't as cold as she'd expected. You didn't sleep all night? I smiled. Not tired. I thought about heading back, but I was worried one of you might have had too much to drink and something would happen. Come sleep on the bed for a bit. No need. I'll just go back to my place and get some rest. Things should be fine now. We're having dumplings this morning. Don't keep running back and forth. Come in with me. She pulled me inside, bolted the door, and carefully led me to the bedside. You sleep next to me. I'll explain it to them in the morning. That won't work. Don't give them anything to gossip about. You get some rest. I'll skip the dumplings and head back first. Watching me leave with my gun, a flicker of disappointment crossed her face. She went over, bolted the door, and returned to bed. No matter how eager I am, I'm not in that much of a hurry. If things blew up, I'd have no choice but to flee overseas. Along the way, watching the prey hidden throughout the woods, I couldn't stop grinning. This new divine power was a real treasure. You can never truly know what's in another person's heart. But with this, whoever's human or monster couldn't hide from me. Humming a little tune, I got back to the cabin, lit the fire first, and the cold room slowly warmed up. I didn't bother going down to the basement, just bolted the door and lay down to sleep. Meanwhile, Feng Ning and the others were waking up one by one. My head's killing me. Mine too. Lu Chunyan suddenly sat up, checked that her clothes were still on, and breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Xuemei spoke up beside her. Qin Zheng didn't sleep all night. He sat by the stove the whole time, good as gold. When I woke up this morning, I told him to get some rest on the bed, but he was afraid of being misunderstood, so he went back to his place. Feng Ning asked, "We're having dumplings this morning. Why'd he take off?" I told him, but he insisted he wouldn't eat. Couldn't stop him. I'll bring some over to him later. Let's clean up and get the dumplings made first. Truth be told, both Feng Ning and Shun Lihua wanted to be the one to bring them over, but since Wang Xuemei had already called it, they couldn't very well fight over it. My internal clock woke me up in the morning. I stretched. No one was around outside, so I went into the farm space to do some boxing and wash up. Even though I'd only slept 2 hours, I wasn't tired at all, totally refreshed. I was just about to eat when I heard someone calling. Qin Zheng. I hurried out of the farm. Jiqing Wang, what brings you here? Come in, come in. Wang Xuemei came inside with a lunchbox tucked in her arms. She took it out and handed it to me. Brought you some dumplings. Eat up. Here, have a seat. Let me get you some water. I poured a cup of hot water and handed it to her. She looked around the room, watching me wolf down the food. I figured you wouldn't be up yet. Habit. I wake up right on time. By the way, are they all okay after getting up? They're fine, just a little dizzy. Much better now. They were still lying down when I left. She took a sip of water. Do you get a lot of visitors here? Nobody comes. So what do you do all day? Set some traps, or just sit inside by the fire? Your life's pretty simple. Don't you get lonely, all by yourself? Of course I get lonely, but there's nothing to be done about it. I answered as I polished off the entire box of dumplings. It had been ages since I'd had meat dumplings. Not that I was short on meat, but I usually just stewed it. You've all got a real talent for this. She smiled. Definitely can't compare to your game meat. You didn't sleep all night. Get some more rest. I'll keep watch for you. I looked at her, then got up and bolted the door. She tugged at the hem of her clothes. She'd actually made up her mind long before she came. But now that the moment was here, she found herself nervous instead. It was only as I gently led her along, step by step, that she finally let go completely. Stuck in a place like this for over 6 years, even with company, that loneliness was something only I could understand. Now that I'd met someone I clicked with and found attractive, that impulse overpowered all reason. This New Year's gift, I was more than satisfied. I decided to accept it. Meanwhile, in a tenement building in the capital, Li Jihua sat on the sofa drinking tea while his wife nagged beside him. It's been years now, and you still haven't gotten that house. He cursed. I went soft back then. I should have kept that whole family here and quietly hired someone to finish them off. The sharp-faced, monkey-cheeked woman finished clearing the table and sidled over. My brother can't wait any longer. The girl says there has to be a house before they get married. Li Jihua snapped irritably. Is that woman lined with gold? Has to have a house. Is she even worth one? The woman put on a fawning smile and grabbed his arm. It's all for my brother, isn't it? How can I not help out, being his big sister? Besides, everyone knows his brother-in-law is the neighborhood director. If it falls through, you'll lose face too. Li Jihua rather enjoyed being coaxed like this. He took a sip of tea. I sent a telegram to ask before the new year. There's still one little brat alive in the Qin family. I'll sit on the rehabilitation papers for a few more years. With the conditions in that godforsaken place, he won't last long. A few more years? Then what do we do now? Can't we move in first? No. If we move in now and something happens later, people will figure it out at a glance. Forget moving in. I can't even let anyone rent it. Only this way, when outsiders see me sticking to my principles, they won't get suspicious. But in a few years, how old will my brother be by then? Is your whole family dead or something? Can't he rent a place first? Don't worry. The second I hear word that brat's dead, I'll transfer the house into your brother's name right away. You said it yourself now? Then I'll take some money out of our savings to rent him a place. That's my son, isn't it? And I'm supposed to pay for his rent? Rent's practically nothing. Your folks aren't dead yet, you know. Ah, come on, don't be so stingy. Tell you what, I'll take real good care of you this once. Li Jihua leaned back on the couch with a smug look on his face. Inside the cabin, Wang Shuamei panted, just kill me and get it over with. I smiled, my hands slowly wandering. Now that would be a shame. She nuzzled into my chest. Don't let them find out. I know. I'd never cause you trouble. It's not the trouble I'm worried about. I just don't want anyone to know. All right. She wrapped her arms around me. Do you have any family left? No. If you can never go back, what'll you do? What else? Just live like this, I guess. I glanced out the window. There was a little black dot in the distance. I focused, then jumped up. Get dressed, quick. Someone's coming. Who'd come at a time like this? She panicked too, sitting up to throw her clothes on. It's educated youth Lu, probably here looking for you. Don't rush, she's still a ways off. We've got time. I dressed in a few quick motions and tossed some wood on the fire. She pulled herself together, forcing down her discomfort. I'm not sticking around. Don't want her coming in and figuring anything out. You can't head back in your condition. Rest a bit. When she gets here, worst case you two just leave this afternoon. No good. If I stay too long, she'll get suspicious. I'll walk slow. I'll come back in a few days when I get the chance. She opened the door and spotted the figure in the distance. She didn't even ask how I could see someone that far away. She just took small, quick steps out to meet her. I watched her walk off, step by step. I chuckled to myself, pretty pleased with these eyes of mine. That figure had been at least 1,000 meters away, but the moment I focused, my eyes worked like magnifying glasses, pulling everything into crystal clear view. I watched the two of them meet, exchange a few words, glance back my way, and then turn to leave. I stretched, then turned and headed back inside. First I went into the farm and took a bath, washed the bedding, and hung it out to dry again. Thank goodness for the farm space. Otherwise there's no telling what stains would have been left on those sheets. I brewed a cup of tea and sat in my chair, staring out the window, thinking, looks like expanding the farm size still comes down to piling up bodies. Worst case, I could open a crematorium. I shook my head at the thought. No, obviously I couldn't actually do something like that. Squeak, squeak. That little squirrel showed up outside the window again, clutching a chestnut. I rolled my eyes. Today I'm robbing you blind, buddy. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 1 gene of candied fruit, 1 custom fishing net. Huh, not bad. Just as I was about to take the items out for a look, a shout suddenly came from outside. Anyone there? I'm a hunter from House Han Village, just passing through to warm up. I peered out the window and narrowed my eyes. A few dozen meters away stood an old hunter with a rifle slung over his back and a burlap sack at his feet. I got up and opened the door. Out on the mountain over the new year. Are you, old-timer? Seeing someone had answered, the old man picked up his sack and started forward. The mountains are peaceful over the holidays. Figured I might catch something. It's too dangerous heading into the mountains alone. Come in and warm up by the fire. I always used to bring my grandson, but he took ill these past few days, so I came on my own. The old man glanced around the room as he entered, then crouched by the campfire to warm himself. I closed the door. Old-timer, don't tell me you've been walking the mountains all night. That I have. Been up here 3 days now. Looks like more snow's coming, so I'll warm up a bit, then hurry back down. Forget heading down. The words had barely left my mouth when I brought a hand chop straight down on his neck. He didn't finish. He hit the floor with a thud. I sealed the man into the farm, went to the window to check. No one outside. Then with a single thought, disposed of him. The farm's area grew by 1 moo. Right after, a flood of memories surged into my mind. Turns out the moment I'd laid eyes on this old hunter, I'd noticed a shroud of black energy around him, and a prompt had automatically popped into my head. Evildoer. The thicker the black energy, the more evil the person had done. My eyes lit up. He's actually a Jap. This old bastard had come into the mountains to deliver a message. Hidden in a valley up in Wild Wolf Ridge was a band of Japanese soldiers who'd been holed up there for decades. He'd slipped into the village before the surrender, and every new year he'd head into the mountains to report on the outside world. Heaven really was on my side. Just as I was fretting over the farm being too small, Japs came knocking right at my door. There were over 300 people hidden in that valley, along with a massive stockpile of weapons and treasure looted back in the day. I rubbed my hands together, my grin spreading wider. Weapons and treasure, I'd take all of it. I didn't know exactly how much treasure there was, but it had to be plenty. Just skimming a bit off the top would set me up for life. I rummaged through the sack. Inside were just pheasants, hares, and a few coarse grain cakes. The hunter had nothing else on him, so I stored his rifle and ammo in the farm and broke them down. The food was too filthy. I wasn't going to eat it. Outside, the wind picked up and snowflakes began to fall. It was a good distance to Wild Wolf Ridge, several dozen li. And in this weather, the trip would take at least a full day. I sat in the cabin drinking tea, going over the valley's layout in my head. Those Japs were living in the valley disguised as mountain folk, women and children among them. Most of the women were villagers captured back in the day, forced to bear children. Those who wouldn't cooperate were killed or locked up. If I wanted to wipe them all out in one go, I'd need to be clever about it. Looked like I'd have to find medicinal herbs to make a knockout drug. Finding herbs in winter was a pain. Everything was buried under snow. Luckily, I could sense everything within a 1-meter radius. It'd be slow going, but I'd definitely find them. I tidied up the cabin, grabbed my gun, and headed out. These days I was bold with skill to back me up, no longer as cautious as before. I took a spade and wandered through the woods, digging up any herbs I sensed. The snow came down harder and harder, but a little cold like this I could handle. With so many Japs in the valley, I needed to stock up on plenty of herbs so I wouldn't run short. While I was at it, I transplanted a few dozen varieties into the farm, saving myself the trouble of searching later. After more than 3 hours of wandering, I'd gathered the dozen or so kinds I needed, and only then did I head back. On the way, I smacked my forehead. Right? I should find some ginseng seeds and plant them. In 20 years they'd be century-old ginseng, and I'd get rich just selling the stuff. Then I laughed at myself, still thinking like a small-time farmer. With a system and memories of the future, the fortune I could build in 20 years was beyond counting. Back at the cabin, I saw no footprints outside, pressed my ear to the door to listen, and only after confirming no one was there did I push it open and step in. Following the recipe, I had the farm process the herbs into incense blocks. I lit one and tossed it into the cattle shed. Within moments, all the cattle had drifted off to sleep. If even cattle couldn't withstand it, it's no problem to drug people unconscious either. I sat inside the cabin watching the blizzard rage outside. The fire was blazing, so it wasn't cold at all. But every time I thought about those Japs up at Wolf Ridge, I got an itch I couldn't scratch. With snow coming down this hard, they'd have to be holed up inside too, right? I'd originally planned to wait until the snow stopped before making my move, but this weather was perfect for me. No need to worry about leaving footprints. No more waiting. I stored everything in the cabin into my farm, checked the wooden planks covering the entrance to my underground shelter, and piled a stack of timber on top to hide it. Once that was done, I pushed open the door and stepped out into the snow. The snow wasn't too deep yet, so I pushed through the wind and headed south, fast. In weather like this, those women definitely wouldn't come around, which saved me from having to explain anything. I walked until nightfall before I finally got there. I quietly crept up to the top of a hill and stared at the cabins in the distance. There were so many houses, over 100 of them. From some came the sounds of drinking and drinking games. Others were dead silent, just wisps of smoke curling from their chimneys. I scanned the perimeter of the valley and didn't spot any lookouts, so I carefully made my way down and crept into the valley, ready to duck into my farm at any moment. Woof, woof. The second I heard a dog bark, I ducked straight into my farm. Inside the farm, I could see and hear everything outside in full 360 degrees. The dog went quiet, lay back down, and went back to sleep. I reappeared, quickly slipping up against the wall of a cabin. With a thought, I sent a lit stick of knockout incense inside. There were 3 people sleeping in there. After waiting a bit, I pried open the door with my knife and slipped inside. In the bedroom lay a man and a woman. I stored them straight into the farm and dealt with them. 2 streams of memory flooded into me. Only then did I get a complete picture of the valley's layout, and I was thankful I hadn't waited a few more days. Normally, there were hidden sentries at the mouth of the valley in rotating shifts, day and night, without a single break. It was only during these few days of the spring festival that the Japs, certain no one would come, let their guard down and skip the watch. That's what I figured. No wonder there was no one on duty. I turned and went into the other room, where a teenage boy was asleep. I didn't hesitate. I stored him into the farm and dealt with him too. These people had all been assimilated long ago. Leaving them alive would only mean trouble. I stored everything usable in the cabin into my warehouse, then glanced over at that dog in the distance and tossed a piece of incense its way. The dog heard the sound and its ears twitched, but with no other noise it went back to sleep, and once the scent drifted over, it was soon out cold, snoring. After that I stopped going into the cabins one by one. Instead, I moved quickly through the village, placing incense inside each house. Whenever a dog barked, I'd toss it some incense and duck into my farm. In half an hour, I'd gotten knockout incense into every occupied cabin. Then I began going house to house, harvesting. I'd wanted to leave a few alive, but the memories I'd absorbed told me they'd all been assimilated. Leaving them alive would only bring trouble. The farm kept trembling, its area expanding the whole time. 326 people. The farm shot straight up to 342 mu. Stream after stream of memory poured into me madly, and I inherited a huge number of skills: Japanese, English, German, Russian, assassination, intelligence, tracking, interrogation, chemistry, dozens of skills, more than a dozen languages. I'd have to sort through all of it carefully later. These little Japs really knew quite a lot. First, let me get to that treasury. I headed to the rock face behind the valley, dug at a certain spot for a while, and found an iron chain. I gave it a hard pull. Normally it took 3 Japs working together to move this chain, but I pulled it open by myself. A crack split open in the mountain wall, and dust came billowing out. I stood back and waited a good 10+ minutes before switching on my flashlight and walking inside. This was a natural cave the Japs had discovered after fleeing here, converted into an armory. The first thing inside was sack after sack of grain. They'd cleared land and farmed in the valley, making themselves self-sufficient, which was the key to how they'd stayed hidden for decades. I stored all the grain into my warehouse and went deeper, turning into a large chamber. It was full of wooden crates. When I looked, there were crates of grenades, bullets, and weapons, with mortars and machine guns set out on the floor, enough to arm an entire battalion. I stored it all in the warehouse. As the farm grew, so did the warehouse. Storing all this hardly took up any space at all. The cave also held many drums of gasoline and diesel, along with tins of lard, all well preserved. Finally, my eyes fell on the pile of plundered treasure, dozens of large wooden crates, with porcelain and antiques piled haphazardly all around. I'll admit it, in that moment, the money dazzled me. It took me a good while to calm down before I stored it all into the warehouse. 1,200 large gold bars, 2,000 small gold bars, 30,000 silver dollars, 3 century-old ginseng roots, 8 more over 50 years old, plus deer antler velvet, bear gallbladder, and 320 pieces of antique paintings and calligraphy. Damn little Japs. All this stuff hauled up into the mountains. They'd forced the people of 5 villages to carry it in, and in the end, not a single one of those villagers made it back alive. Once I was sure the cave was empty, I turned and went out, restoring the stone door to how it had been. Outside, the snow was still falling. I took out the gasoline and doused each cabin, then set them alight. The point was to burn the cabins to the ground. With all this snow coming down, there was no risk of starting a forest fire. Watching all the cabins go up in flames, I turned and headed out. By now the snow on the ground was up past my knees. I sensed the ground beneath me, taking it one step at a time on the way back, sorting through the skills I'd absorbed as I walked. I'd gained so many skills and so much knowledge this time that once I'd fully absorbed it all, I'd be pretty close to a jack of all trades, even if not quite omni-capable. Just the dozen-plus languages alone would keep me fed and comfortable for life. I could not only speak them, but write them too. Through the memories of the Jap officers, I learned that this group had split into 3 squads to hide out, and that another 1,000+ of them had gone elsewhere. Unfortunately, the memories held no clue as to where those others were hiding. Looking at my expanded farm, I felt great inside. I'd suddenly gained over 300 mu, and I didn't waste any of it. I planted another 300 mu of grain, opened up a pond of a dozen or so mu to raise some fish later, took some branches from the woods to plant a few mu of trees, and fenced off and divided up the rest for a breeding ground. As I walked back, I got the whole farm planned out. I walked until noon the next day before finally making it back to my place. The heavy snow had wiped away every trace of me. I cleared the snow from the doorway, pushed the door open, went inside, ducked into the underground shelter, and got a fire going. After traveling for over 30 hours straight, I was utterly exhausted. I couldn't even be bothered to go into the farm to wash up. I just ate a little something and dropped straight off to sleep. This time had drained me more than any other. I don't know how long I slept. I was woken by the cold. The fire had gone out long ago, not a single ember left. I sat up, rubbed my face, and pulled out the watch I'd taken from the Japs. It was already 10 in the morning. Sleeping that long, I really must have worn myself out this time. First I listened for any sounds outside the cabin. Nothing. Only then did I carefully climb out. The snow had stopped, and there was no one around, so I finally slipped into farm space. I washed up, ate, then headed back to the cabin. I made myself a cup of tea, tore a few pages off the calendar, and got back to sorting through that little Jap's skills and memories. This Jap officer had trained in Baji Quan for decades. His martial arts were seriously impressive. I started practicing the moves in the cabin. At first they felt stiff, but slowly I got the hang of it. Crack! The wooden floor of the cabin split under my strike. With a single thought, I shifted into the farm space. 10 years of Tai Chi to leave the house. 1 year of Baji to kill a man. That saying captures just how fierce and forceful Baji Quan is. It's all about using raw power to end a fight, taking down your opponent in a single move. The more I practiced in the farm, the more pumped I got. I already had a powerful physique, and now with this brutal fighting style, it suited me perfectly. The sound of my strikes tearing through the air cracked like thunder in the space. I ran through the whole set several times until I broke a sweat, then stopped. I let out a long roar, releasing all the pent-up frustration inside me. My whole body felt free. I took a shower, washed my clothes, dried them, and put them back on. With a single thought, a gold bar appeared in my hand. I picked it up and looked it over. What a beautiful thing. Even when you're not short on cash, seeing it still makes you happy. Somli Town Public Security Station. You're saying your grandfather went up the mountain and never came back, right? Every year around New Year's, my grandpa goes into the mountains for a few days. But this time it's been almost 10 days, and he still hasn't come out. Where does he go when he's up there? Zhang Jingguo came out of his office. One of the officers told him, Chief Zhang, this kid's from Haosan Village. Says his grandpa went into the mountains 10 days ago and hasn't come back. His route's pretty close to that last guy who went missing. Zhang Jingguo looked at the young man who'd filed the report. Your grandpa usually goes into the mountains alone? Normally I go with him. It's just these few days around New Year's. He worries about me, so he goes by himself. Meanwhile, I was out in the woods checking my traps. Hey, caught a rabbit. I ran over, pulled the frozen hair out of the snare, reset the trap, and headed back toward my place carrying the rabbit. That's when I saw a middle-aged man approaching from the distance. I sized him up, not a bad guy, so I stood at the door and waited for him. Hello there, comrade. Mind if I come in and warm up? Sure, come on in. He jogged over. Thanks so much. It's freezing out here. I noticed he was carrying a hunting rifle and a fish spear. I let him inside. Have a seat by the fire. It's not safe going into the mountains alone in weather this cold. He set his gear down and warmed himself by the fire. I've got a few buddies with me. We were catching fish over at that frozen lake, but we accidentally dropped our rations in the water. It took us forever to chop through the ice, and nobody wanted to give up the spot, so they sent me back for more food. I used water to thaw the hair. The lake's not going anywhere. Why push yourself so hard? That ice is over a meter thick. We busted our backs just to cut one hole through it. None of us wanted to abandon it. He raised his arm and checked his watch. I'll warm up for a bit and then head out. Gotta get back this afternoon, or the guys'll freeze. He made a point of flashing his watch, like he wanted me to see the time. I didn't think much of it and just kept my head down, working on the rabbit. He smiled. You're pretty resourceful, kid. Even know how to set snares. If you want meat out here, you've got to figure it out yourself. Aren't you scared, living out here alone? It's fine. This is the outer edge. Haven't run into any predators yet. He looked at me, then pulled out a wad of cash. Kid, you got a lot of food? Sell me some, so I don't have to go all the way out of the mountains for it. I glanced at the money in his hand. Looked like about $100. Between the watch and the cash, this guy was clearly no ordinary person. I kept my head down and continued with the rabbit. I don't have much either, just a few pounds of coarse grain. But I've got a couple of pheasants and hares. Perfect. Pheasants and hares work. I'll take them all at 5 yuan each. Deal. No need. Aren't you guys out catching fish? I'll give them to you now. Just bring me some fish once you've caught them. He looked at me. What if we don't catch any? Or what if I leave and don't come back? Wouldn't you be out of luck? I gave him an innocent smile. Not worried. Everyone runs into trouble in the mountains sometime. I can set snares. Worst case, I'll just catch more. I see you don't even have a coat. Take the money and go into town to have one made. I shook my head. My family background's bad. I don't go out. If people see me, I'll just get pushed around again. It's peaceful here. Watching my innocent expression, he put the money away and stood up. Then I can't take advantage of you. I'll just go out of the mountains for the food. I'm off. That's a long way. Can your friends wait that long? He smiled and waved his hand. They can wait. See you. After he left, a flicker of thought crossed my mind. There was something strange about that guy, but he definitely wasn't a wicked man. I shook my head, put it out of my mind, and stashed the rabbit into the farm space to deal with it. Over there, Zhang Jingguo was crouched with a few others in the distant woods. When the man came back, he asked, well, I don't think there's a problem. I flashed my watch, pulled out the cash. His expression didn't change one bit. I offered to buy his food, and he wouldn't take the money. Said just bring him some fish once we caught them. I said, aren't you afraid I won't come back or won't catch any fish? Guess what he said? What did he say? He said, everyone runs into trouble in the mountains. He knows how to set snares. He can just catch more. Zhang Jingwo nodded. Yeah, I didn't see anything off about him last time either. Besides, the guy's skinny and frail. No way he's capable of that. Chief, how do we investigate from here? Let's head back. It just snowed up on the mountain. There's no trail to follow at all. I sat in the cabin roasting the hare, a skill I'd picked up from someone else's memory. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to tell oil from soy sauce. I was just carefully rubbing on the seasoning when I heard footsteps outside. I got up to look. I'm here. Come on in. I'm roasting a hare. You're in luck. Feng Ning took a sniff. Smells amazing. When I get back, I'll tell Chun Yin. She'll definitely regret not coming with me. I smiled. What made you think to bring someone along today? Huh, I just said it offhand. Like I'd actually bring her. Feng Ning sat down by the fire, stayed quiet for a moment, then spoke up. We're leaving. The smile faded from my face. I'd known this day would come, but hearing it out loud still left me feeling a little empty. That's good news. Did they say when you're leaving? Feng Ning threw herself into my arms. She was unusually forward today. I held her as we lay on the bed. There's a new policy now. You'll be heading back soon. It's too hard on you girls out here. This place isn't right for you. She held me close. You be careful out here on your own from now on. If I get the chance, I'll definitely come back to visit you. Sure. I stared into the campfire. You're hungry, huh? Let me get back to roasting the rabbit. She watched me get dressed and busy myself, thinking about how we'd ended up together by pure chance. But she had no regrets. If anything, she felt this was the most beautiful memory of her life. She quietly sat up and got dressed. Let me help too. Sure. Over the next 2 days, Wang Xuemei and Shun Lihua came to say goodbye to me one at a time, as if they planned it out. That evening, at the forestry station outpost, I raised my glass. Congratulations on going back to the city. Be safe on the road. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of us traveling together. Nothing'll happen. You take care of yourself too. I'm tough as nails. Here's to all of you. We clinked glasses. Lu Chunyan looked at me happily. Qinzhong, once you go back, you've got to come visit me. I'll treat you to a meal out. Hey, can't let a lady pay. If we're eating out, it's on me. Wow, aren't you the chauvinist? Ever heard of equality between men and women? Fine, you can treat. That's more like it. She tossed her head smugly. Feng Ning looked exasperated. Someone's offering to pay and he won't take it. And here you are fighting over the bill. Shen Lihua teased, right? If it were me, I'd let Qinzhong pay. Lu Chunyan thought it over. Yeah, that's true. Qinzhong, let's do this over. Sure, go ahead. Once you go back, you've got to come visit me. I'll treat you to a meal out. Okay. She waited eagerly. Then, seeing I had nothing more to say, asked, and? What else? I looked at her blankly. I agreed to let you treat. Everyone froze for a beat, then burst out laughing. Qinzhong, you're hilarious. Lu Chunyan ran over and grabbed my arm. No fair, you cheated. We laughed and joked our way through the meal. This time nobody drank much. They wanted to, but I stopped them. We all sat around the fire in a circle. Time really flies. 6 years and change we've been here, and now it's suddenly time to go back. Honestly feels a little strange. Yeah, no telling how much things have changed back home. I sat and listened to them talk. By midnight, seeing everyone was getting sleepy, I stood up. I won't see you off tomorrow. Take care, all of you. Feng Ning got up. You take care of yourself. Wang Xuemei looked at me. I'll always remember this time. Shen Lihua stepped forward and straightened my clothes. I believe we'll meet again. Lu Chunyan wiped her eyes. Qinzhong, I'll miss you. I smiled at them, turned, and walked out, striding off toward the cabin, thinking about how I'd soon be a lone wolf again. I couldn't help a bitter smile. Feng Ning watched me disappear into the distance, then secretly wiped away a tear and turned back inside. The others were much the same. Early the next morning, I stood on high ground and watched them leave the cabin with their luggage, until their figures vanished from sight. Only then did I turn back to my place. I tore off another page of the calendar. The rehabilitation and correction of past wrongs had already begun. I figured Li Jihua was pulling strings behind the scenes. That's why I still hadn't gotten my notice to return to the city. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You've received 1 gene of green tea and 1 gene each of seasonings. I looked out the window and couldn't help thinking of Hijia, that educated youth from the neighboring village I'd seen everything of. She's probably left too, right? And Lulan. Wonder if she listened to me. The educated youth of Yunling village had packed up and taken a horse cart to the station. Lulan sat in the cart, unable to resist glancing back at the mountains behind her. The youth of Wanghua village had left too. Hijia looked back at the village behind her, still not knowing to this day who had saved her that night. Bear Gully. The blind bear roared at me. Roar. I hit it with an iron mountain lean. With a dull thud, the bear's whole body flew backward out of its own control, knocking over several saplings. I watched it lie on the ground, struggling and unable to get up, and a smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. One stride forward, thud. A kick to its head slammed it hard against a big tree, and even the tree shook. Seeing it pass out, I stowed it into my farm to deal with later. After a few months of practicing Bajiquan, I'd now mastered it inside and out. It wouldn't be an overstatement to call me a master. Ever since Feng Ning and the others left, that outpost seemed abandoned by the forestry station. They never sent anyone else. Every day, I just practiced martial arts. Later, when that wasn't enough of a thrill, I went looking for opponents in the mountains. I've killed more wild boars than I can count, and now I've started sparring with the blind bears. Fighting so many times, I'd unknowingly picked up a fierce edge. My body was still lean, but my bearing had grown even more resolute. I extracted an iron gallbladder, not bad at all. Bear gallbladders come in 3 grades. The golden gall is the most precious, the iron gall comes second, and the vegetable gall is the worst. But even the worst bear gall has great medicinal value. I stretched out my arms and headed back. These months of training had thoroughly activated my constitution. Now I could run dozens of miles without breaking a sweat. At most, I could sprint nonstop for 6 hours, covering over 100 kilometers. If you had me run a marathon, I'd have everyone else questioning their life choices. Bang! Hearing a gunshot, I ducked into the underbrush and slipped into the farm. Bang! Roar! I saw 2 young men running while firing behind them, a blind bear chasing after them. It was bleeding, and being wounded made it even more savage. It kept up the chase relentlessly, closing the distance more and more. Junzi, run. Otherwise neither of us is getting out of here. No way. We leave together or we die together. Are you fucking stupid? Get lost. As he said it, he fired another shot at the bear. Missed. Whether he'd run out of strength or not. He plopped down onto the ground and hurriedly loaded another round. The other young man's hands were shaking uncontrollably. The hands holding his gun wouldn't obey him. The harder he tried to aim, the more he couldn't find the sight. I sprang up from the underbrush, leveled my gun, and took aim at the blind bear. Bang! The sudden gunshot made both young men jolt in fright. They saw the lunging bear jerk as if struck by lightning, topple headfirst, roll forward twice, and stop right in front of them. The 2 of them went limp and slumped to the ground. Holy shit, scared me half to death. You son of a bitch, that'll teach you to scare me. One of them went up and gave the bear a few extra kicks. I put away my gun and walked over. You guys all right? They looked at me, both younger than me. They helped each other to their feet. Thanks, man. If it weren't for you, we'd have both been done for today. Man, your aim is incredible. 1 shot, and it dropped. I smiled. I caught it by surprise too. You 2 have some nerve, coming out here. One of them wiped away sweat. This. He wasn't just bragging. Claimed he'd take on a blind bear. Got egged into it. And it turned out the thing was so thick-skinned and tough, he damn near got himself killed. Oh right, I'm Zhang Jianjun, and this is my childhood buddy Liu Baohua. What should we call you? I'm Qin Zheng. Glad you 2 are okay. I'll be heading out now. With that, he turned to leave. Hey man, you're the one who shot this bear. We can't take it. I waved him off. Just hurry up and drag it out of here, before the smell of blood draws in some other predator. That'd be dangerous. Then I took off at a quick jog. Damn, this guy's got class. Just gives up a whole bear like it's nothing. We gotta repay this. First let's haul it back and cover our own asses on that bragging. You got it. The 2 of them tied up the bear with rope and started dragging it back. Shit, this thing's heavy. No kidding, 300 pounds at least. It'll get easier once we're up ahead. Push harder. I stepped in to help them, only because I could tell these 2 weren't bad guys. Otherwise, I couldn't have cared less what happened to them. After running for over 2 hours, I made it back to my place. Squeak, squeak. The little squirrel saw me come back and held up a chestnut, chirping at me. One's not enough, huh? Bring me more. It scampered over, all sweet, and rubbed against my leg. Yeah, learned how to be cute now, have you? I laughed and took out a few sugar-roasted chestnuts for it. The squirrel quickly stuffed them in its mouth, cheeks puffing up, then turned and ran off. That day, when I got back from the mountains, I picked up the raw chestnut off the ground and headed inside. Seeing no one around, I slipped into the farm space, sank into the bathtub for a soak, grabbed a bottle of red wine and poured myself a glass, then leaned back against the tub and sipped slowly. Bliss. But what I didn't know was that right at that moment, a group of people carrying guns was making their way through the mountains. They were from the forestry station, out looking for those 2 idiots. You don't think those 2 morons actually went off to hunt a blind bear, do you? Pretty much. They're a couple of dumbass. They're not getting out of a beating today, that's for sure. Beating's the least of it. If something really happened, they'd get their hides skinned. Just then, someone shouted, "Look over there." Everyone turned to see Zhang Jianjun and Lu Baohua hauling something huge in their direction. Both men were fine. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. But when they ran over to look, they all froze in place. A blind bear. Lu Jianjun tossed the rope aside, threw out his chest, and lifted his chin. You know what this is? Holy shit. Lu Jianjun, you're a legend. You two actually took it down? Lu Baohua wiped his nose, looking smug. Damn right. This thing was like a sick kitten in front of us. If it hadn't gotten so late, we'd have brought back a male and a female both. The proof was right there in front of them. A bear that size, no one could argue with it. The crowd helped drag the bear back to the forestry station, and the whole place was in an uproar. The two of them got showered with praise, and those envious looks made them positively glow with pride. But that pride didn't last more than a few minutes. Two middle-aged men came charging up, belts in hand, and started wailing on the two of them. Stop hitting us. We're heroes. Heroes, my ass. I say you're a couple of chumps. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson you won't forget. The folks at the forestry station watched the two of them scramble around with their arms over their heads, laughing so hard they were doubled over. The truth was, the one who actually killed the bear was me. That night, quite a few people were gathered at Zhang Shiqing's house. Zhang Jianjun and Lu Baohua stood in the living room with their heads down, not making a sound. Lu Yunkai took a sip of tea. Out with it. And don't tell me you two took it down yourselves. Zhang Shiqing snapped. You don't know your own limits? You think that excuse is going to fool us? Zhang Jianjun looked up. We were being chased by the bear, about to get caught, when this young guy about our age shot it dead with one round. One of the women stood up, furious, ready to hit them, but Zhang Shiqing held her back. Somebody else killed it. What right do you two have to claim it as your own? Lu Baohua hurried to explain. We told him to take it, but he wouldn't. All we know is his name's Qin Zheng. We figured we'd come back and find out more, so we could repay him properly. Qin Zheng. Everyone in the room turned in unison to look at Zhang Jingguo. Zhang Shiqing asked, Jingguo, you know him? Uncle, he's the mountain keeper assigned by Yunling village. I've gone into the mountains to find him twice. He was sent down from the capital. His parents and older brother all died, so he's the only one left. He's got the skills to hunt a bear, and yet his parents and brother all died? Zhang Jingguo shook his head. I looked into it. He was only 14 when he got sent down here. He didn't go up the mountain until last year. He was 18 then, skinny and frail, didn't even know how to fire a gun. The village was afraid he'd refuse, so they shoved a semi-automatic into his hands. He didn't even know there was a subsidy from the town. This marksmanship of his. I'm guessing the mountain forced it out of him. The crowd was stunned. Lu Yunkai slammed the table. This is playing games with a human life. Zhang Shiqing asked his nephew again. This Qin Zheng shot the bear and wouldn't take it. Is there anything else off about him? Dad, the guy saved me. What could be wrong with him? I think you're the one acting up. Zhang Jingguo shook his head too. There were some villagers who went missing before, and I checked him out then. There's absolutely nothing wrong with him. As for why he wouldn't take the bear, I think I've got a pretty good idea. Everyone looked at him. He knows he was sent down here, and that it was the village that stuck him with mountain duty. If he'd actually dragged that bear back, it'd get snatched away before it ever reached town, and he might have gotten bullied on top of it. After hearing all this, the whole room felt a pang in their chests. Zhang Shiqing nodded. Do you know why his family got sent down? The Revolutionary Committee says it was ideological problems, but if you ask me, chances are somebody was targeting them. Lu Kaiyuan took a drag on his cigarette. Lao Zhang, have Jianjun take these two over to thank him. We'll deal with the rest later. The woman stood up. I'll go find some clothes to bring to Qin Zheng. Zhang Jianjun chimed in. Mom, grab a few more, and bring my overcoat too. His clothes are so worn out they're full of holes. Lu Baohua looked at his own mother. Mom, you find a few too, and I'll take them over. Zhang Jingguo held them off. No rush. I'll take you over tomorrow during the day. The next day, I finished a round of my martial arts routine in the space, ate breakfast, and only then headed back to the cabin. The weather was starting to warm up, but the temperature swings between morning and night were sharp in the mountains. I looked down at my ragged clothes and felt helpless. There were brand new clothes sitting right there in the storehouse, but I didn't dare wear them. They'll have to do. I brewed a cup of the wild tea I'd dug up in the mountains. I transplanted that tea tree to the farm, and it was thriving, with a pretty good flavor too. I'd brew a cup whenever I had time, and I could offer it to guests when they came. I took out my notebook and passed the time writing down all kinds of foreign vocabulary words. Suddenly, I heard a noise outside. I put away the paper. I looked up. It was Zhang Jingguo, coming over with a few people and a whole pile of stuff in their hands. I got up and opened the door. Director Zhang, what's all this? Zhang Jianjun stepped forward. Brother, we came specially to thank you for saving our lives. Lu Baohua set down the sack he'd been carrying. If it weren't for you yesterday, we'd both be dead. Zhang Jingguo looked me over. We hadn't seen each other in months, and he probably felt there was something more commanding about me now. Comrade Qin Zheng, Jianjun is my cousin. The family sent me to bring them here to thank you. Feeling a little embarrassed, I invited them inside. I just happened to be there. It was nothing. That's not how it works. These two idiots marched into the mountains with rifles to hunt a bear. If it weren't for you, they'd already be inside its belly. Zhang Jingwo finished, then shot me a glance. How did you end up all the way out there yesterday? My chest tightened, but I kept my expression steady. When I've got nothing to do, I head into the mountains, do a little hunting. Otherwise, I'd go stir-crazy cooped up here all day. Good thing I used a rifle yesterday and didn't resort to my fists, or I'd have a hard time explaining today. Lu Jianjun was excited. You're incredible. We fired shot after shot and barely scratched it. You dropped it with a single shot. Did you learn to shoot like that out here in the mountains? I nodded. Yeah. Yesterday was luck, too. When I heard the shots, I ducked into the brush. The bear was fixed on you too, so I got my chance to aim. Zhang Jingwo didn't catch anything off. He just assumed it was a skill I'd been forced to develop, and said with a smile, hurry up and get the stuff out. The two of them laid out clothes, grain, and canned goods, and finally pulled out a stack of cash. You're the one who killed the bear, so we converted it to money, 2,000 yuan total. There are some grain coupons too. Keep them safe. All this in cash on top of it. I waved my hands quickly. I can take the goods, but not the money. Zhang Jingwo laughed. Take it, or my uncle will have to come deliver it himself. Don't worry, we won't breathe a word about any of this. I scratched my head. Money's no use to me out here. No use now, but you'll need it when you go back. The higher-ups have already started restoring your status. You'll get word soon. My heart jolted. Really? I can really go back. Excitement, tension, nerves, it all surged up at once. Zhang Jingwo nodded firmly. You'll definitely go back. I'll keep an eye on it, and I'll come tell you the moment there's news. I looked at him, genuinely moved. Thank you, Director Zhang. He clapped me on the shoulder. If anyone's thanking anyone, it's us thanking you. If you respect me, just call me Brother Jangwo from now on. Brother Jangwo. There you go. He answered happily. Your brother's still got a little pull. If you ever need anything down the road, just come find me. I invited them to sit and made tea. I foraged this up in the mountains. Give it a try. Lu Jianjun looked around. You've lived out here alone all this time. That's amazing. If it were me, I'd have gone insane. Lu Baowen nodded in agreement. It's fine. I was scared when I first came up here, but I'm used to it now. Zhang Jingwo took the bamboo cup. When I get back, I'll find someone in town to replace you here. Don't worry about the village. I'll set you up with a place in town. No need. My status hasn't been restored yet. I don't want to cause you any trouble. I've lived here more than half a year now, and I'm used to it. Out there I'd just have nothing to do anyway. Zhang Jianjun said. Then how about the forestry farm? With my dad and Uncle Lu there, nobody would dare say a thing. Thanks for the thought, but I don't want to trouble you. Just let me know when there's good news. Zhang Jingwo glanced at me and nodded. All right, I'll definitely keep watch. I thought for a moment, then said, Brother Jangwo, could you help me buy some offerings and joss paper? I've never had the chance to pay my respects since my parents and older brother died. Tomorrow morning I'll slip out and wait for you at the foot of the mountain by town. Done. Leave it to your brother. Thank you, Brother Jangwo. Keep being so polite, and I'm going to get upset. I smiled shyly. After sitting a while, they got up to leave. I'll get everything ready as soon as I'm back and bring it to you first thing tomorrow. Sounds good. Stay safe on the road. I watched them walk off into the distance before turning back inside. 2 stacks of cash, 100 jin of grain coupons, and some other coupons. Clothes and grain, a few bottles of liquor, a few cans of fruit, a bag of White Rabbit milk candies, plus a bag of salt and a jug of oil. I stashed the cash and coupons in the storehouse and arranged the rest neatly in the room. I picked up the clothes and looked them over, washed spotless. I changed into a fresh set. Never expected the 2 men I saved to be connected to Zhang Jingwo. You could tell from all this that his family were upstanding people. Otherwise, a simple thank you would have been enough. Why fork over 2,000 yuan and all these coupons? That's no small sum. It was enough to buy a small courtyard house in the capital. But it also told me they didn't want to get too entangled with me. Giving this much was itself a statement. Everything's settled, clean, neither party owing the other. If I ever really showed up at their door needing help, they might, for the sake of the lives I saved, help me out once. Just once. That works. Nice and clean. And the money was useful. Once I was back, I'd have a legitimate source for my spending. Nothing to fear if anyone came digging. I lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. After the original owner's parents and brother died, they were carelessly buried in that mass grave on the back mountain. Even reburying their remains properly was impossible now. There was no way to tell which bones belonged to whom anymore. Before dawn the next day, I set off out of the mountains, heading straight for the foot of the mountain outside town. Passing through Wangyue village, I made a point of stopping by the educated youth station to take a look. Everyone was gone. I didn't linger, running all the way to the foot of the mountain, where I found a spot to sit and wait. Just as the sky brightened, Zhang Jingguo pulled up on his motorcycle. Brother Jiangguo, you got here early? Just arrived. He hauled the goods off the bike. Got it all. Bought the most Joss paper. How much do I owe you? Let me pay. What's this about money? Can't your big brother handle a little errand without you paying? I pulled out 20 yuan. This is different. It only counts if it comes from a sincere heart. He nodded and took it. Fine, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Anytime you need something, come find me at the security station. All right, Brother Jiangguo, I'm off. I hoisted the goods and headed up the mountain. He watched my back the whole time, until I was out of sight, before riding away. Once inside the mountains, I was in no hurry to pay my respects. Too many people came up during the day. I planned to go in the dead of night. At a secluded spot a dozen or so li from the village, I sat down. Check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 10 gene each of apples, pears, and watermelons, and 10 boxes of condoms. I collapsed limply to the ground. The fruit was fine. I could plant some at the farm later. But that last thing, it was just downright stimulating me. I waited until dark before heading up the back mountain. When I got there, it was a wasteland, exposed white bones giving off an indescribable creepiness in the pitch black. I laid everything out. Pastries, smoked chicken, a few apples. There was plenty of stuff in the warehouse, but I didn't dare set out anything too conspicuous, afraid that in a few days some villager might spot it, call the cops, and blow my cover. I lit the paper offerings, crouched down, and fed them into the fire one sheet at a time. An owl was hooting, the sound pressing down until it was hard to breathe. But strangely, I felt calm inside, without a single stray thought. The wind blew, and the flames flickered. Once the paper had burned to ash, I opened a bottle of liquor and poured it all over the ground, then knelt and kowtowed hard several times, foreheads thudding against the dirt. Call it a goodbye. Then I turned and ran into the mountains. Meanwhile, at the Liuxiang Street district office in the capital, Li Jihua was sitting in his office reading the newspaper when the phone on his desk rang. Liuxiang Street office, who's calling? It's me. The moment he heard the voice, he shot to his feet. Director Liu, what can I do for you? The municipal party committee just got a call from the forestry bureau in Shanxi province. Says there's a resettled worker who's been performing exceptionally well. Fought off a bear to save someone's life. We checked, and he's from your street office. Name's Qin Zheng. Everyone's dealing with status issues right now, and outstanding comrades need to be reinstated as soon as possible. Get on it over there. Yes, I'll arrange it right away. He hung up and slammed his fist on the desk. That little bastard, he's still not dead. He cursed, picked up his tea mug, took a sip, and sneered. Humph, let him keep waiting. The higher-ups didn't have time to keep an eye on this stuff all day. Whether it got done or not, wasn't that entirely up to him? He smiled smugly, picked the newspaper back up, and kept reading. I crouched on the ground, carefully digging out a ginseng plant. A 30-year specimen, no doubt about it. I moved it into the farm space, then picked up the ginseng seeds off the ground, replanting a few on the spot and collecting the rest to plant in the farm. I packed up my tools and turned to head back. It had been about half a year since Zhang Jingguo and the others came by to thank me. In that time, they'd visited me twice. I hadn't been idle either. Over these 6 months, the farm space had filled up with more and more animals. Things that flew in the sky, swam in the rivers, ran on the ground, you name it. I'd even caught a few bears, wild boars, and wolves and tossed them in. I wanted to grab a few tigers, but never ran into a single one. A real shame. There were plenty of trees, flowers, and plants too, all rare varieties. And medicinal herbs. Every time I spotted one, I transplanted it. Carrying my bamboo basket, I got back to my place and dumped the grass into the pen, where I kept a few wild rabbits, those I'd deliberately left outside. These things breed way too fast, a litter a month. Who could handle that? So I gave the farm an order, keep only 10. Otherwise the space would be nothing but rabbits before long. I scooped some water from the bucket and wiped my face. These days, I looked more and more like a mountain man. During the day, I'd even try my best to ignore that the farm space existed. I went inside, saw the calendar on the table, and tore off a page. Time really flew. It had already been a year since I came into the mountains. I brewed a cup of tea, sat down, and gazed out the window. Squeak, squeak. A little squirrel scampered down from the tree, hopped along the windowsill onto the table, spat out a few chestnuts, and nudged them toward me with its tiny paws. I reached over and flicked it on the head. It clutched its head and chirped at me indignantly. You little idiot, coming to trade with me every single day. I haven't even had time to eat any myself. It scurried over and grabbed at my clothes, looking pitiful. I rolled my eyes and pulled out a few sugar-roasted chestnuts, setting them on the table. Here, take 'em and get lost. It happily stuffed them into its mouth, rubbed against my arm, and turned to run off. I sank my consciousness into the farm and, out of boredom, started arranging the animals inside into formations, It was one of my ways to kill time. Qin Zheng. Hearing the shout, I got up and walked out to see Zhang Jingguo heading my way with a dozen or so people. Brother Jingguo, what's this? I sized up the group, men and women, old and young. Leading them was an old man with a full head of white hair, a fountain pen clipped to the pocket of his Zhongshan suit. Beside him walked a middle-aged man in black-framed glasses, also in a Zhongshan suit, clearly an educated type. Behind them were 2 young women and 3 young men, looking like students. There were also 2 soldiers with rifles slung over their shoulders and 3 security officers. Zhang Jingguo smiled and introduced us. Professor Liu, this is Qin Zheng, the mountain keeper here. He knows this area well. Is that so? Wonderful. The old man extended his hand. Hello, young comrade. My name is Lu Wenyuan, from the Heilongjiang archaeological team. These are my students. Hello, Professor Liu. I looked at how many of them there were. There's not much room inside. Let me bring out a few wooden stools. Everyone looked around. Lu Wenyuan nodded. Escaping the hustle and bustle of the world, this really is a fine spot. Zhang Jingguo helped carry the stools and said in a low voice, Qin Zheng, this time Professor Liu is heading to Wangyue Mountain for an excavation. Take them there. It's all arranged. Afterward, they'll send a letter to the capital on behalf of the archaeological team. The Forestry Bureau sent one last time too, but they just said they'd handle it as soon as possible, and there's still been no word. Probably not enough pressure. A few more letters should definitely do the trick. My heart warmed, and I nodded gratefully. Brother Jangwo, I understand. I'll get them there safely. They might stay a few days. Keep them safe. And 2 soldiers will go along. Safety first. Got it. I carried the stuff out, then brought out hot water to brew tea, and everyone thanked me politely. Lu Wenyuan smiled. Comrade Qin Zheng, we're going to Wangyue Mountain for an excavation, and we'd like to hire you to accompany us. What do you say? No need to hire me. I'll just take you there. I know this whole area. It's still more than 30 li from here to Wangyue Mountain. Haha, thank you so much. We might stay 2 or 3 days this time. Won't that hold you up? Not at all. I'm here every day anyway, Zhang Jingguo said. Well, since that's settled, I'll head back with my people. Brother Jangwo, at least stay for a meal. No, I've got plenty to do back home. Watching him lead his group away, I felt truly grateful. He'd really gone to great lengths for my return to the city. The middle-aged man in glasses asked, Comrade Qin Zheng, it's still early. Why don't we set out now? Sure. Let me grab a few things, and I'll be right out. I went inside, quietly stashed my things into the warehouse. The people outside couldn't see it anyway. Then came out with my rifle slung over my shoulder and a big pack in hand. One of the girls pointed, looking at the rabbits in the pen. What are you going to do with these rabbits? I walked over and opened the gate. When they get hungry, they'll head out and find food on their own. Aren't you afraid they won't come back? I smiled. Nah, there are plenty of wild rabbits in these mountains. I led everyone toward Moon-Gazing Mountain, with 2 soldiers bringing up the rear. Lu Wenyuan looked around as we walked. Comrade Qin Zheng, how long have you been living out here? A full year. That's a long time. The girl who'd asked about the rabbits looked at me. Aren't you scared, living out here all by yourself? I was at first, but I got used to it. So how old are you? 19. 19. She stared at me in shock, and so did everyone else. So you came out here when you were 18? I nodded. That's right. Lu Wenyuan shook his head with a laugh. We teachers can't hold a candle to you. Please don't say that. The students you cultivate, the value they create for the country through their knowledge, that's truly immeasurable. I looked at the old professor's head of white hair. A humble podium, hair gone gray, and students flourishing everywhere. I think that describes you perfectly. Lu Wenyuan froze, and the way he looked at me grew complicated. The words struck a chord in him, and he couldn't help but think back on the past. He'd once been full of ambition, only to be sent down to the countryside later. To hear this kind of recognition made all those years of perseverance and grievance suddenly feel worth it. The middle-aged man with glasses pushed up his frames, pulled out a notebook, and wrote the line down. Well said. That describes a teacher perfectly. Lu Wenyuan wiped the corner of his eye. That's too high praise. I can't accept it. If you can't accept it, Professor, then who could? Lu Wenyuan looked at me. Mind if I call you Little Qin? Of course not. Please do. Little Qin, can you tell me what books you've read? I kept walking as I spoke. When I was little, I started with the 3-character classic. Later I read the Analects, Mencius, The Great Learning, The Doctrine of the Mean, and the Book of Songs. Some of these books I really did read as a child, but most of it I inherited from that little Jap's memories. Those Japs actually studied Chinese literature pretty deeply. Might as well put it to use. When dealing with scholars, this stuff never fails. The middle-aged man looked at me in surprise. You've read all of them? My family had an influence on me. My father had a lot of books in his study, and I gradually grew to love them. Lu Wenyuan's eyes lit up. Little Qin, Do you know the line in Mencius about education and the rise and fall of a nation? When a nation is about to rise, it first promotes education. When a nation is about to fall, it first attacks its teachers. Lu Wenyuan got excited and spent the whole walk discussing literary allusions with me. The young people behind us gradually realized that this youth, younger than any of them, was astonishingly well-read. He tossed out allusions and poetry effortlessly, with a particularly deep understanding. Even the professor had moments where he stopped to think, yet I never stumbled once. Teacher Wang, is everything Qin Zheng says correct? The middle-aged man felt a little awkward inside, since there was plenty he didn't know either, but he kept a calm face. Now you see there's always a taller mountain beyond the mountain, right? Don't think going to college makes you impressive. There are plenty of hidden scholars among the common folk. Yeah. Qin Zheng is younger than us and knows so much. Even during our meal along the way, Lu Wenyuan enthusiastically kept discussing things with me. We reached the site just before dark. Lu Wenyuan still wasn't satisfied. That was a thrill. I haven't enjoyed myself like that in ages. Little Qin, your learning amazes me. Have you ever thought about teaching? I could recommend you to the school. I quickly waved my hands. Professor Lu, please don't say that. I didn't even go to high school. I'm not qualified. Confucius taught himself the Qin, learning without a master. I think you're that type. Credentials and knowledge are never proportional. Professor Lu, I'm just an ordinary person. How could I dare compare myself to the sages and great scholars? It's getting late. I'll go catch some game nearby. With that, I hurried off toward the woods. Today, I'd overdone it. I had no intention of teaching at a school. All I wanted was these professors' goodwill, so I could get back to the city sooner. I didn't want to wait a single extra day. The commendation from the Forestry Farm Administration earlier had vanished without a trace. Li Jihua must have buried it. That was why Zhang Jingguo had gotten me this opportunity. Once a commendation letter from the archaeology team reached the capital, the higher-ups would definitely take notice. Suppressed once or twice, fine, but I didn't believe he could suppress it every single time. The moment I got back would be the anniversary of their family's death. Seeing me take off, Lu Wenyuan laughed too. What a shame a talent like little Qin won't teach. The middle-aged man chimed in. Absolutely. He's so rare. Director Zhang said Qin Zheng came here when he was 14. In an environment like that, there's no way to read at all, yet he remembers everything so firmly. He must review constantly. I wandered around the woods for a good while without running into a single thing. So I just released a gazelle from the farm, dropped it with one shot, dressed it on the spot, and hauled it back on my shoulder. When I got back to camp, the 2 tents were already up. Seeing me carrying a gazelle, everyone crowded around. Whoa, Qin Zheng, you're amazing. You bagged a gazelle in no time. We can have a real feast tonight. I set the gazelle down and smiled. Got lucky, ran into a stray one. Let me clean it up and I'll roast it for you tonight. Then we'll go gather firewood. Lu Wenyuan sat off to the side. Little Qin, seems like you've picked up quite a few skills during your year in the mountains. Didn't have much choice. Out here you've got to do everything yourself. To keep from going hungry, you just have to figure things out as you go. Teacher, there's writing over here. Lu Wenyuan walked over. Let me see. I saw the 2 of them crouched in front of a broken stone, studying it, but didn't pay it much mind. I quickly finished dressing the gazelle. The students gathering firewood heard the commotion and ran over too. The 2 soldiers stood guard nearby with their rifles. Seeing no one was collecting firewood, they got up to chop some. Soon they gathered a pile of dry wood, came back, started a fire, and mounted the gazelle over it. I sat on a rock, sprinkling on seasoning. Lu Wenyuan and the others walked back. We can confirm this is an ancient site from the Qin or Han dynasty. Tomorrow let's search the surrounding area. Sounds good. The others felt a bit embarrassed seeing me handle everything alone. Little Qin, thanks for all your hard work today. We just made a discovery and got caught up in studying it. It's fine. You all work hard, rest up. It'll be ready soon. The group of young people crouched nearby, each of them looking on eagerly. Even at school, they couldn't eat meat every day, given their monthly expenses. They all had to ration everything. Tonight, at least, we could eat our fill. Qin Zheng, do you get to eat meat every day up in the mountains? Not necessarily. One heavy snow and you're stuck inside for days, cooped up. Wouldn't you go hungry? It's fine. I plan ahead, stock up when the weather's good. The sky had gone completely dark. Everyone sat in a circle around the campfire, each holding a big chunk of mutton. This is delicious. Qin Zheng, you've got real skills. Lu Wenyuan was older, so he stopped after eating a little and gazed up at the stars. Years ago, when I was herding out on the grasslands, the sky was my blanket and the earth my bed. Looking back now, there was real poetry to it. I opened my flask. Professor Lu, care for a drink? Sure, pour me some. Me too. I poured a cup for each of them and one for myself. Reading makes a person wiser, clears the mind, cultivates an interesting soul. No matter the circumstances, you can keep a positive outlook, find joy in hardship and discover your own worth. An interesting soul. Well put. Little Qin, you've got an interesting soul yourself, huh? Lu Wenyuan laughed. The others mulled over the words, thinking back to their days out in the countryside. Lu Wenyuan sipped his drink and slowly began asking about my family. I had nothing to hide, so I told him what I knew. The only thing I left out was Li Jihua bullying my family over the house. Bringing it up wouldn't necessarily change anything. Better to handle it myself. That'd feel a lot more satisfying. Early the next morning, we made a pot of porridge, and I cut up the leftover mutton from the night before and tossed it in. After we ate, Lu Wenyuan and the others got to work while I found a rock and sat down. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received Ruji ammo times 5, 1 henda. I sank my consciousness into the farm, put the hen in the coop, and sat there looking around. Wanghua Mountain was a towering peak, steep and rugged. Almost impossible for an ordinary person to climb. We were at the base. I looked around for a good while, but couldn't spot anything that resembled an archaeological site. Yet the archaeology team searched tirelessly, inch by inch, and every time they found a stone fragment with writing on it, they'd study it for ages. Bored, I wandered around and brought back some game to cook. I'd become a full-time nanny. For 3 straight days, we searched the whole area, and then the team decided to head back. There'd been plenty of wild animal roars nearby those days, but luckily we never ran into any. Fortunate, really. Over those days, I deliberately kept my distance from them. For one, I didn't want Lu Wenyuan getting ideas about roping me into teaching. And for another, I definitely didn't want to get tangled up in too many entanglements. Plus, I was bagging game every day, which had completely won over the 2 female team members. They'd cluster around me the moment we took a break. I hadn't touched meat since the new year, so how could I handle that? Keeping my distance was the smart move. Right now, all I wanted was to clear my name and get back to the city. In a few years, the sky really would be the limit. After half a day's trek, everyone made it back to where I was staying. Professor Lu, you all rest. I'll tidy up and start cooking. Lu Wenyuan waved his hand. Little Qin, don't trouble yourself. You've done more than enough these past few days. We've still got food. We'll just make do with something simple. You rest. It's no problem. I've got to eat anyway. Have a seat. I went inside, made sure no one was coming, and took the supplies out. Then I turned and headed back out, built a fire right in the clearing, grabbed a bucket, and went to fetch water myself, without letting anyone help. Professor, once we're back at school, let's write Little Qin a letter of commendation. Whether it helps him or not, at least his hard work these days won't have been for nothing. Lu Wenyuan smiled. I'll definitely write one. I'll also get old Chun at the Capital Archaeology Bureau to lend a hand. But don't think of Little Qin as so calculating. You can tell from how he keeps his distance. He's not doing this for a letter. With his abilities, living out here is no trouble at all. Whether he goes back sooner or later, what does it matter to him? The middle-aged man thought it over. You're right, Professor. I was being short-sighted. These years have hardened your way of thinking. You haven't shaken it off yet. Little Qin is a responsible kid, sincere to the core. That's rare. If I'd heard that, I'd have said, if I could get back to the city sooner, I'd have to be crazy to stay out here longer. 10 odd minutes later, I came back carrying water and a few dried wild chickens. Hungry, right? These are the dried chickens I stashed away. Let's roast them. Not many tools out here. Otherwise, stewing them would taste even better. Wow. Qinzheng, you keep your food stashed outside? Aren't you afraid it'll get taken? Yeah. If some animal catches the scent and finds it, you'd have nothing left to eat. I smiled. Sometimes I head into the mountains, and people occasionally pass through here. If I kept it inside, it'd be even easier for someone to just help themselves. True. But if someone actually took it, that'd be really low. Right? How could anyone just take someone else's stuff? I couldn't be bothered to explain much to these students, so I just set up several wild chickens by the fire and focused on cooking. Lu Wenyuan seemed to have figured out my temperament, so he didn't bring up the commendation letter again. He just chatted with me about classical literature. Back and forth, question and answer, and the time flew by. Once the chickens were roasted, everyone divided them up and sat down to eat with their dry rations. Squeak, squeak. A little squirrel stood on the roof, holding up a chestnut and chirping. The 2 girls were curious. So cute. Is it bringing us something? I laughed. It wants to trade with me for food. And I walked over. The moment the squirrel saw me, it hopped happily onto my shoulder, holding up the chestnut and chattering. I pulled out 2 candied roasted chestnuts. You little goof. Take them and go. Don't hold up my dinner. It stuffed the chestnut into its mouth, nuzzled against me affectionately, and in a flash darted up a tree and vanished. Qinzheng, does it trade with you often? Yeah, been about half a year now. Every time it brings a chestnut or 2 to swap. That's fun. Do other animals come too? I smiled. The wild chickens and rabbits all ended up in my stomach. Everyone got a good laugh out of that. After the meal, Lu Wenyuan wrote down 2 addresses and phone numbers. Little Qin, This is my work and home. Call me when you get the chance. If you ever come to Hay Province, you must visit. I will, Professor Liu. If I get the chance, I'll definitely come see you. Then we'll part ways here. I trust we'll meet again someday. I watched them leave, smiled, and tucked the paper away into my storage. A perfect ending. I didn't know whether the commendation letter would work, but it beat having none. After cleaning up outside, I went back in, entered the farm space, and took a bath. I hadn't washed in days and felt awful all over. I gave myself a good, thorough wash, changed into clean clothes. I get back to the cabin and put on some tea. Glancing at the calendar on the table, I tear off a few pages. Winter's about to hit the mountains again. No need to chop firewood this year. The farm's woods have really filled out. I could grab whatever and still never burn through it all. I stretch and gaze out at the mountains. System, send me another condom, and I'm skipping check-in for a whole week. I'm lying on the bed, zoning out, when suddenly there's the sound of someone reciting poetry outside. Fallen leaves blanket the pine-clad hills. Where might I find a trace of your path? I sit up and look out the window. A few dozen meters away stands an old man, gray robe, long hair, a wine gourd dangling from his hand. I squint, size him up for a moment, then head outside. Old priest, how do you know I was in the mood for a drink? The old man turns and walks closer with a smile. Little hermit, why would this old Taoist bring you wine? If my ears don't deceive me, you were reciting a poem by Wei Yingwu of the Tang dynasty, lamenting the hard, Spartan life of a mountain hermit. So you made a special trip up here with a gourd of wine to pay a visit. Can't this old Taoist be here to see someone else? I laugh. Because I intercepted you. This scene, this moment, this person, doesn't it all fit perfectly? Huh. You're a delightful sort, my young friend. This wine's brewed by my own hand. Got anything to go with it? Come in. The old man steps inside, gives the place a casual once-over, and sits down. You're clearly well-read too, my friend. Seems you've got quite a story behind you. I grab a handful of peanuts from the corner and drop them on the table, setting out 2 bamboo cups. I bet you've got quite a story yourself, old priest. This old Taoist has long cultivated deep in the mountains. Lately, I've sensed a shift in the fortunes of the world, a sign that chaos is being set right. So I came down to have a look. Looks like I've run into a real master today. How about telling me my future? Sure. We've got a fated connection today, so I'll read your fortune as a gift. The moment he says it, he starts studying me carefully. Slowly his brow furrows, his expression turning grave. Strange, how very strange. I pour myself some wine and take a sip. A fiery spice slides down my throat, like a tongue of flame burrowing into my body. Warmth spreads through me, followed by a sweet aftertaste blooming across my tongue. I can't help but praise it. Good stuff. The old man strokes his beard, eyes locked on me. My friend, a year ago, were you extremely weak, near death? I glance at him. This old geezer's actually got something. Nope. That can't be right. Could there truly be someone reborn from fire, brought back from the dead? I've got nothing to give you here, so don't make it sound so mystical. No. This old Taoist could never be wrong. You've passed through a death calamity, my friend. Your future is destined for glory, an unstoppable rise straight to the heavens. But what? The old man sips his wine. But your entire life will be plagued by romance. You'll need to be careful. Isn't a lot of romance a good thing? Not so. Romance comes in 3 kinds: good romance, bad romance, and romantic calamity. Your face shows an abundance of good romance, yet none that lasts. That means your heart is restless. You chase pleasure in the moment without a thought for the future. Good romance easily turns to bad romance, and then to calamity. Your future holds great wealth and status, but it'll be riddled with hardship, all because of these romances. They'll draw countless jealous people to work against you. I laugh. Huh. Sounds like my future's pretty exciting. That's a good thing. The old man lowers his head to drink, his eyes flickering. My friend, if you could solve this problem of excess romance, becoming a high-ranking lord or minister would be no issue at all. Wouldn't dare dream of it. Freedom's much nicer. Fate has decreed it. Even if you don't enter officialdom, my friend, given enough time, a crowd of powerful dignitaries will gather around you all the same. There's no escaping it. I keep an eye on the outside, and only after confirming no one's around do I look back at him. That's good. No need to do things myself. Someone's around to help when things come up. Indeed. In the future, you'll also meet a sleeping dragon and a fledgling phoenix. They'll be your right and left hands. With them at your side, your future is bright. Oh, where are these 2? The old man smiles mysteriously. All is fate. When the time comes, you'll meet them naturally. I nod and light a cigarette. I'm guessing you're just being cryptic on purpose. Let me ask one more thing. Is this the part where I have to pay up? Huh. This old Taoist said the reading was a gift, and I never go back on my word. Let me toast this cup to your noble destiny, until fate brings us together again. With that, He downs it in one gulp. He rises to leap out through the window, as if determined to cement his image as some enlightened master. But the instant he moves, a wave of dizziness hits him. He turns to me, his face full of disbelief. You? I watch him collapse to the floor, the corner of my mouth curling up. Man or ghost, how could you ever hide it from me? A flick of thought, and I pull him straight into the farm space to deal with him. A flood of memories pours in, Taoist scriptures, martial arts, and the most deeply buried secrets. Knew I didn't kill the wrong guy. This old Taoist was one of those little bastards who'd been hiding out for decades. And he wasn't the only one. Taoist priest comes down the mountain to slay bandits, only to have the bandits seize his temple instead. Talk about ironic. I comb carefully through his memories, and my eyes slowly light up. These little bastards really hadn't slacked off studying Taoist arts over the decades. Lightness skills, fist techniques, swordplay, all kinds of texts, they dabbled in it all. The lightness skills aren't as exaggerated as in the novels, but leaping 3 or 4 meters in the air is no problem. I don't rush to start training. First, I keep absorbing the memories. Among these people, some studied Qimeng Duanjia divination, feng shui secrets, and the 5 elements concealment arts. They don't do anything miraculous, but the face reading and feng shui stuff is actually pretty reliable. This old Taoist really was sharp, studied all sorts of things. They were exactly half of those 1,000+ little bastards, now down to a little over 100. There are 129 people inside the temple, plus the old Taoist and 3 others out wandering. Their whereabouts unknown for now. Their temple is called Sunset Glow Valley, over 300 kilometers from my place. Even at my speed, it'd take a full day to run there. I enter the farm and take out the soft sword the old Taoist had hidden in his belt. Cleverly designed, you'd never guess it was a sword unless you drew it. With a crisp ring, the soft sword slides free of its sheath. I practice the swordplay from his memories, but within a few moves I'm all thumbs. The soft sword is way too hard to control. Frustrated, I sheath it and grab a wooden stick to practice with instead. Rep after rep, I gradually get the hang of it, and I train the lightness techniques alongside. My physique is strong. Once I master the technique of channeling force, I'll be far better than the old Taoist ever was. A few days later, I can practice with the soft sword itself. One leap covers 5 or 6 meters, a single stride carries me 3 to 5 meters, and I whip the soft sword around so tightly it's airtight. To an outsider it'd look like I'm sealed inside a bell of silver. I command the farm's branches and leaves to fly at me, and the soft sword blocks every one. Not a single leaf gets close. Shing, the soft sword slides back into its sheath. I'm drenched in sweat, gasping for air. This kind of absolute defense drains stamina like crazy. Very good. After these past few days, I've finally mastered everything the old Taoist knew. Time to head out. After my shower, I tidied up the room and headed outside. It was already dark, perfect for traveling. I dug in with my legs and shot forward, wind howling past my ears. I was twice as fast as before. I used to cover 100+ kilometers in 6 hours of straight running. Now I could easily top 200 in the same time, over 30 kilometers an hour. Not quite beast level, but definitely the human ceiling. The faster I ran, the better it felt. A 10-meter wide crevasse. I cleared it in a single leap off my own momentum. Along the way, I ran into a herd of takin and knocked out a few, storing them in the farm. Then I stumbled onto a group of forest musk deer, which scattered in panic at my sudden appearance. These are worth grabbing. Musk is a precious medicinal ingredient. It opens the senses, revives the spirit, promotes circulation, and dissolves stasis. A single adult musk deer yields about 20 grams per harvest, twice a year. I caught 5, 2 males and 3 females, settled them in the farm, and set a command for regular musk collection. Passing a bamboo grove, I even spotted 2 of our national treasures at play. Those black and white butterballs really are adorable. But I didn't stop. I kept charging toward Sunset Valley. 3 in the morning. I arrived. I crept into the valley carefully. Inside were cultivated fields, and a few hundred meters out stood a Taoist temple. I could see it all clearly. 2 people sat cross-legged in meditation behind the gate, while the rest rested inside. Astonishingly, no one stood guard outside. They probably figured their identities were secret enough that no vigilance was necessary. I felt my way over, slipped a block of knockout incense through the gate, and waited patiently. A few minutes later, the 2 were dead asleep. I pushed off with my legs, vaulted the several-meter-high wall, landed softly, and dragged both into the farm to deal with them. Skirting the main hall, I entered the living quarters. Plenty of the people inside knew martial arts, so I didn't dare pry open any doors. As before, I slid knockout incense into every single room. Not one skipped, and only then began the harvest. The methods weren't honorable, but with people like these, there was no need for scruples. Reaping all the benefits without a scratch on me. That's the greatest victory of all. 128. one fewer than the old Taoist had known about. I sat in one of the rooms absorbing memories, my skills growing steadily. To bury their identities, these little Japs had turned themselves completely into Taoist priests, morning rites, martial training, meditation, manual labor. Not all of them were masters, but a dozen or so were genuinely formidable. Many of their insights struck me, and there was Taoist life cultivation, meditating and refining qi toward unity with heaven and earth. I shook my head. Sitting in meditation every day, no way I could hold still that long. Only after finishing did I learn that the missing person had died of old age a few months earlier. Then I roamed through the rooms. This temple had centuries of history and no shortage of antiques. The small leaf red sandalwood furniture alone was a pile. I swept every collection of books into my warehouse, some the temple's own, some brought by the Japs. Finally, in the underground treasury, I found the arms and the stash. I took all the weapons, 3 crates of large gold bars, 5 crates of small gold bars, and a full 10 crates of jade and jewelry. 1,500 large gold bars for 1,000 small ones, even more than the last batch. Those 10 crates of jade and jewelry left me stunned. Among this haul, gold had somehow become the least valuable thing. Out of the treasury, I looked back at the temple. This place was hidden, a fine spot for quiet cultivation. Shame I couldn't possibly stay. If no one finds it in a few years, it'll probably just crumble into ruins. I lit a few sticks of incense in the main hall. I'd thought about just tearing the place down. The timber was good, but seeing those deity statues, I dropped the idea. I'm a transmigrator myself. If I offended these gods, it could mean real trouble. I offered incense sincerely. Reverend deities, this humble one has cleaned house for you. Don't come giving me grief. From here on, this place is in your hands. With that, I turned and left. Dawn hadn't broken yet, so I retraced my route back. Just as I cleared the valley, my steps halted. Wait, there are still 3 out wandering. They might come back. I rubbed my chin and decided to leave a note to lure them right into my hands. I ran back and, imitating the Jap officer's handwriting, left a letter. It instructed everyone to travel abroad and establish footholds in various regions to build toward hegemony. I also planted the news that I was heading to the imperial capital, telling them to come collect their funds there upon returning, and I added a special mark. Recalling the officer's habits, I deliberately accidentally dripped a little ink in the corner. Perfect. Grinning wickedly, I tucked the letter into a hidden corner of the officer's room. Those 3 would definitely find it. As for what they'd think seeing the empty temple, I didn't care. Either way, they'd obediently head to the imperial capital, and then I'd sit and wait for my prey. Not a single one would escape. Shame there's still one squad of Japs whose hiding place I don't know. Guess it depends on whether I turn anything up before I leave. Roar. Halfway along, I heard a tiger's roar. My eyes lit up, and I ran toward the sound. Bang. A gunshot. My steps paused. I sprang up onto a branch and leapt forward from tree to tree. Roar, bang, bang. Soon I saw it clearly. A tiger had pinned a hunter to the ground and clamped its jaws around his neck. Damn it. Fury flared. I was a step too late. I flung myself down from the tree. Beast, take this. The tiger was about to enjoy its meal when it saw another victim arriving. It opened its blood-red maw, roared, and lunged. I dropped low, driving my waist muscles through my legs, and slammed a thrusting punch into its belly. Thud, a dull impact, and the tiger's massive body flew 2 meters into the air. Mid-flight it adjusted swiftly, its tail whipping the air toward me, its eyes cold and cruel. I gave it no chance, dodged the tail, surged up, and drove my right leg hard into its body. Thud, grah. The tiger flew off with a howl. I landed and chased after it. It dodged to one side, then swiped back with a reverse claw. Man and tiger traded blows back and forth. I realized a tiger really is a tiger, agile and durable. If it had been a blind bear, it'd have been down and out long ago. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of blows echoed through the jungle. Shanzi. A woman's cry came from the distance. A woman had stopped dead in her tracks. Seeing a man and a tiger locked in combat, she clapped a hand over her mouth, eyes full of shock. In all her years living in the mountains, she'd never seen, never even heard, of anyone this strong. That was a tiger, after all. Then she saw the body on the ground. Tears burst out instantly, and she collapsed to the earth. The moment I noticed the woman, the tiger noticed her too. It fainted, then spun around to flee. The beast knew I was too much to handle and wanted to retreat first. I chased after it immediately. With an outsider present, killing a tiger in front of people would be a hassle to deal with, so its running off suited me just fine. Man and tiger tore off for several miles. I leveled my rifle and fired a single shot. Bang! The running tiger jerked like it had been struck by lightning. Its eyes actually showed a human-like expression, as if to say, "You've got no honor, man. We were having a good fight. Why'd you pull a gun?" I finished off the tiger and stored it straight into the farm for processing. If there'd been a mating pair, I might have tried to catch one alive. But with just the one, there was no point keeping it. I turned and headed back. The woman was still there, cradling the man's body and weeping. When I suddenly appeared, she wiped her tears and knelt on the ground. Thank you for letting my husband keep his body whole. The woman was plainly dressed, a kerchief tied around her head, her skin a wheaten tan. Years of wind and sun deep in the mountains. There was no way she could stay pale. I stepped forward and helped her up. I got here too late. I heard the tiger roar and rushed over, but I still didn't make it in time. It's not your fault. My husband just had a short life. She wiped her tears, took a rope from her body, and bound the corpse. We don't live far from here. You can come rest for a bit. I'll help you get the body back. I picked the man up and followed her back. After about 3 miles, I saw more than a dozen wooden cabins. Mama, a boy and a girl came running out. When they saw the body I was carrying, they understood immediately and threw themselves at their mother's legs. Go Dan, Arya, don't cry. This comrade drove the tiger off. That's why your father's body is still whole. Kneel down and kowtow to him. The 2 children obediently knelt and kowtowed. Get up, quickly. The important thing now is to bury him. People came out of the other cabins, and when they saw the body, they all gathered around. Shirley, what happened? We ran into a tiger. An old man looked at the wounds, shook his head, and sighed. The villagers eyed me curiously, a stranger. A few young girls looked at me, their faces flushing awkwardly. They'd never seen a man this good-looking. I watched as they dug a pit. Someone carried over a coffin. The woman changed her husband into a fresh set of clothes. And just like that, he was buried. It was simple. Mountain folk had few resources. The coffin was handmade by a village craftsman. Having a coffin at all was considered dignified. After the woman explained things to the village, everyone's eyes toward me completely changed. A man who fought a tiger with his bare hands was something they'd never even heard of. I didn't give my real name. I made up an identity. Otherwise, if word got out, it'd be a huge problem. Benefactor, come rest at my home. I'll go make some food. No need. I should be going. I have things to take care of. The woman grabbed my arm. Come in and sit for a while. I looked at her, not quite understanding what she meant, but I nodded anyway. Go Dan, take Arya back to your room. Okay. I curiously followed her inside. The woman shut the door tight. Have a seat first. I'm going to wash up. I didn't ask anymore. I sat down, lit a cigarette, and let my consciousness slip into the farm. The tiger was already processed, tiger meat and tiger bones separated, the hide tanned intact, the tiger's penis and gallbladder all cleaned up neatly. I took out 2 wine jars I'd taken from the Japs. Each could hold 50 caddies. I poured in the liquor I'd gotten from check-in and dropped the tiger bones in to soak. Just as I finished, the woman came out. My eyes went wide. I leaned back against the bed and took a deep drag on my cigarette. The woman lay against my chest. This is how we mountain women thank our benefactors. Don't read too much into it. From now on, whenever you pass through, come in, I'll take care of you again. I really had gone too long without any female company, and with a naked woman suddenly appearing right in front of me, I couldn't hold back. Besides, once she'd washed up, she wasn't bad looking at all. My place was over 100 kilometers from here. At my speed, only a few hours away. It's too remote and too dangerous out here. Things are starting to get better on the outside. You'd be better off moving out of the mountains. The woman sighed. We've always lived in the mountains. Out there we don't know how to do anything. We couldn't survive. I'll raise Go Dan and the others, and when there's a chance, I'll send them out. I nodded. I definitely wouldn't have time to look after them. I took a deep drag. I should get going. The woman sat up and helped me get dressed. Be careful on the road. Don't worry. I set my backpack down. This is for you. If you get the chance, take the kids to live outside. There's a 50-year-old ginseng root in here. It'll sell for a few thousand yuan, and it'll be worth even more later. Don't let anyone cheat you. No, this is too valuable. I waved her off. I'm leaving. Hide it well. Don't let anyone know about it. With that, I opened the door and walked out. A few of the young girls snuck glances at me, but I paid them no mind. I turned and ran off into the forest. Leaving behind the ginseng and the food made me feel a lot better. Her husband had just died, and I couldn't hold myself back. That really wasn't decent of me. The woman opened the pack and saw canned fruit, canned meat, and a ginseng root wrapped in cloth. Shanzi, don't worry. I'll raise the children well. I made it back home around noon. I did a sweep. No one had been there. I went into the farm, took a shower, changed clothes, and came back to the cabin. I sat down and steeped a cup of tea, looking at all the various furniture in the storehouse. Yeah, all this furniture's worth quite a bit now. The farm had expanded by another 100+ mu. I planted a few dozen mu of vegetables and used the rest for some medicinal herbs and grain. There wasn't much worth planting anyway. Either way, I'd never eat it all. I took a sip of tea and remembered I hadn't checked in today, so I connected with the system. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained roast suckling pig times 1, grapes times 10 caddies. I ignored the rewards and took out the medicinal herbs to sort through them. A few of the Japs had held quite a number of traditional Chinese medicine formulas, some for healing, some for torment. Bone knitting salve could speed up bone healing as fast as a month, no slower than 10,000 ants burning the body. The moment it touches you, your whole body feels like countless ants are crawling and biting. The poison victim scratches himself raw, and there's no antidote. In the end, he dies in agony. There were plenty more, but I won't list them all. I began preparing them according to the formulas. The farm could handle it on its own. I was purely killing time, tinkering away slowly in the cabin. A few days later, a cold wave hit. The wind howled, and snow came down in flurries. The capital, Liuxiang Subdistrict Office. Li Jihua sat contentedly in his office, drinking tea. The phone rang, and he picked it up. Liuxiang Subdistrict Office. Who's calling? Comrade Li Jihua. That Qinzheng we talked about last time. How are you handling it? Hearing that it was the district head, he hurriedly replied. Director Liu, I'm on it right now. What do you mean it's in progress? It's been half a year, and it's still not done? You think my word as district chief doesn't count for anything anymore? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Li Jihua's forehead. He couldn't figure out why the district chief was bringing this up again. He guessed someone over in Shaanxi province was pulling strings. Chief, I made a point of wiring the village where Qin Zheng was sent down, but there's been no reply. I was worried something else might be going on, so I... The city committee just called. Professor Chen from Capital University personally asked about Qin Zheng and even praised him for contributing to the nation's archaeology efforts. Li Jihua's face darkened. What kind of luck did that little bastard have, getting 2 people to ask after him? His mind raced. Yes, I'll send a telegram to Shaanxi today. If there's still no reply, I'll send someone out there in person. I'll get it handled as fast as possible. The line went to a busy signal. He set down the phone, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. He understood the principle of not 3 strikes, but bringing that guy back. He couldn't stomach it. Once the guy was back, his reputation could be restored at any time. Then how would he ever get his hands on that house? But if he stalled and did nothing, and the district asked one more time, his position would be gone. I can drag it out a while longer. Wait and see. And if he dies in the meantime, all the better. He slammed his fist on the desk. Should have kept them right under my nose, found someone to take care of them, and been done with it. Now there's no way to make a move. I leaned back comfortably in my chair. The room was as warm as spring. On the table sat a Go board I'd gotten from a Taoist temple. Whenever I had nothing to do, I'd play a game against myself. The black and white stones took shape on the board like 2 great dragons. I pondered for a long while, then put the stones back in their bowls, picked up my teacup, and took a sip. Watching the rattling window, I didn't need to go outside to know how cold it was out there. The archaeology team had been gone for over 3 months now. Well, looks like I'll be spending another new year here. There's a house up ahead, hurry. 3 figures in green army coats trudged toward the cabin against the wind and snow, the deep drifts already up past their calves. Anybody home? I gave a start, pushed aside the animal hide covering the window, and looked out. 3 people, 2 men and a woman. I got up and opened the door, and a blast of wind and snow poured in. Get inside quick. They hurried in. A middle-aged man shook the snow off himself, eyeing the room warily. Sorry to bother you, young man. Are you the mountain keeper here? I poured 3 cups of hot tea. Yeah. What are you all doing up in the mountains in weather like this? The other middle-aged man plopped down on a wooden stool. Don't get me started. We're from the forestry station. We were headed to a post 3 miles out to take shelter, but it's been shut down for a year. Nothing there. Then I remembered somebody said there was a mountain keeper over this way, so we came here. I handed over the water. I see. Have some tea first, warm yourselves up. I looked the 3 of them over. The 2 men were around 40, the woman in her 30s. It was an unusual grouping, but they didn't seem like bad people. You got any liquor, young comrade? We're frozen to the bone. I do. A few months ago, an old Taoist passing through gave me a flask. It's strong stuff. I'll go get it. I took out the gourd flask and handed it to one of the men. He opened it and took a swig. Good stuff. He passed it to the other man. The woman sipped her tea, studying me. This young mountain keeper. The more she looked, the less I seemed like someone who'd spent years living in the mountains. My skin was fair and smooth, even paler than hers. You've been out here all by yourself? I nodded. Yeah, hardly anyone comes around here. How old are you this year? 19. A motherly ache showed in the woman's eyes. So young, and already sent up the mountain alone. How could the people in your village bully you like that? They didn't. I'm used to it. I gave a shy smile and sat off to the side, drinking my tea. The man beside me lit a cigarette. Have one, young comrade. Sure. I smiled and took it, lighting up. How come that forestry post of yours hasn't had anyone for a whole year? The man took a drag. All the sent down you've left. The extra post got shut down too. Sending people back up would just be a waste. The other man took a few more swigs. Man, this is the good stuff. Real kick to it. My whole body's warmed up. Go easy. Don't drink up all of the young comrade's liquor. As she spoke, the woman grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds from her bag and put them on the table. Have some seeds. Thanks. I chatted with them, taking the chance to ask about news from the outside world. From what I heard, things were developing pretty much the way I remembered, so I relaxed. All I needed to do was wait patiently. The three of them warmed up for a while, then headed off to the forestry station through the wind and snow. I saw them out, saw that the snow hadn't let up at all, and turned back inside. I took the cups they'd used into the space to wash them clean, added a bit more firewood, then lay down on the bed and closed my eyes, going back over the knowledge and skills the Japanese soldier had possessed. A woo. Now and then, a wolf's howl echoed through the mountains. Capital city, Liuxiang subdistrict office. His face full of reluctance, Li Jihua signed a document. A staff member took the papers, not knowing why the director was in such a bad mood, and didn't ask, just turned and went out to make the arrangements. Li Jihua grabbed his tea mug as if to smash it, then gently set it back down at the last moment. Year's end was coming up. The district chief would be making an inspection tour, and if he asked about Qinzheng then, there'd be no way to talk his way out of it. He had no choice but to have it handled. He took a deep drag on his cigarette. So what if he comes back? The house stays locked up either way. I'll just wait for him to have an accident, and I can still take it over all the same. At that thought, a cold smile crossed his face. Zhang Jingguo was sitting in his office when the phone rang. He picked it up. This is Zhang Jingguo. Hearing it was the Revolutionary Committee calling, his face lit up with joy. Good. Good. I'll go pass the word along. He hung up and hurried out the door. I practiced martial arts in the space for a while, then took a shower, changed my clothes, and returned to the cabin. As usual, I carved a mark into the wood. I opened the door, and cold wind hit my face. I walked a full circle around the cabin, checked that no large animals had come by, then strolled off toward the woods nearby. The snow on the ground had frozen solid, crunching underfoot with each step. After making a loop, I came back and was just about to go inside when I saw two people walking this way from the west. I stopped at the door and waited. Those two were forest rangers from the station. I had no idea what they'd come for today. Qinzheng, good news for you. At those words, something stirred in my heart. I quickly went to meet them. What news? The Revolutionary Committee received a document. You can go back now. They want you to head to the village to get the papers processed. You can go home. That's great. Joy spread across my face. I pulled out 2 packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into their hands. Thank you so much. All right, I'll head back and pack up my things. I can't take that. Keep it for yourself. I don't smoke much anyway. It'll help you two stay alert. I didn't know either of their names. After saying my piece, I hurried inside. The two exchanged a glance, split the cigarettes, 1 pack each, and headed back with smiles on their faces. I stored my things away in the warehouse, thought it over, then packed the bedding into my bag too and left the cabin with the big pack slung over my shoulder. Halfway out, I remembered that map of the mountains, so I went back inside and nailed it to the wall before turning to leave. After walking 100 meters or so, I looked back at the place I'd lived in for over a year. A faint smile crossed my face, and I strode off. Inside the Yunling Village Production Brigade office, Chen Dayton had finished writing up my certificate and stamped it with the official seal. I took the certificate from Chen Dayton and gave it a look, then set down the semi-automatic rifle. The village gave me this gun back then. I'm returning it now. Chen Dayton hadn't expected me to survive that long in the mountains. He nodded, then pulled out 50 yuan. Mountain keepers get a grain subsidy every month. You never came back once to collect it, so I converted it to cash. You'll need it back in the city. I hadn't planned on bringing it up, but since he was offering it himself, there was no reason for me to refuse. Thanks, brigade leader. I'm off. He sat there smoking and grunted in acknowledgement. Truth was, he hadn't wanted to give it to me at first. But after hearing that I'd saved the kids of the forestry farm's secretary and the factory director, and that I was on brotherly terms with the town's public security chief, he figured it was better to lose a little money than invite trouble. No sense stirring up a fuss over something this small. The villagers watched me leave with a pack on my back and a sack over my shoulder, all of them eyeing me curiously. They'd assumed I wouldn't last long, but here I was, not just alive, but doing pretty well. A few of the women caught sight of my face and regretted not noticing me sooner. A man this handsome? Their village had never seen the like. As I made my way down the mountain, I spotted a motorcycle coming toward me from a distance. Zhang Jingguo hopped off his bike, grinning. Didn't think you'd come down so soon. Hop on. I tossed my things onto the bike and climbed on. First I'll get you cleaned up, then we'll have a proper drink. No need for a bath, Zhang. I just washed up before heading down. This one's on me. Why so formal with me? Well, since you're already clean, Let's head straight for the restaurant. When we got to town, the restaurant manager greeted Zhang Jingguo warmly the second he saw him. Chief Zhang's here. Come, have a seat. Lao Lu, bring out whatever good dishes you've got today. My brother and I are going to have a drink. The manager glanced at me, seeing how young I was, yet well-mannered, clean-cut, and not a bit like someone from the mountains, he said. We stewed some pig's feet today, and there's braised pork. Let me fix those up for you. And throw in a couple of small dishes too. Once we sat down, Zhang Jingguo said, as soon as I got word from the Revolutionary Committee, I called over to the forestry farm. They're closer to you, so no time wasted. Are all your papers in order? All done. Chen Dayton even gave me 50 yuan, said it was the converted grain subsidy. Zhang Jingguo nodded. Smart of him. Otherwise, I'd have given him a good talking to. The liquor arrived, and he poured 2 glasses. I checked with the station. There's a train tonight at 6. Rest at my place after we eat, and I'll see you off. Jingguo, I can manage on my own. No point wasting your time going back and forth. After we eat, I'll take the bus to the station. Taking the train back to the capital from here is over 1,000 kilometers. But trains are slow these days. They stop at every station, big and small. The whole trip takes 30 hours, 10 of which are just stops. 2 full days to get there. I wanted a sleeper berth, but in these times only cadres could ride in those. In the end, I couldn't even get a seated ticket. The train was packed to the brim. With the new year approaching, even the aisles were crammed with people. I found a spot in the gap between 2 cars, threw my bag on the floor, and plopped down on top of it, leaning against the wall of the car. Sitting on the bedding was actually pretty comfortable. The moment the train started moving, people began weaving back and forth through the cars, mostly pickpockets scoping out targets. Hey kid, you want any antiques? I kept my eyes shut and pretended to sleep. When the guy saw I wasn't responding, he walked off looking disgruntled. Along the way, I saw plenty of people get robbed or conned. I just watched coldly. That is, until a middle-aged woman holding a child got up to get off, and I stood to block her way. What do you think you're doing? She asked, watching me nervously. I stood in front of the door, noticing the child was sleeping way too deeply. That's not your kid, is it? What are you talking about? This is my child. Somebody help. This man's trying to snatch my baby, she shouted, trying to leave. I grabbed a fistful of her hair and yanked it up, then said to the passengers rushing over, take it easy. The train police will be here any second. Murder. He's stealing my child. Somebody help me. With her hair in my grip, she didn't dare struggle, so she just kept screaming. Let go first, young man. Don't hurt anyone. While she was still yelling in pain, I reached out with my left hand and pulled the child into my arms. She lunged to grab the kid, but I kicked out with my right leg and dropped her straight to her knees. What's going on here? Make way. 2 train officers pushed their way through. Let her go. This woman's a child trafficker. The kid still hasn't woken up. She's been drugged. Everyone here saw this woman holding the child just now. The moment the crowd heard that, it all clicked. Right. I knew something was off. That kid was sleeping way too soundly. Seeing things had gone south, the woman whipped out a dagger from inside her clothes and lunged. Watch out. I knocked the dagger away with a knife hand strike, and the officers swarmed in and cuffed her. Comrade, sorry to trouble you, but we'll need you to make a statement. Try not to hold up the other passengers getting off. After I finished the statement, the officers smiled and gave me a few words of praise. Comrade, which work unit are you with? We'd like to send a commendation letter to recognize you. I don't have a work unit. I was sent down to Shaanxi province, and I just got the order to return to the city. I handed over the certificate the village had issued me. The officer looked it over and nodded. Comrade Qinzhong, I'll report your conduct exactly as it happened, and we'll send a commendation letter to your neighborhood committee as well. A commendation letter was a tremendous honor in those days. I waved my hand, feigning bashfulness. That's not necessary. I didn't really do anything. Anyone else who saw it would have done the same. Mainly it was your quick thinking. Nobody else caught on. All right, we're still a few hours out from the capital. Just rest here for now. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The train pulled into the station. Looking at the shabby platform outside, that mix of familiarity and strangeness left me a little unsettled. I took a deep breath, and once the train came to a full stop, I grabbed my things and got off. Outside the station, snow was piled along both sides of the street. People bundled up in cotton coats hurried past, and slogans and rundown buildings were everywhere. It didn't match a single bit of the high-rises and bustling traffic I remembered. I walked toward a rickshaw parked not far off. Take me to the Liuxiang neighborhood office. 30 cents. Deal. The driver pedaled the trishaw and asked, Hey, young comrade, one of those educated youth heading back to the city? I shot back. Anyone come back later than me? Sure, but they've pretty much all made it back by now. The driver's mouth ran the whole way, from national policy down to street gossip. I was happy enough to just listen. Over an hour later we arrived. I got out, paid, and looked at the neighborhood office in front of me before carrying my things inside. Comrade, who are you looking for? A clerk asked, standing up. I pulled out my papers. Hello, I'm a resident here. This is my documentation. He took it and looked it over. So you're Qin Zheng. Hold on a moment. Then he walked into the back. Before long, a heavy-set man in a Zhongshan suit, his hair combed impeccably, came out with his hands clasped behind his back. The moment he saw me, his face broke into a smile. Comrade Qin Zheng, hello. I'm Li Jihua, the director of the neighborhood office. I know all about your reform record during your time in the countryside. I hope you'll keep up the good work. Looking at this enemy of mine, I didn't let a flicker of it show on my face. Bashfully, I said, I'll definitely keep Director Li's advice in mind. Seeing how earnest I looked, Li Jihua couldn't quite read me. Could it be that this kid didn't know about the old business? Then again, he thought, I was only a teenager back then, and my parents had died young. Maybe nobody ever told me. He smiled. Good then. Once your residence registration is done, you can be on your way. I scratched my head. Director Li, can I still live in my family's house? His smile faded. Not at the moment. That requires a unified arrangement from the higher-ups. Considering you've just come back and have nowhere to stay, the neighborhood office can rent you a room temporarily, 2 yuan a month. I didn't argue. I just nodded. Thank you, Director Li. I'll take a room, then. Where is it? Seeing that I knew my place, he nodded with satisfaction. Go get your registration done. The clerk will help you handle it. I still have documents to sign off on. With that, he turned and left. I kept my bashful smile up, sneering on the inside. I got my registration done, and had all my grain and oil coupons and such reissued. I didn't ask about a job, and they didn't bring it up either. All right, I'll take you to your place. The one who took me was a young man who didn't say a word the whole way. I pulled out a pack of cigarettes and offered it to him. Comrade, you all work hard. What's this for? Nothing in particular. Just a little token of appreciation from the people. He tucked the cigarettes into his pocket, and a smile appeared on his face. Your family's house has sat empty all these years. Director Li's been very fair. Even a few years back when housing was tight, he never put it up for rent. Said that until orders came down from above, we had to protect your family's property. I sneered inwardly. Fair my foot. He was just waiting for our whole family to die off so he could seize it for himself. But out loud I said, yeah, you can tell Director Li's a good cadre just by looking at him. That's right. Director Li is extremely conscientious and responsible in his work. Playing along with his words, I soon got Li Jihua's home address out of him. I never asked directly. He volunteered it all himself. Mission accomplished. I smiled and asked, so where am I staying, boss? Are the neighbors easy to get along with? There are 2 vacancies right now, both in 3 courtyard compounds. One's 2 rooms in the back courtyard, the other's a single room in the front gatehouse. Which do you want to rent? The 2 rooms in the back, I guess. I definitely wouldn't rest while living in the gatehouse. Sure, but the 2-room place is 3 yuan a month. No problem. We made our way to Banyuan Alley. It was quiet there. In this weather, everyone was resting at home. This place was just 1 alley over from my family's house, not far at all. I didn't go back to look. Even if I did, I couldn't get in. I'd just wait for the day it was returned to me. We arrived outside a large gate. This is it. Oh, Clerk Su, what brings you by? An old man came out to greet us. Grandpa Li, I've brought over a tenant. This is Qin Zheng. He'll be living in the 2 east wing rooms in the back courtyard from now on. I greeted him with a smile. Hello, Grandpa Li. Good. Good. Looks like a sharp young man. Come on in and take a look. Hearing the commotion, the residents all came out. I followed him into the back courtyard. People were living in the main house, the west wing, and the side rooms. Clerk Su, a new tenant? That's right. Qin Zheng, just back from the countryside. Director Li arranged it specially, so look out for him from now on. Such is the power of a single pack of cigarettes. They weren't even fancy, just a Qian men, but for ordinary folks, that was plenty. These days, your rank determined what you smoked. If a lowly clerk went around with a fancy cigarette dangling from his lips, it wouldn't take a single day before someone reported him. The power of the masses is something to behold. I pulled out my cigarettes and passed them around the courtyard. When everyone heard the director had arranged it, and given the way I carried myself, they all took me for the son of some official and greeted me with smiling faces. I went inside. The place was empty, but at least the doors and windows were intact and the roof didn't leak. You settle in yourself. If you need furniture, check out the salvage station. It's cheap over there. I slipped Clerk Su another pack of cigarettes and handed him 3 yuan. This is the rent. Thank you so much. Don't mention it. My name's Su Qian. If you ever need anything, come find me at the neighborhood office. Will do. Once I'm settled, I'll treat you to hot pot at Donglishan. Su Qian swallowed. Then I'll be looking forward to it, big brother. Anything you need, just come find me. On his monthly salary, he could never bring himself to go to Donglishan. To eat his fill there would cost more than 10 yuan. Watching him leave happily, I smiled to myself. From now on I'd have to rely on people from the neighborhood office to dig up information. so I'd be seeking him out plenty of times. 2 rooms, the outer one for cooking and receiving guests, the inner one for sleeping. Plenty for one person living alone. There was no shortage of furniture in the storeroom, but I couldn't bring any of it out. Just then, a pretty woman holding a child appeared at the door. "Hello, big sister. My name's Lu Jia. I'm in the side room next to yours. Just call me Sister Lu." "Hello, Sister Lu. I've just rented the place and have nowhere to entertain guests yet. My apologies. My husband works at the salvage station. If you need furniture, you can have him help you out. It won't cost much." "That's great. I was just worrying about how I'd get by tonight. Where would I even find someone? Wait for me. I'll take you there." She turned and left. I watched her retreating figure, giving it a once-over, and thought, this courtyard really has no shortage of pretty women. Lu Jia left her child with a neighbor and came out to take me. The people in the courtyard watched us go. Yeah, Lu Jia's quick. Landed herself another bit of business. Well, her husband works at the salvage station, doesn't he? The new kid, young Qin, is handsome. Wonder if he's got a girlfriend. On the way, I asked about the situation in the courtyard. Our courtyard's pretty peaceful. Some of those compounds are a real mess. Little squabbles every day and big brawls every 3. Here you can just live your life in peace. Other families, don't get too involved in other people's business, or they might take advantage of you since you're young. Got it. Lu Jia looked at me. Why are you living alone? It's easier that way. I didn't elaborate and change the subject. Your husband's really something, marrying a woman as pretty as you, Sister Lu. Him? He's got nothing going for him. We just get by. As long as there's food on the table, that's good enough. Wow, you don't ask for much, Sister Lu. We walked through 2 alleys and reached the recycling depot. Daming, a dark-faced man came out of the gatehouse. When he saw her, he walked over. "What are you doing here?" Then he glanced at me. "This is Qin Zheng. He just moved in. He's in the east wing next to us. His place is completely empty, so I'm helping him get some furniture." "Sure, I'll take him. You head back and watch the kids. Make sure you find him something decent." "I know. We're neighbors. I won't cheat him." I thanked her and followed him in, offering a cigarette. "What should I call you?" "I'm Zhang Daming. Just call me Brother Zhang. Let me take you to the warehouse. Everything back there is stuff I set aside myself. Tables, chairs, stools, you name it." When we got to the warehouse and I saw the furniture inside, something caught my eye. I walked over and looked around. "Brother Zhang, how much for these?" "They're all secondhand. A set goes for maybe 10, 15 bucks. He waved his hand casually. I made a lap around, picked out 2 sets of tables and chairs, 2 nightstands for the Kong, and grabbed a bowl rack and some other odds and ends. "Brother Zhang, this'll do it. Can someone deliver it? I'll cover the shipping." "Sure. Hang tight. I'll call someone to load it up." The moment he stepped out, I quickly walked over to one particular set of furniture and stashed it straight into my storage space. Then I went back to wait by the pieces I'd picked out. What I'd just grabbed was a set of golden Nanmu wood furniture, a full set, bed, table, and chairs. The surface looked filthy, but there was real treasure hidden underneath. This was definitely a rare find that had slipped through the cracks. I already had plenty of furniture in my storage, but I still couldn't resist snagging something this good. If they'd returned my house to me, I would have just bought it outright right then and there. But the place I was renting couldn't fit any of it. And if I offered to buy it, that would raise all kinds of suspicion. Better to just take it and be done with it. Zhang Daming came back quickly and called 2 guys to load the furniture onto the flatbed cart. I followed to pay and get a receipt, 32 yuan total. I knew he'd pocketed a little off the top, but I didn't care about that kind of money. I brought the cart driver back to the courtyard complex. Old Man Lee at the entrance was more than happy to help, calling people over to move everything into the back courtyard. I pulled out my cigarettes and handed one to each of the neighbors who'd gathered around. The cart driver helped me haul everything into the yard. I slipped him 20 cents and gave him a cigarette too. Lu Jia made a lap around my room. "Now this looks like a home. I've got nothing to do, so let me help you tidy up." "I couldn't ask you to do that. It's no trouble. You don't even have a wash basin." "I do." I quickly pulled pots, bowls, and pans out of my pocket, all things I'd taken out of my storage. Lu Jia clicked her tongue in amazement. "Wow, you've got a lot of stuff in that bag." I smiled. "Sister Lu, let me go get some water." "Sure, I've got hot water. I'll bring it over." I was happy to have her help. I filled a basin, and once the hot water arrived, I wiped things down with a rag and started cleaning. She worked fast, cleared away all the cobwebs with a feather duster, swept the dirt con clean, and helped me lay out the bedding. Meanwhile, I wiped down every piece of furniture. By the time I stepped back inside, the Kong was all made up. Thanks to you, Sister Lu. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken me on my own. You men are all thumbs. Some jobs just have to be done by us women. I pulled out a handful of milk candies. Take a break, Sister Lu. I can sweep the rest. She didn't turn me down and took the candy. I swept the floor clean, then carried the dirt out to the trash spot at the mouth of the alley. Sanitation workers came to clear it out every day. Old man Lee, the gatekeeper, was still sitting outside. I smiled and handed him a cigarette. Have a smoke, old man Lee. I'm retired and can't sit still. Every day, I keep an eye on folks coming home and lock up on schedule. We lock the gate at 8 at night, and I open it around 5 in the morning. If you're coming back late, just let me know ahead of time. I lit it for him. That's tough work, old man Lee. Sister Lou told me everyone in the complex pitches in a little. I spent a long time up in the mountains. From now on, when I've got free time, I'll head out to the hills beyond the city and catch some pheasants and rabbits. I'll bring you some to try. Xiaoqin, you know how to hunt? You look pretty young. You're not just talking big, are you? A few neighbors from the front courtyard came over to listen too. Old man Lee, I'll be 20 this new year. Don't let my age fool you. I survived over 5 years in the Qinling Mountains and even worked as a mountain warden for over a year. I've killed black bears, and I've come face to face with a tiger. Shame I couldn't catch up to it, or the county records would have had to write me up. The neighbors were all stunned. No way. Tell us more. Never would have guessed. Skinny little guy like you killing black bears. Our complex has got a real tough guy now. I put on a smug look. Black bears look fierce, but I had a semi-automatic. You just don't panic. Hold steady, a couple of shots and it's down. Aim right for the head, and it's one shot. Done. I made it all sound so convincing that they actually believed me and kept pressing me for stories about the mountains. I'll tell you all more when I've got time. My place still isn't set up, so I should head back. Huh. Young as he is, Xiaoqin sure knows how to leave you hanging. I think he's the real deal. You couldn't make up stuff like that if you'd never done it. I nodded and greeted everyone along the way back to the courtyard. Lu Jia was chatting with a few of the women. When she saw me, she said, "Took you that long just to dump some trash? I thought you'd gotten lost." I was chatting with some folks in the front courtyard. I nodded hello to everyone, grabbed my things, and went back to my room. Lu Jia followed me in. Old man Lee out front. Remember to be polite to him. Whether you give him something is one thing, but you've got to say the right words. Otherwise, being new here, you don't want people thinking you don't know how things work. I set my things down and nodded with a smile. I already did. I told him I hunt, and I'd bring him some game to try. You really know how to hunt? I know those hunters. They set traps all year round and always have meat on the table. Huh. The mountains forced it out of me. If you don't want to go hungry, you've got to do it yourself. Do it long enough, and you pick up a few skills. Meanwhile, out in the alley, people were gathering to gossip too. You folks got a new tenant in your complex? Yeah, a young guy. Killed a black bear, apparently. Talking big, more like. Even veteran hunters can't kill a black bear. That's what he said himself. Worked as a mountain warden in the Qinling for over a year. If he didn't have the skills, dare to live in the mountains. Conditions out there are brutal. Living that long is genuinely impressive. I heard your piss freeze is solid. That's true. I've heard the same thing. Liuxiang Subdistrict Office. Li Jihua sat in his office smoking, a commendation letter from the railway public security lying on his desk. 3 commendations in 6 months. He couldn't afford to ignore it. Does he really not know? Or is he just playing dumb? He replayed today's meeting in his mind. Nobody could fake it that well. If he genuinely doesn't know, I could use that, get him to sign willingly. Much easier. He stood and called out, "Xiao Su, come here a sec." Su Qian walked in. Is Comrade Qin Zheng all settled? All set. 2 rooms in the 3rd courtyard of Banyuan Alley, rents already paid. I told him I'd drop off the paperwork on my way home after work. Li Jihua nodded, pleased. Xiao Su, your work's getting more thorough. We can't look down on people at this office. Everyone gets treated the same. Give me the paperwork. I'll head over myself and see if he's having any trouble getting settled. Su Qian smiled and nodded. Director Li, your work ethic is solid. I've still got a lot to learn from you. I'll go grab the paperwork. Li Jihua smiled. He was very satisfied with the persona he'd built. I sat in the room, sizing up the place. Tonight I'll make do and buy some coal tomorrow. Truth was, I wasn't cold at all, but a room needed a fire. Otherwise people might start wondering why I didn't seem to need to eat. Lu Jia came over carrying her kid. Xiaoqin, you don't have coal. Come grab some from my place for now. Pay me back after you buy some. No need. I'll rough it tonight and buy some first thing tomorrow. I pulled a dried rabbit out of my bag. Sister Lu, thanks for all the help today. I caught this up in the mountains. Take it home and give it a try. No, we're neighbors. No need for that. Don't be shy about it. Without you, who knows how long it'd have taken me to get this place in order. She took it with a smile. All right then, I won't turn it down. Come over for dinner tonight. Let Daming have a drink with you. I can't keep troubling you all. Let me get settled first, then I'll have you over. What trouble? Otherwise I couldn't accept this rabbit. She made as if to set it back down. Fine. Then I won't argue. I'll bring a bottle over tonight. Just then, voices came from outside. Director Li, what brings you here? Come sit inside. No need to fuss, Grandpa Zhang. I'm just here to check on Comrade Qin Zheng. Hearing that, I wondered what he was up to and stepped out. Lu Jia headed home with the rabbit. Oh, hello, Director Li. Please, come in. Li Jihua waved with a smile and walked in, glancing around before nodding. Not bad. Comrade Xinzheng, is there anything else you need help with? The folks outside heard this and became even more convinced I had powerful connections. Director Li, I can manage. I wouldn't dare ask for anything. He sat down and waved a hand. Making sure you're taken care of is my job. Anything at all, just say the word. I'm molded over. Maybe my acting was so good he really thought I had no clue about what happened to my family. I put on a bashful look. Really, there's nothing. This is fine as it is. So how are you going to get by from here on out? Don't you want to find a job? I scratch my head. I do, but I don't know how to do anything. You can learn. The office has a few openings right now. One's sweeping the streets, 10 yuan a month. Another's at the collective factory, pays a bit more. He lit a cigarette. There are two good ones too, but a lot of people have their eyes on them. Hard to pull off. I understood right away. The second I said I wanted in, he'd bring up the house. What kind of work are they? One's a warehouse loader at the supply co-op. Simple, 20 a month. The other's an office job. Not hard either, dealing with residents, passing along documents, mediating disputes. 32 a month. I put on a look of shock and nervousness, rubbing my hands together while my mind raced. Seeing my expression, Li Jihua was inwardly delighted. He knew I'd taken the bait. But he shook his head. Too many people gunning for it. I don't even dare mention it normally. One word, and they'd beat down my door. I nodded eagerly. Director Li, you're a good official, looking out for struggling folks like us. I'd already made up my mind. Get the job, then send him to meet his maker. Considering I still had a few years before I could go into business, having a legitimate job on the surface wasn't a bad thing. Director Li, I've come to know my own shortcomings well over the years. Being able to help more people would be an honor. What would it take for me to get that office job? He took a drag. That's a tough one. That position belonged to a retiree. Normally, it'd run 1,000 yuan. Given your special status, it'd be at least several times that. That much? I don't have that kind of money. That's how it is these days. But if you're willing, there's something you could put up instead. My eyes lit up. Tell me. If I've got it, I'll trade it. He pretended to be cautious. Whatever you do, don't breathe a word of this. Otherwise the job falls through and even I'd get disciplined. I leaned in. Tell me. I promise I won't tell a soul. He lowered his voice. That house of yours that got confiscated, the higher-ups still haven't decided anything. And at this rate, you're probably never getting it back. So I thought of a way. Someone wants a house for their kid's wedding. And since you can't get it back anyway, it's a perfect swap. You get a job, they get a place to live, and I just connect the dots. If you're in, we do it. If not, forget it. I'm in. Li Jihua froze. You're in? He hadn't expected me to agree so readily. It actually threw him off a bit. I nodded. I can't live in that house anyway. Better to trade it for a job than let it sit empty. As soon as the job's locked in, I'll sign right away. Hearing this, he beamed. Good. Now that's decisive. Comrade Xinzheng, a man's got to have that kind of nerve. Come to me anytime you need anything. At that moment, he felt utterly satisfied. He'd wiped out 3 of a family of 4 and had them thanking him for it. He saw himself as a brilliant strategist pulling all the strings. The feeling was intoxicating. Watching his expression, I sneered inwardly. Director Li, when can I start work? I'll go negotiate today, but there's a risk. The other party has to agree. Right. Once I'm working and drawing a wage, I'll definitely thank you properly. He waved it off. I'm just doing it for the stability of the district. But, he looked at me. Your background's a problem. If the other party insists on getting the house first. I let hesitation cross my face, then shook my head after a long pause. Director Li, I trust you. But I've got nothing right now, and I can't see the job in front of me yet. I really don't dare agree to that. His mind eased. My reaction actually made him. He'd feel more at ease. He stood up. I get where you're coming from. I'll do what I can with this, but sticking my neck out to vouch for you carries some risk. I can get you in, and I can get you out too. Just don't put me in a spot where I can't back down. I quickly waved my hands, playing scared. I wouldn't dream of it. Don't worry, the moment I land the job, I'll sign the very next day. Good. I'm off then. Wait for my word. Let me walk you out. I smiled and saw him to the door. The folks in the courtyard, seeing how close we were, all nodded and greeted us. Zhang Daming came home from work, and the second he hit the entrance, he spotted me chatting with the neighborhood committee director. He hurried over. Director Li, good to see you. Li Jihua nodded, then turned and warmly clapped me on the shoulder. I'm heading out, little Qin. Anything comes up, just come find me. Sure thing, Director Li. Take care. Once he left, Zhang Daming sidled up. Xinzheng, you know Director Li too? I just got back. Director Li's a dedicated guy. He came by to check on me. He clearly didn't buy it, just figured I had connections. He gave the oil paper package in his hand a little shake. Perfect timing. I picked up some pork head meat. Come have a drink at my place tonight. Consider it a welcome to the building. I smiled. Zhang Ji, You all did me a huge favor today. As it happens, I brought back some wild game. Sister Lou's already cooking it. Let me grab a bottle, and we'll have ourselves a good drink. Well, how about that? Let's go. Zhang Daming was thrilled, figured I was a decent young guy. I greeted the neighbors the whole way, and along the road, I even snuck a couple extra glances at some pretty women. Spend long enough up in the mountains, and you just can't help staring when you see a good-looking girl. Back in the rear courtyard, Zhang Daming called into the house. Wife, I got some pork head meat, just the thing for an extra dish. Lu Jie came out. Sure, we'll have quite a spread tonight. You head back first, Zhang Ji. I'll go get the liquor. I went to my room and came back with 2 bottles of Finjiu. One look at the liquor and Zhang Daming heaped on more praise. Smiling, I poured him a glass and casually looked the place over. Same 2 rooms, but tidy, with fairly new furniture, plenty of room for a family of 3. Lots of families in this courtyard crammed 7 or 8 people into 2 rooms, some even into 1. Lu Jie set the food out and sat off to the side feeding the kid, not the least bit shy about it. I glanced over the dishes and grinned. Up in the mountains I'd set snares in my spare time, and when I caught too much I'd salted away. But I don't have Sister Lu's skills. I just roasted everything over the fire. That's all I know how to do. This looks delicious just sitting here. Zhang Daming beamed with pride. Your Sister Lu's cooking is second to none. I'm glad I met you today. Here's to you. To you, Zhang Ji. The 2 of us clinked glasses and drained them, 2 yang each. Zhang Daming let out a satisfied breath. That's the stuff? Dig in, brother. Anything comes up in the building, just say the word. Your big brother's got you covered. I filled the glass again. Zhang Ji, this one's for you. I'll no doubt be troubling you, and Sister Lu plenty going forward. Huh, no need to stand on ceremony, brother. Bottoms up. He knocked back another. I took a bite of food and kept up the compliments. Lu Jie, soothing the child, chimed in. I saw Director Li came by. Is he going to set you up with a job? Zhang Daming looked over too. The recycling station where he worked fell under the neighborhood committee, so the director had a direct say over his livelihood. Yeah, but I just got back, and the new year's only a few days off. No rush. I brushed it off casually. The job wasn't a done deal yet, and I didn't want to say much. Some things are best kept between as few people as possible. Zhang Ji, what does everyone in the building do? Most folks here work at the Red Star Steel Mill. I'm the only one at the recycling station. There's one guy at the supply co-op, and that's about it. Your job's still the better one, Zhang Ji. That steel mill work is no picnic. Lu Jie cut in. Oh, keep buttering him up. The recycling station pays lousy. The steel mill pays well. Those few retired old-timers in our courtyard. The low ones pull a few dozen yuan a month, and the high ones make double his monthly wage. Zhang Daming laughed. Sure, my pay's low, but there are a few perks on the side. Either way, I'll never let you 2 go hungry. I poured the liquor. Zhang Ji's right. Sister Lu, the steel mill pays well, but it's dangerous too. One slip and a man's gone. Safe and sound is better. Now you've hit the nail on the head, brother. The recycling station sounds worse than their gigs, but there's a whole lot going on behind the scenes. Just drink your liquor. Cut off by his wife, Zhang Daming picked up his glass. Never mind all that. Drink up. Right, bottoms up. I clinked with him and downed it in one gulp. Zhang Daming had meant to sip, but he'd already knocked back 2, and a third was more than he could handle. Still, he couldn't look weak, so he raised his glass and drained it too. Lu Jie stood up, holding the child. You 2 keep drinking. I'll go put the little one to sleep. With that she went into the inner room. I refilled both Zhang Daming's glass and my own. The liquor was hitting Zhang Daming now. He pulled out a cigarette and handed it to me. Brother, the new year's almost here. Since you've got a connection with Director Li, go pay him a visit. Get yourself a respectable job after the holiday. Marry a pretty wife. And what a sweet life that'd be. I nodded and lit his cigarette for him. I just got back, no hurry. I'll look around first and figure it out after the new year. Fair enough. Either way, you've got that connection. Maybe your big brother will have to come begging to you someday. Anything comes up, just say the word. If I can help, I won't hold back. He leaned in closer. Brother, I won't hide it from you. Our station chief is getting transferred out. I'm not angling to be chief myself. I just don't want the new guy swapping out my job. If something goes sideways, could you put in a word for your big brother? I raised my glass. Small stuff. Come find me when the time comes. I can't guarantee it'll work, but I'll absolutely give it my best. Good man, here's to you. Down went the glass, and Zhang Daming's body went limp. He just slid straight down. I grabbed him quick. Zhang Ji, you okay? I'm fine, keep drinking. Lu Jie came out, saw the man was dead to the world, and walked over annoyed. Can't hold your liquor and still push it. That's on me. I didn't know Zhang Ji's limit. I'll carry him to the bedroom. I helped him into the room, and Lu Jie helped strip off his clothes and tuck him in. Honestly, I hadn't taken a word of what Zhang Daming said to heart. He's just an ordinary worker. If he really came to me, there'd be plenty of ways to keep his position secure. I went back out, sat down, and lit a cigarette. Lu Jie finished up and came out too, sitting down beside me. Every time he drinks, he overdoes it. You two barely touched the food. Stop drinking and eat something. I'm about done. I won't keep you from your rest. I'll head back. What's the rush? You've hardly eaten. Have some more. She held on to me, not letting me go. I had no choice but to sit back down. All right, I'll eat a bit more. You eat too, Sister Lu. Truth be told, I was anxious to leave. Lu Jia was no worse looking than those female educated youth back at the forestry farm, and that womanly allure of hers still. The stronger the better. I hadn't touched any meat or rich food in so long. I was afraid something might happen. I ate a few quick bites and stood up again. I'm done. The wine's going to my head. I'm going to head back and rest for a bit. Lu Jia had been sneaking glances at me the whole time. She reached out and grabbed my arm. What? You don't dare stick around with me. No, I'm really dizzy. Next time it's on me, I'll treat you all. I pretended to be drunk on purpose, standing up, all wobbly. Once I get my place fixed up, I'll invite you over for dinner. I'm heading out now, Sister Lu. She rolled her eyes at me. Fine, get some rest. I let out a breath of relief and stepped out. Behind the windows of a few homes in the back courtyard, someone was secretly peeking out. I pretended not to notice and went home. The truth was, under my celestial eye, the residents of the back courtyard were like light bulbs in the dark. Who was where, doing what? None of it could be hidden from me. I shut the door, went straight into the farm space, and took a cold shower. Only then did that burning heat inside me finally die down. Good thing I held myself together. Otherwise, if I'd actually made a scene, all kinds of gossip would pop up tomorrow, and I might even get reported. That night, the whole compound couldn't settle down. In the middle courtyard, the Wang Jinxing family was having dinner. His son said, Mom, Dad, even Director Li from the neighborhood committee showed up today. That Qin Zheng, his background isn't simple. Of course not. Otherwise, why would a director make a special trip just to see him? Wang Jinxing's wife looked at her son and daughter-in-law. Our boy still doesn't have a job. How about we invite little Qin over for a meal tomorrow? How do you just suddenly invite someone like that? I think the Zhangs handled it well. Tomorrow, have Qilong go over for a chat. That way it'll be easier to ask for favors down the line. The outer courtyard, the middle courtyard, the back courtyard, every household was talking about it. Anyone with an unemployed kid was calculating whether they should try to get in good with me. A neighborhood director held no small amount of power. How much work there was in the district, who got it, and who didn't. It all came down to one word from that person. I had no idea what everyone else was thinking. I finished my shower, lay down, and fell asleep. Early the next morning, check-in. Ding, check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you've received 3 tons of coal and 1 pack of special issue cigarettes. I stretched and checked the warehouse, then paused. How come there's only 1 pack of cigarettes? A rush of information flooded into my mind. Turned out the coal was delivered right to my door, all the paperwork handled, and even the payment covered for me. I grinned. Now this is great, saves me a trip. I took out that pack of special issue cigarettes and looked it over. It didn't even have a brand name. If it were in the future, people would definitely take it for counterfeit smokes. I was still washing up when someone pulled a few carts of coal into the courtyard. Li Shiyuan was tending the flowers and plants by the entrance and asked the delivery guy, Little Chun, who are you delivering to so early? Grandpa Li, orders from the higher-ups. It's for Qin Zheng in the back courtyard. Seeing that someone was delivering coal to me first thing in the morning, everyone became even more convinced I was someone with connections. Zhang Daming watched the honeycomb briquettes being stacked in neat rows and muttered to Lu Jia, Looks like little Qin's no ordinary guy. I smiled and passed cigarettes around. Thanks for your hard work. Zhang Daming came out to greet me. Brother, that was a good time drinking yesterday. Let's rest up a couple days and pick it back up. No problem, next round's at my place. Lu Jia came out to fetch water, and I called out, Morning, Sister Lu. The whole courtyard had just this one faucet in the back. Washing up, cooking, everyone had to come here to get water. A few of the young wives and girls looked at me, all a little shy. I went back inside and sat down, looking out the window. It really was a great spot, just terrible soundproofing. All I could do was look. I didn't dare do anything. If I'd made a move yesterday, Lu Jia definitely would have thrown herself right at me. I took out paper and pen and wrote 2 letters, one to Zhang Jingguo, and one to Professor Lu Wenyuan of the Black Province Archaeology team. Once I finished, I put on my coat and headed out. I wanted to take in the capital of this era properly. I came out of the alley and hailed a pedicab, wandering aimlessly through the old city's hutongs. No set destination, just seeing wherever I ended up. Passing by the post office, I got off and mailed the letters. Then I arrived at the palace and lined up with the tourists to buy a ticket. In the square, people were taking photos for visitors, 2 mao apiece, with lots of young folks waiting in line. Admission to the palace was 5 mao. I paid and went in. Inside, construction was going on everywhere. with many of the buildings under restoration, far from the grand splendor of later years. But unlike the future, everything was open now. You could just walk right in. It's just that a lot of the rooms didn't even have furniture, so there wasn't much to see. Meanwhile, Li Jihua was sitting in his office, cornered by his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, my sister said that little bastard is back. You promised to handle the house situation. If you don't pull it off, don't blame me for looking down on you. Li Jihua felt a wave of disgust. What do you know? The higher-ups have been investigating this whole time. If I push too hard, it all goes down the drain. Brother-in-law, you've got all the connections in the world. What could possibly stump you? Li Jihua took a drag on his cigarette. Relax, I've got it all arranged. There's only a few days left before the new year. Let him have his few days. I'll take care of it right after the holiday. Excellent. I'll go tell my girlfriend. Get back here. Li Jihua fixed his gaze on him. Not a word about this to anyone. Forget it ever happened. Once it's done and you two move in, don't mention it to anyone either, or you know exactly what'll happen. I came out of the palace and strolled ahead until I reached the museum, where I spotted a foreign guest service department. Seeing that reminded me of something. The foreign guest service attendants were established in '79, specifically to receive foreign visitors and overseas Chinese, the goal being to raise their own reception funds. Right now, the museum was strapped for money and could only get by selling paintings. By '81, they truly couldn't hold on any longer, and as it happened, a man from Hong Kong caught wind of it and bought up all the works in one go for over 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Decades later, that collection would be worth over 50 billion. I looked around from outside. With my status, they wouldn't even receive me if I went in. There was plenty of stuff in the storerooms, plenty of money too, but I couldn't take any of it out to use. This bargain was better left alone. I turned and kept walking, and at noon, I went to the roast duck restaurant. The waiter asked warmly, "Comrade, how many in your party?" "Just me. I'll take a small roast duck with some side dishes." I found an empty table and sat down. There was a price list on the wall. A roast duck was 8 yuan, braised sea cucumber and oil-braised prawns were a few yuan each, and everything else was a yuan something or a few mao. I also ordered a bowl of duck soup for mao. Over at the prep counter, a row of master chefs were slicing ducks, each slice uniform in thickness, arranged neatly on the plate. The chefs these days were true craftsmen. Each duck had to be cut into 108 slices, and not just for the taste. The founder of roast duck was from Shan province, and after coming to the capital to express his homesickness, he used the 108 counties of his hometown as a reference, with each slice representing a serving of longing. The waiter brought out golden, crispy slices of duck, along with bright red sweet bean sauce, tender green scallion strips, and lotus leaf pancakes thin as cicada wings. I tried a sip of the duck soup first, gave a nod, then picked up a pancake, laid on a slice of duck dipped in sauce, added some scallion, rolled it up, and took a bite. Now that was crispy and delicious. My appetite came roaring to life. "Qinzheng." Just as I was enjoying myself, a delighted woman's voice rang out. I turned my head and quickly set down my chopsticks. "Comrade Lu, what a coincidence." Lu Chunyin grabbed my arm. "It really is you. I almost didn't recognize you just now. When did you get back?" "Only yesterday. I hadn't been back in years, so I came out today to look around." I glanced at the two men and one woman beside her and gave a polite nod. Lu Chunyin turned to introduce them. "This is the Qinzheng I told you all about. And these are my classmates, Song Jia, Lu Yang, and Wang Ming. Nice to meet you all. Why don't you join me?" That Wang Ming flicked his long hair. "So you're the exiled black category Chunyin mentioned? Just like a capitalist, back for one day and already able to afford roast duck." The whole restaurant went quiet, and everyone turned to look at me. Lu Chunyin's face stiffened. "Wang Ming, what's that supposed to mean?" "Apologize now." Lu Yang just laughed beside him. "Nothing to get upset about. Wang Ming's not wrong." Song Jia murmured a warning. "Why are you stirring up trouble too?" Wang Ming stared at me provocatively. "Sorry about that. I'm just a blunt guy. Can't keep my thoughts to myself." Lu Chunyin tugged my arm. "Qinzheng, ignore him. Where are you living now?" I smiled. The neighborhood committee rented me a room in one of the big communal courtyards. Seeing that I wasn't paying him any attention at all, and especially that the woman he was chasing was being so friendly with me, Wang Ming got even angrier. "People like you living in a communal courtyard is an insult to us poor and lower-middle peasants. You probably pulled some strings to get back. Otherwise, why would they let you return to the city?" I put away my smile and looked straight at him. "So what this comrade means is that our government offices are all full of corrupt officials? That they're cadres who can be easily bought off and made to violate principles? Or is that just how your own family has always operated? May I ask which work unit you're with and where your family is? I'll need to go report this to the authorities. Rooting out corruption for the nation is everyone's responsibility." Then I swept my gaze across the whole restaurant. You can all bear witness, right? Everyone heard what this comrade said. Anyone unwilling to testify, I'll report them too. Or are there just too many people conspiring with his family? The restaurant fell silent again. Everyone had been grinning and enjoying the show, but now they all froze like statues. Wang Ming's face went white in an instant. You're slandering me. Shut up. My expression darkened. You can pronounce judgment on our government offices, but you're afraid of what people say about you? What you said just now shows contempt for the policies of our superiors. Even the higher-ups are correcting past mistakes. Where do you get the nerve to yap here like a dog? Right now I have serious doubts about the ideology of your entire family. Waiter, call the public security station right away. There's a saboteur here who's undermining unity and stirring up division. People like this deserve to be shot. Wang Ming dropped straight to the floor, breaking out in a cold sweat, pointing a trembling finger at me, his lips quivering. I scanned the room again. Anyone who shields a criminal or lets a saboteur off the hook. Everyone present will share the responsibility. The restaurant manager came trotting over. Young comrade, this is surely a misunderstanding. How could our establishment harbor any saboteurs? Humph, so you're the manager? Where were you while this fellow was barking like a dog just now? Yes, I was sent down to the countryside, but the nation brought me back, which means I passed the test. Let me ask you, is someone who's been sent down not even allowed to come eat? Someone nearby immediately chimed in. Well said. I was sent down too. Does that mean I got back by pulling strings? People like him should be arrested and interrogated, and his family investigated thoroughly. The nerve. The faces of Lu Chunyan and her two companions all changed. Qin Zheng, Wang Ming didn't mean it like that. Please forgive him. Yes, I've got a foul mouth. I didn't mean it. Please, I beg you, forgive me. I looked at Wang Ming, who was practically kneeling, my expression unrelenting. It's not me you should be asking to forgive you. It's everyone here today. Because of you, everyone's good mood has been ruined. Truthfully, I knew this was all just talk to scare him. Even if the security officer showed up, there'd be nothing they could do to him. It wasn't like a few years ago. Back then, catching someone saying that could really have gotten him into serious trouble. Wang Ming scrambled to his feet, bowing again and again to the crowd in apology. Song Jia looked at me, her eyes shining. This young man, even younger than they were, had with just a few words pulled the entire room into one camp. Willing or not, they could all see how formidable I was. Watching the usually arrogant Wang Ming apologize with a face as white as paper, she felt an unexpected thrill and grew even more curious about me. Lu Chunyan lowered her head. I'm sorry. I'll come find you another day to hang out. I gave a casual nod, then sat down and ate slowly, my expression calm, as if the whole incident hadn't affected me in the slightest. Quite a few diners were sizing me up on the sly, and some nodded without realizing it, making a mental note of this young man. By now, many had also caught on. They'd been swept up into taking a side. But the more that was true, the more it showed just how skilled I was. Seeing that I was ignoring her, Lu Chunyan was so hurt her tears nearly spilled over, and she turned and walked out. Song Jia hurried after her. Wang Ming's face was flushed crimson. He wished he could kill me. Not only had he failed to impress the girl he was pursuing, he'd taken a massive fall. He left the restaurant, hopped on his bike, and took off. Staying any longer would only be more humiliating. Lu Yang looked around and said, should we just call it a day? Song Jia said flatly, you head back. I'm going to keep Chunyan company. Should I come along with you too? No need. Whatever those people outside were thinking, I couldn't be bothered to care. From the moment Lu Chunyan started pleading on his behalf, I decided to draw a clear line between us. We weren't close anyway, and since she'd chosen to side with her classmates, so be it. The restaurant manager came over carrying a plate of food. Comrade, this one's on me. You really opened my eyes today. I set down my chopsticks. I couldn't accept that. Just tell me how much and I'll pay. No need. A plate of pickled vegetables isn't worth much. From now on, whenever you come, I'll treat you to a dish. I smiled and nodded. You've got a good head for business. If you ever open your own restaurant someday, I'll definitely give you a red envelope. Then I'll hold you to that. My name's Lu Jing. Just call me Old Lu. I'd better call you Manager Lu. For this little dish, I'll have to become a regular. Haha. All right, take your time. Lu Jing smiled, turned, and got back to work. He was curious about me too. Not a single slip in his words, and plenty of caution. He'd introduced himself, so by rights I should have done the same, but I didn't. A customer at the next table turned to glance at me, clearly finding this young man interesting. I finished the meal, the roast duck and side dishes wiped clean. I nodded to Lu Jing and headed out. Hold on a moment, boss. I turned to see a middle-aged man chasing after me with a smile. Name's Lu San. I run errands for important folks, do a little middleman work. You look like a man who does big things, boss. Anytime you need something done, just ask around at Lulikang and you'll find me. I could tell he was a fixer, one of those go-between types. I kept my face blank and nodded. Lu San. I'll remember that. Then I turned and walked off. Seeing me leave so cleanly, Lu San's smile widened. In his line of work, the thing they feared most was an overly friendly customer. Those people either couldn't pay up or the deal never happened at all. Men like me were their bread and butter, quick to get things done, not fussed about spending a little extra. Those were the ones they treated with real care. I strolled my way back. The capital had plenty of men like Lu San. These people used to serve as attendants for young masters and rich sons, earning tips by keeping their employers happy. Anywhere in the capital worth eating or playing, any bit of trouble that came up, they had the news fast, with their own ways of gathering information. You've seen it in the shows. Someone gets word and comes charging into a tea house or tavern shouting an announcement. Then a whole crowd tears out like madmen, all racing to report back to their masters. The master would toss out a reward on the spot, whether the news was useful or not. Even the one who ran in to make the announcement got something. A tip from the master, a tip from the owner. Then things fell apart. The masters were gone, and to put food on the table, they had no choice but to fall back on the old trade, surviving off years of built-up connections. It was a father-to-son business, passed down generation to generation. I walked the streets a while, then hired a rickshaw, getting off just before my alley. I wound through a few side lanes, grabbed a sack of grain from my warehouse, and hauled it home on my shoulder. A few old folks were sunning themselves outside the alley, and they eyed me curiously as I came back. I stepped into the courtyard compound. Little Chin's back. I'm back. I greeted the neighbors with a smile and made my way to the rear courtyard. Lu Jia came out carrying her baby. Little Chin's back. Yeah, didn't get to rest, Sister Lu? No, the baby woke up fussing. I smiled, went in to set down my things, and only then remembered I hadn't lit the stove. I grabbed a piece of coal and went next door. Sister Lu, I forgot to light my stove. Mind if I swap for a piece of coal? No problem. Help yourself. I took a burning piece from her stove, added fresh coal, went back and got my own stove going, then brewed myself a cup of tea. Today I deliberately walked past where Li Jihua lived, memorizing the surrounding layout. My guess was the kid would wait until after the new year to come find me. Fine. I'll let you all enjoy one more new year. Lu Chunyan sat on a park bench. I didn't do anything wrong, and he still won't give me the time of day. Song Jia gave a little smile. Wang Ming humiliated Qin Zheng like that today, and you didn't say a word for him. Can you really blame him for ignoring you? Who says I didn't say anything? But once the words were out, what was I supposed to do? Exactly. Qin Zheng thinks you're on Wang Ming's side, so naturally he doesn't want much to do with you. Besides, you two barely know each other. If you won't bother with him, why should he bother with you? Right? I won't give him the time of day either. Big deal. Chunyan, does he really live all alone in the mountains? MHM. Got sent off by the village to guard the mountain at 18. Back then he'd even bring us the game he caught. Song Jia was fishing for information, casual as could be. I sat inside drinking my tea when I heard a knock. Behind the door was the silhouette of a woman. Curious who it might be, I opened up. It was the young wife from the middle courtyard. Something I can help you with. Lu Qiulan looked a little sheepish. Little Qin, seeing as it's your first day moving in, I came to see if there's anything I could help you tidy up. Thanks, but there's nothing to tidy. Come in and sit. She stepped in and looked around the room. If you've got any washing or scrubbing that needs doing, just let me know. You men aren't any good at that sort of thing. I poured her a cup of water. That's too kind, but I can manage. Did it all myself up in the mountains. I figured she'd come with another purpose in mind. I set out some melon seeds and candy on the table. Don't be shy. She unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it in her mouth. So sweet. If you like it, take some for your pocket. Oh, I couldn't. Eating your candy and taking some too. It's nothing. I grabbed a handful and stuffed it into her pocket. Her face went red. With all the winter layers, it wasn't like she was worried about me touching anything. She was just embarrassed. Just then Lu Jia called from outside the door with her baby in her arms. Little Qin, is that Xiaolan in there? Come on in, Sister Lu. Lu Jia pushed the door open. Heard some noise and figured it was you. Your mother-in-law didn't keep an eye on you today? Actually let you out. Lu Qiulan set aside her shyness. MHM. She said Qin Zheng just moved in, told me to come see if I could lend a hand. Well, would you look at that? The sun rose in the west. She's being that generous? I poured another cup of water. Have a seat, Sister Lu. Your neighbor here's just being kind, worried I can't look after myself. Lu Jia sat down. Qiulan's mother-in-law is a real schemer. Keeps her under her thumb all the time. Lu Qiulan sighed. You marry the man, you live his life. It's the same with anyone. I cracked melon seeds and listened to the two of them chat about household matters. People in the compound started coming to the back to fetch water for dinner, so the two of them didn't stay much longer. Time to make dinner. I'm off, Little Qin. Sure, come by any time. I saw them out, closed the door, and lay down on the bed, listening to the courtyard chatter. Little Lee from the warehouse got crushed. You hear about it? No. I was on night shift today. What happened? A stack of pipes came down. He didn't get out in time, buried right under it. That's it for him then. Of course, the plant cadres already went to his home to deliver the notice. That third son in the next alley overran up gambling debts. Got people banging on his door, demanding money. I listened to the gossip for a good while, and once everyone had gone home to eat, I finally slipped into my farm space to have my own meal. Li Jihua sat at home drinking. His wife asked, "You're really setting him up with a job at the neighborhood office?" "What else? It's all for your brother's apartment, isn't it? A job placement's worth 1,000 something. Handing it over to that little bastard, what a waste. Then forget the apartment? Ugh, look at you. I'm just saying it stings, that's all. Humph. Once he's been on the job a while, I'll find some excuse to transfer him to some filthy, backbreaking position. Keep him around and break him in slowly. That'll be fun." He pictured me thanking him, and a wave of satisfaction washed over him. Mess with him now and then step in to smooth things over, training him bit by bit. That's where the real fun is. I spent 2 days walking all over the capital, but never ran into any of the sent-down youth coming back from the forestry farm. Bit of a shame. If I had, I could have gotten a taste of some meat. Before I knew it, New Year's Eve had arrived. I carried 2 wild rabbits back to the courtyard. "Hey, little Cheen, you catch those yourself?" Grandpa Li got lucky. Went to check my snares this morning and found 2 of them caught. "This one's for you." Li Shuyuan happily took it. Must be close to 5 pounds. "I won't take it for nothing. I'll write you some couplets in a bit. Get him done so the kids can put them up." "That'd be great. I can put them up myself. I'll come get them later." On my way home, the neighbors in the courtyard showered me with praise and envy. A few of the unemployed young guys even got the itch to go catch some rabbits themselves. Lu Jie followed me inside. "Little Cheen, you actually caught one. Just lucky. Didn't get anything the past few days." I set the rabbits down. "You really got the knack for it. Not like Daming. All talk, no game." I found that a little funny. These 2 households were right next to each other. At night you couldn't help but hear things even if you tried not to. He really ought to see a doctor. He's so young and already can't get it up. Poor Sister Lu, she's in for it. Lu Jie stepped closer. "Tell me about it." And he refuses to go, won't even let me bring it up. Too proud to fix it, just suffers instead. This little minx was always teasing me, whether on purpose or not. I really wanted to teach her a lesson, but I had to hold it in. I poured a cup of water and downed it in one gulp. Seeing I wasn't taking the bait, she said, "You can't get it up either, can you?" Cough, cough. I nearly sprayed the water everywhere. She covered her mouth, giggling. I set the cup down and gave her plump backside a smack. "If I weren't afraid of ending up in the news, I'd have you walking against the wall for support." Seeing I'd finally made a move, she pressed right up against me. "You're not just bluffing, are you?" I gave her a helpless look. "Cut it out. You fart in here, and they hear it next door." "Yeah, then let's find the right time. I'll take you somewhere. Sis knows a spot." "Where's that?" "Not far. Nice and quiet over there." I eyed her skeptically. "You don't do this all the time, do you?" She shot me a look. "What are you thinking? You think Sis is that easy?" I slipped my hand under her clothes and gave her a squeeze. "You'd better be careful. If someone catches you, you'll be in for it." Then I went and sat down in a chair to light a cigarette. She sat down beside me. "Why won't you believe me? There's really no one else. I don't even have the time. I'm talking about an abandoned house not far off. Nobody goes there at noon." I took a drag and, seeing she didn't seem to be lying, nodded. "It's freezing out. We'll talk about it later. Little Cheen, my dad's finished the couplets." "Coming." I got up and opened the door. "Brotherly, come in, sit a while." "No need to sit. I brought paste. I'll help you put them up," Li Dajong said, then spotted Lu Jie coming out. "Oh, Daming's wife is here too. Saw little Cheen caught some rabbits. Came to take a look. You two go ahead. I'll head back and watch the kids." I followed along and got the couplets pasted up. "East wind brings rain, greening every hill. Policy wins hearts, bringing spring everywhere. Great words, great calligraphy." Huh, my dad just loves studying calligraphy. "All right, I'll head back. Thanks for the rabbit." Li Dajiang gathered his things and left. I went back inside. The whole courtyard was filled with the smell of stewing meat. On New Year's Eve, a lot of families cooked up something nice. Even though it was already 1980, wages really weren't much. Especially after the sent-down youth came back, there were more mouths to feed at home. It wasn't so bad if they had jobs. The trouble was, most of them didn't. You could see plenty of families getting worse off, having to ration even their grain. After lunch, bored, I sat in my room drinking tea. Lu Qilan timed it for when everyone would be resting, snuck around to the back courtyard, and knocked softly. I opened the door. "Sister-in-law, not taking a rest?" She came in and only then let out a breath. "No." I waited till I figured everyone was resting before coming over. I scratched my head. Were all these women this bold? Seeing my expression, she looked embarrassed. "I just came to see if there's anything that needs tidying up, nothing else." "Nothing needs tidying. Have a seat, sister-in-law." I poured her a cup of water. "Is there something on your mind?" No, no. I saw she wasn't going to say it, so I didn't press. I figured Li Jihua had probably stopped by once and put some idea in her head. I lit a cigarette and sat down beside her, smoking. She tugged at the hem of her clothes, hesitating for a long while, then finally spoke up. Little Qin, my mother-in-law wants me to ask, could you help find a job for my husband? The moment I heard it was about a job, I felt helpless. Sister-in-law, I'm sitting around jobless myself. There's really nothing I can do about that. I know, but you know a lot of people. Xiangzi can only do hauling work on the street right now. So many young people came back to the city. There's less and less work. I nodded. True. The higher-ups can't just place millions of people all at once. It'll be like this for the next few years. Her eyes grew even more hopeful. This guy must have connections. Otherwise, how would he know what the next few years would be like? Little Qin, if you can help, I'll do anything you want. As she said it, she leaned in closer to me. I felt a lump in my throat. Every one of these women was such a temptation. Were they trying to leave me any way out? But this job business, I really couldn't do anything about it. Sister-in-law, you know there are only so many job slots. Every year there's just a handful more, nowhere near enough to go around. And a single slot doesn't come cheap. She nodded eagerly. I know. My father-in-law has saved up some money. We'll spend what it takes. How much do you need? Seeing she'd latched on, I said plainly, Sister-in-law, we've got a bit of a connection, but think about it from my side. I just moved in, and your family's already chasing me to arrange a job. If others start doing the same, how am I supposed to keep living here? She tugged at her clothes. That was thoughtless of me. I'll go back and say it can't be done. Say whatever you like, but there's really no way. This is the kind of thing that makes enemies. You spend the money, you get the job, and then suddenly someone says they got a better job for less money. How could that not stir up bad blood? So let's drop it. Just come by to hang out when you're free, and don't bring this up. She nodded. I understand. Then she looked at me, her fair face flushing red. Then I'll head back. Seeing how enticing she looked, I reached up and gave her plump backside a squeeze. Her body went soft and she collapsed into my arms, giving me a flirtatious look. If you want to, then hurry up. I glanced next door. In the thermal image, Lu Jie was pressed against the wall, listening. I was speechless. I reached over and gave her a squeeze. Pinched her cheek. Forget it, walls have ears. When you get back, just tell them I don't even have a job myself. So how could I get one for someone else? She tilted her head up and couldn't resist giving me a quick kiss. Okay, if there's ever an opening, remember to call me. Sure. If something comes up, I'll let you know. After she left, I looked down at myself. Ugh, I'm just asking for trouble. Why did I have to get mixed up with her? Can't even do anything about it. Might as well not bother. That night the courtyard was full of the noise of people drinking and chatting. I sat alone in my place, a bottle of liquor on the table, a plate of braised beef, a plate of greens, and a small dish of peanuts, sipping slowly and taking my time. Listening to the laughter from the back courtyard, the time ticked by bit by bit. Suddenly a fight broke out in the middle courtyard. Everyone ran out to watch, and I curiously went over too. Don't stop me. I'm gonna hack this bastard to death today. You think I'm scared of you? Come on then. And if I so much as flinch, I'll take your last name. Knock it off? You're all drunk. Go home and sleep it off. I'm not drunk. What gives him the right to say I can't find a job? A young man who couldn't even stand straight was being held back tightly by the neighbors, with another young man standing across from him. I stood off to the side, smiling as I watched. This was just drunken nonsense. After watching for a bit, I turned and went back inside, kept drinking, and waited for the time. The compound gradually quieted down. The clock crept toward midnight. I perked up and took a deep breath. Check-in. Ding, annual check-in complete. Congratulations, host, you've received Divine Power, Shadow Form, 1 job slot times 1, and 100,000 in cash. Huh. My eyes lit up. A surge of energy poured into my body. My body felt like it was being materialized, constantly shifting between illusion and reality. The way to use the divine power surfaced in my mind. Shadow Form. I could turn my body into a shadow and hide in the darkness at will, undetectable by any device or living thing. The downside, my speed was cut in half while in shadow form. I clenched my fist. This was already beyond the realm of ordinary people. From now on, wouldn't I be able to? As for the speed being halved, I didn't care at all. With this body of mine, even at half speed, I'd still be far faster than a normal person. Then I looked at the job slot. Fill in the work unit and department. Signed to make it valid, fully legal and compliant. Limited to ordinary jobs only. Couldn't be appointed straight into a cadre position. Li Jihua. Looks like even the system couldn't stand watching anymore. I let out a cold laugh. The stamp on this job slot was issued from the very top. With this, I didn't need to wait around for him to arrange anything. It was New Year's, after all. A family should be together, all of them. With a flick of my thoughts, I stored the leftover food on the table into my warehouse and my body vanished from the room. I paced back and forth in the shadows and deliberately stepped in the coal ash, not a single mark on the ground. When I reached the door and touched it, my body passed right through. Eh, I can even walk through walls. This'll come in handy. I ran straight toward Li Jihua's place. At first, the halved speed took some getting used to, but I adapted quickly. I was naturally faster on flat ground than in the mountains anyway, so even now I was only about a third slower than my mountain speed. In the housing block, Li Jihua was dead drunk. After having his way with his wife, he'd fallen into a satisfied sleep. What a piece of trash, the woman cursed under her breath, an expression on her face that was hard to read. I arrived a little over 10 minutes later and went straight into the building. Along the way, I'd fully mastered the divine power. Using it in a place with no shadows would stand out badly, but with shadows around I could blend in perfectly. During the day, it was less effective, but I could still walk through walls, and the chance of being spotted was almost zero. I went up to the third floor, passed through the door into the apartment, and looked at the woman entertaining herself on the bed and Li Jihua sleeping like a dead pig. I found it pretty amusing. This dame's got looks, but she's got that mean streak written all over her face. I pushed down my anger, didn't linger, and went to check the other rooms first. Hidden in the study were several gold bars, big and small, along with a fair amount of cash and coupons, all swept into my warehouse. Half an hour later I left and headed for his father-in-law's place. Turns out this guy had married a girl who spoiled her brother rotten at everyone else's expense. The disaster that struck the original owner's family, she'd had a hand in that too. From the memories of this couple, I learned quite a lot: the black market, the red light district, and the people and goings-on within the work unit. At least in this area, I was no longer a stranger. I got home at 3 in the morning. The reason it took so long was that Li Jihua had skimmed off way too much. I'd had to visit both of his stash spots. The hall, 89 large gold bars, 247 small ones, over 30,000 in cash, and more than 800 antiques and jade pieces. All of it stuff he'd gotten over the past decade or so by abusing his power. 11 people across the 2 households. I cleaned them all out, top to bottom. Once it was done, I felt completely at ease. Lying in bed, watching my farm gain another 11 acres, I pulled the blanket over me, feeling great. That night, I slept especially soundly. When I woke in the morning, I stretched and felt light all over. Getting revenge for the original owner really does have its perks. Firecrackers were popping outside, along with the ruckus of kids scrambling for them. I smiled. When I was little, I loved picking up the duds with my friends too. I went into the farm to wash up, took out the wrapped dumplings, went back to my room, and grabbed a pot to fetch water. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I exchanged New Year's greetings with the neighbors, fetched the water, went back in to boil it, and cooked the dumplings. Lu Jie came out and saw me cooking dumplings, but didn't come in. He just grabbed some water and went back to his own place. After eating, everyone in the courtyard headed to the middle courtyard. Every year on New Year's Day, everyone organized a group greeting so no one had to go door to door. Living in one compound for decades, no matter how many squabbles there were day to day, at New Year's everyone just wanted to enjoy themselves. Those 2 young men who'd gotten drunk and fought last night were now huddled together, smoking and chatting. After I finished eating, I went to the middle courtyard too, when in Rome. I followed the other young folks in paying respects to the elders, clasping fists and exchanging greetings. Xiaoqin, come sit at our place for a bit. I'll pass, Auntie. After the greetings, I went home, brewed a cup of tea, and mulled over how to use the job slot. I needed to find something to do. Wandering around aimlessly every day or cooping myself up at home wasn't a solution. Maybe I should become a purchasing agent? With all the stuff on my farm, it'd be a perfect fit. Just as I was thinking it over, Zhang Daming walked up happily. Xiaoqin, Brother Zhang, come on in. I made him a cup of tea. Nothing much worth going out for. The temple fair's packed shoulder to shoulder, so I'd rather skip it. Good thing you didn't go. Go there and you don't even walk on your own. The crowd just carries you along. I smiled and handed him a cigarette. Brother Zhang, how many days off do you get? 3 days, back to work on the 4th. He lit up. Oh right, over the new year did you go? Not going to Director Li's place? If you are, mind if I tag along? I understood him perfectly. If he wanted to go, he'd have to find someone else. I waved him off. Nah. I asked around. Director Li runs a clean shop. Anyone who shows up at his door gets tossed out at best, reported straight to the higher-ups at worst. Zhang Daming looked startled. That's serious? I bit back a laugh and nodded solemnly. Yep. Clerk Su told me. Director Li's got a reputation in the neighborhood for playing it by the book. He scratched his head. Well, forget it then. I was hoping to lean on you to get my face known. Sorry I couldn't help, Brother Zhang. Hey, no worries. I'll go take a stroll. With that, he downed his tea in one gulp, chewing the leaves and all, stood up, and left. I took a drag from my cigarette and watched his back as he walked away. Pretty cutthroat. Guess there's no point going soft on people anymore. I kept mulling things over. Li Jihua's memories held plenty of good job prospects, but none of them worked for me. I wasn't after power. I just wanted to ride out these years in peace. Better to blend in with the crowd. The steel mill it is. Most folks in the courtyard worked there. If I went in as a purchasing agent, people would look at me with a little more respect. Just as I was thinking it over, Lu Jia came in with some dried yam. Xiaoqin, Daming got these yesterday. Brought you a little. Thanks, sis Lu. I smiled and pulled her into my arms. Brother Zhang's a real opportunist. The second I said I couldn't get him in with Director Li, he was up and out the door. She leaned against me, finally understanding why I'd been so eager today. So it was Zhang Daming who'd set me off. She shot me a look. So I'm your outlet for that. I pinched her cheek. Smart girl. I'll come over for drinks tonight. She gave me a pinch back. Aren't you afraid someone will hear? But her eyes lit up in an instant. Fine. I'll get dinner ready tonight. I gave her a light pat. I'll bring food and booze when I come. Got it. She flashed a coy smile and turned to leave. I picked up my tea mug, took a sip, closed my eyes, and dug into Li Jihua's memories. The steel mill had over 10,000 workers, the biggest plant in the capital. It had everything inside: a hospital, a school, a supply co-op. The purchasing department had dozens of people, each with their own assignments. Meat supply was better than in years past, but still nowhere near enough. You had to head out to the villages beyond the city. Wild rabbits and pheasants were easy. The mountain villages had plenty. But wild goats, sick of deer, wild oxen, bring those into the plant and the bosses would be thrilled. The mill had always wanted to buy this kind of game, but nobody was willing to travel that far to track down the mountain folk. Even if you went, there was no guarantee you'd find any. Maybe once a year, if you were lucky. If I went and applied to specialize in collecting mountain goods, nobody would turn me down. Deliver some fresh game now and then, and it wouldn't take long to get a solid footing. I stroked my chin. That's the one. I filled in the department and my name, and the work credentials generated automatically. My information popped up over at the steel mill too. I lay around the room all day. That evening, Zhang Daming hollered from outside. Xiaoqin, we're all just waiting on your booze. Coming. I grabbed a chunk of braised beef and headed out with 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor. Whoa, you always got the good stuff. Let's have ourselves a real drink tonight. Sure. Got some braised beef too, adds a dish. Too kind. He pinched up a piece of beef. The real deal. Gotta be from Yuesheng Zhai. He started pouring. I just smiled and said nothing. Yuesheng Zhai's beef was the most famous, but this came from the system as a reward, and the taste was every bit as good. Lu Jia was feeding the baby off to the side. Drink slow this time. Don't be like last time. You women stay out of it. Xiaoqin's the only one I can share good booze with. Normally, I can't bring myself to spend it. I laughed. Brother Zhang's just being modest. With your skills, you could drink Maodai every day. Huh. You really get your big brother. Bottoms up, first one. You bet. We clinked glasses and drained them, then poured again. He took a bite of food. I went out for a walk today. The alley next door was really something. What happened? Sanzi ran up some gambling debts a few days back. The loan shark showed up to seize the house. Big scene. His parents were so furious they nearly took a knife to him. That brazen? Coming to grab someone's house? Aren't they scared the security office will haul them in? He raised his glass. You don't get it, do you? Drink. I clinked with him. Those guys all have backers. The security office arrests them, and they're out the same day, back at it the next. Pay your debts. That's the way of the world. Who can do anything about it? So what happened after? The courtyard folks pooled money. What else? Making a scene on New Year's Day. Everyone was grumbling and cursing, but they're neighbors of decades. You can't just stand by. In the end, they scraped together 500 yuan to settle it. Lu Jia was shocked. He owed that much. He grinned wickedly. Nah, principal wasn't even 100. It's the interest piling on interest. If he didn't pay, in a few days it'd balloon to 1,000. I took a bite. Gambling's poison. One touch, and the whole family falls apart. Ain't that the truth? Sanzi just got married not long ago. His wife was so mad she went back to her folks. Waste of a pretty wife like that. You thinking of trading up too? At the word wife, he shook his head fast. No way. I was talking about other people. Drink up, brother. Bottoms up. Down went another glass. Lu Jia got up, scooped the baby, and went inside. Zhang Daming handed me a cigarette and lit one for himself. Let me tell you, Sanzi's wife is a real looker. Best looking one in this whole area. He gave a thumbs up. I laughed. Pretty or not, she's someone else's. Why bother about her? You're still young. You'll get it someday. He grinned slyly and took another sip. The liquor was hitting him. He was swaying in his seat. Brother, over at the recycling depot, your big brother pulls in this much a month. He held up one finger. I feigned amazement. Brother Zhang, you're a beast. A big plant manager only makes about that, right? Wouldn't trade with a plant manager. Another clink. This time, just like last time, He slid right down under the table. Laughing, I helped him into the inner room. Lu Jia gave me a look. I turned back to the outer room, bolted the door, sat down, and ate. A moment later, Lu Jia came over. I shoved the cutting board aside, pulled her over, and pressed her down onto it. Tonight you can just be my little outlet. Meanwhile, the security office received an emergency call from the neighborhood committee. Not daring to drag their feet, they quickly reported it. A large squad of security officers, led by Feng Jing, the deputy director of the neighborhood office, stormed into Li Jihua's home.